If you were given 50 million naira to leave Nigeria and never come back, would you take it?
God go punish me if I come back. Even I don't need 50 million, just visa. Even to come and greet my mom, I won't call, no food. I never chop this morning. I never chop this afternoon. It's only visa that can change my life. Just America.
If you were given 50 million naira to leave Nigeria and never come back, would you take it?
God go punish me if I come back. Even I don't need 50 million, just visa. Even to come and greet my mom, I won't call, no food. I never chop this morning. I never chop this afternoon. It's only visa that can change my life. Just America.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone, and happy anniversary or independence, as we may want to refer to it or call it, depending on where you are this beautiful day. My name is KJ, and I'm standing in for the pastor himself, who will be here shortly. The topic we're going to be handling today is very interesting, and so let's come with an open mind and how to discuss. I usually do not have an opinion concerning what we're going to be discussing, but I'm going to be asking very pertinent questions to those who will be joining us, either be they behind the stage or they be in the open. So let's kick it up this way. The United States of America faced with a pivotal moment in 1860 when the Southern Carolina pulled out of the United States. They seceded, that's what I'm trying to say. And then many other states followed suit. This obviously led to a civil war that was fought in 1861. But despite that ugly part of history of the United States, the United States have strived to, gone to become a very great nation, have been able to not only attract a meaningful kind of, develop themselves into a force of power, but have also been able to make themselves the envy of many nations, so much so that we have the American dream, which everybody on earth seem to know and seem to want to be part of. Well, not everybody, but I would say, in my own submission, that a lot of people want to come to America and be part of that American dream. This didn't come easy, but it came through strives and through understanding of the four founding fathers of America, who did not consider their geographical location in America, who did not consider their lineages or cleavages or whatever it were. They were able to set America on a path that it would be difficult for anybody to come change. In other words, all men are equal in America. Nobody is above the law in America. That itself, I can say without being afraid of being misunderstood, that almost everybody is under the law. In other words, you can't be above the law. It doesn't matter who you are. It just takes one, in America, that's to say. However, we're not here to discuss America today. We're only trying to, leverage on what has been achieved and how they've gone ahead to build their nation. And also other nations have also dwelled in this part, but they have gone away from that ugly history and have gone to develop themselves into a nation where everybody is an American, irrespective of your color or the area of America which you come from, whether north, south, or east. Now, the question we ask ourselves is, why have there continuously been an agitation in Nigeria that many people want to go their various ways? They want to secede. This is what we are going to be looking at. Nigeria unity has been subject of contention since 1914, when the North and the South protectorates were amalgamated. Despite the numerous attempts to address this division, they have continuously widened the gap of division, ethnic division, along the ethnic line, along the religious line, along every other, divisions you can think about, be they politics, be they class and all that. Now the question is it time for us to have a rethink about the unity, about the continuous existence as one nation? Is it really true that a nation can be or we cannot be? The question of division cannot be discussed in a nation that many people don't seem to see eye to eye or don't seem to discuss on the same trajectory on how to move the nation forward. Question B, is it true that indeed Nigerians do not want to live together as a nation? Is it true that we do not really want to see the Igbo man, or the Igbo man see the Yoruba man, or the Yoruba man see the Hausa man, or the Hausa man see the Fulani man, or the Fulani man see the Kanuri man, or the Kanuri man see the Keje man, or the Keje man see the Nupe man, or the Angas, or the Jukun, or the Birom, or the Tiv, or the Idomas, or the Igalas, or the Agatus, or the Igedes? Is it really true that we don't want to see the people who are not from our religion be together, lead us? Is it true that when a nation that is populated largely by Muslims do not want to see Christians be in charge, or Christians do not want to see Muslims be in charge? What can we say is really the reason why Nigeria is finding it difficult to move from our ugly past? Our ugly parts being that it's not only ugly, you can't even think about it. And because you can't think about it, you can't discuss it in the open, it becomes very secretive. It becomes something that, people don't want to discuss. And, I find a bit challenging that even to this moment, it's not an issue that can be discussed openly. You're either seen as a separatist, you're either seen as a person who does not love the nation or who don't want to support the government. How be it now that Tinubu is in charge, the North is now kicking. Before now, the North was in charge, it was said that the East was kicking. So is it possible that there is something that we need to discuss and that we as mature people, you see, it's a bit painful for me when they say the black man cannot sit and have a serious conversation without fighting. Is that really true? Can't we sit down and have a serious conversation? Is it that the conversation to build a better and equitable society is difficult for us to achieve? Or is it just that we are not a people who are ready to discuss and ask the pertinent question, the tough questions, to have a tough conversation? I have seen people have tough conversation. I've seen people call leaders stupid. Hey, come on, don't be stupid. You know what? That idea is stupid. The last one that was very public was when Biden told Trump in their very first debate, "Come on, shut up, man." If you do that in Nigeria, you're going to jail. Okay, if you call your leader and say, "Come on, shut up, man," you go to jail from there. So what are we discussing today? What is our focal point? And I'll be glad if the electricity is listening to me. I want him to come up backstage and let's have this discussion. But I'll kick it off, like I said. So it's a thing to think about. What are the areas that we'll be looking at. Let's look at the political and the legal hurdles that have to do with living together as a nation or dividing as a people. Okay, let's look at the international recognition, because for instance, if we decide to divide, we have to look at the Nigerian constitution. We have to craft the Nigerian constitution to suit where we are going. But my challenge here is, and if you're listening to me, those who are right, with us, is how do we go from here? Can we continue in this same process and expect a different result? Or do we sit down as a people and have a family dialogue? If you ask me, I will say, yes, we should sit down and have a family dialogue. And this time, that family dialogue is not going to be between our political leaders. No, it's going to be between the nations in Nigeria. Every tongue, every tribe, just like our anthem says, every brotherhood gets a representative, and let's sit down and judge. Because it's better to judge than to war. And as long as we keep warring war, as long as we keep using the state might to suppress people who are agitating, people who are asking the pertinent question, this is not going to go away. We are in for a long haul. So my advice would be, let us let us come together and judge. If you judge, we'll have no reason to war. Okay, if we judge, we have no reason to war. So we have done this, this thing over since 1960 of our independence. We have tried to, correct these things. Like I said earlier, before the 1960 started, we already had agitation, because people are not satisfied with the divisions as how it was done. The division, the amalgamation and all that agreement was not totally crafted to their understanding or to the way they wanted it to show. So the question now be, we have moved many years after. How do we go from here? How do we go from here remains a pertinent question for all of us to answer. Okay. If you ask me again, I would say number one will be political and legal hurdles. The Nigerian Constitution does not provide for a succession of any state or any region. An attempt will be and any attempt will have to negotiate with that constitution to be able to realize that in place. Who will initiate it? Who will bail the cat? That's the question we need to ask ourselves. Who is going to bail the cat in this situation? Okay, who is going to say, I take that stand to bail the cat? Who is going to say, it is me who will bail the cat? And I thank God that Pastor is here now. So he is going to bail the cat, as you have heard me say. And he's a man of a lot of wisdom and understanding of the Nigerian constitution or what is going on. But I don't want you to have your mind only on trying to live together. Because if you have a wife and you marry, you can't be in peace. You guys need to sit down and decide to say, okay, for the purpose of peace and long life and prosperity and tranquility, let us do the needful. Who is going to bail the cat? If in a community where elders do not tell the truth, where it needs the truth now comes from young men who were born yesterday, if in a community where bribery and corruption have become the order of the day, it is how much you're able to give that you can be responded to, then I think we are in a big wahala. But I leave it to, yes, I invite you in, Pastor, to give us your take so far, your initial comments, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, good evening, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on your geographical location. Thanks for having me. And I was actually watching in the background until you said you hope I will come in. I wanted to leave the show to run smoothly. But you said something. You referenced the Constitution that there is no provision for secession or separation. Are you correcting that?
Well, I'm not a very good student of the constitution, I would say. So all I'm trying to say is that in my own research on this topic, I found out that one of the things that will be a challenge with the Nigerian constitution because it did not make provision for succession of any state. Yes, it says this is going to be one indivisible country, and the subject of succession, Nigeria is going to continue to remain one, and that's what they've gone to war on. And the question comes up: why would you want to separate? Because look at many people lost their life fighting for the unity of the country, and now you want to say you want to divide. But the question be, if the Yoruba man feels that his interest not being represented, and truly his interest is not being represented, if the South man, if the Ijaw man, the Shekiri man, the Urobo man, the Inquiry man feel that their interest not being represented, and if they say that, why should I not believe their interest not being represented? So their interest should be represented, because if you come to other working nations where minorities complain, those minorities' views are taken into cognizance. It is not thrown behind the back and say, "Come on, man, how many are you people, by the way?" So everyone's interest is taken into account, and until a nation is ready to do that, it becomes difficult for those people to bring in, their contribution. It becomes difficult for them to, to really say yes. This is where we stand, and they will continuously to demand until those peculiar interests, peculiar to them, known to them, is addressed. That's the question in Nigeria. Are we addressing those peculiarities that are with the minorities or with these agitationists that we know is available, is there? Are we addressing them?
All right, thank you, sir. I'm reading from the Constitution, okay?
Okay. Yeah.
Where it is a Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, page LL 15, having firmly and solemnly resolved to live in unity and harmony as one indivisible and indissoluble sovereign nation. Now, there are two key words there: to live in unity and harmony. That alone leaves that succession to be challenged, because naturally, if you and I cannot live in unity, then it means that we will have to go our separate ways. That is what it means. It's because it's not been challenged. This has not been challenged either in the court of law or naturally. So the argument that that provision is not there, it's not 100% accurate, because there's a saying that says that what is not prohibited is not forbidden. So succession or going a separate way is not prohibited in the Constitution. So therefore, we can go along that line. However, in going along this line, what we need to know is, what is the focus? When I read the description, what is the focus? Are we going in line of what? In line of ethnicity or tribal? And I said, if that is the way we want to go, it will never work. It will never work. To me, this is not, this is a campaign. I see this particular broadcast or program as a campaign for what? For succession, as a campaign to what? To separate. Okay, because I have been here over the years saying, let's push for this unity. Let's push for this one Nigeria. But I don't stand in that position again. Now, it doesn't mean I go against Nigeria itself. No, I don't stand in that position. And I have my reasons and my conscience to what? To guide me in that regard. Because after a lot of study, I came to that conclusion that there is this practice or this program of wickedness that is in place, and these individuals are not going to let it go by fire, by force. They will not. So, but it's about the Constitution. That provision is not there. If we are unable to live in unity, and what will make us not to be able to live in unity as a nation? We see how things are going in the country. The exchange rate, the interest rate, jobs, education, infrastructures. These things are responsible for us not to be able to live in unity. It's not about tribe. I keep saying this. It's not about tribe. And we must avoid, let me rephrase, we must avoid treading on that part of tribe. We cannot achieve, listen, with due respect to the IPOB, with due respect to the Dudua, with due respect to Ijaw Nation or Igbo Nation, this and that, the reason why separation or secession has never worked, and it will never work, I'm making a bold statement, is because we are going in the line of tribalism, and it will never, ever, ever work. I yield the floor back to you. I'll come back to the constitution issue later on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I would like to welcome Mr. James and the Blackstone. You're welcome to this afternoon hot discussion. Yes, you've heard the summation of the pastor. He said that succession will never ever work. I am not in that opinion, because nothing under the sun, you cannot be assured of anything apart from that God is above in the sky. So what do you say, Mr. James? What was your initial submission, by the way? I also
I'm sorry, I have to sign out. I can't share the same platform with Mr. One Man. I'm terribly sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay. It's okay. The Blackstone, Mr. One Man, you're welcome. You're welcome, and we will love your contribution also. Yes, go ahead, Blackstone.
Yeah, thank you, KJ, and good day to everybody. Anyway, one question that comes to my mind is that I always like to ask, when we talk of unity and not unity in the country, who are these perpetrators of lack of no unity in Nigeria? Every tribe, every facet of Nigeria has a representative in the House, that's of Assembly, and also in Senate. So we have to look at it from there. that this issue of lack of unity actually has the root from the House of Assembly, from the politicians in Abuja. Because every part of Nigeria has a representative in that area, right? And if you look at the way they debate, you see that they put forward, first in their mind is that issue of preaching or fighting for lack of unity, bringing disunity into the system, simply because they are all like fighting or talking in line with their tribes. You understand me? Right? I know that you went there to represent your constituency or your zone, right? But we should understand that without the country, you won't have constituency. So I believe that what affects one part of Nigeria indirectly or directly affect the other parts of Nigeria, right? Like Obi will always say, nobody buys bread cheaper. If you know where you can buy bread cheaper, tell me I go and buy there. So the whole country is facing the same problem. The same issue is befalling every part of Nigeria. And so we talk of, so let us go back and see the root from where this issue of lack of unity, how it started. Because I honestly think that when you know the root of a problem, you can easily deal with it right from them. It is being said if you want to kill a tree, you have to uproot it from the ground, right? So you have to know, you have to go to the root and uproot the tree from the root, and the tree will die away. So everything has a beginning, everything has a root. So we have to go back. So indirectly, the common people are not the issue, are not the cause or preaching disunity in Nigeria. The common people, they live together, they do business together, they dine together, and everything. They don't even know, they don't even say where I'm from or where you are from. But the elite class, mostly the politicians, are the one that has actually pursued or preach or bringing the issue of lack of unity into Nigeria, into the mind of everybody. We saw what happened in 2023 last election. That was a clear example of how the politicians use division to get what they want to get, how they use disunity to get what they want to get. So it's not a matter of the constitution or the constitution. So I believe that everybody can live together. We humans are. We all need good things for ourselves.
All right, I'll come back to you. Let's get one man's initial comments.
All right. Thank you for having me, KJ. It was a shame that Mr. James felt the need to leave. If I knew he was leaving, if he gave me a moment, I'd have just left so that he can carry on. You know, a lot of these political things, I take it more as it's not that deep, you know. It's nothing personal. But Mr. James, if you're offended, apologies. I'm not quite sure, but good day to you, KJ. I actually only came on because you were on, you know. I made the recommendation to Rudolph that you must host more often and you must make yourself available for that, because you seem to have a natural aptitude for it, so you might as well take advantage of it. So that good day to everyone. Electricity, the Blackstone, and your listening audience. Like I said, I came in laterally only really because you were on. So I don't know what the backdrop is. Are we talking about how we got into where we are as a nation?
Yes.
Well, yes. You know, Nigeria is one of the most complex stories to tell. You know, Nigeria is one of the most and it's set to be the best country on the planet if only we can realign, you know, along the trajectory that will take us there. You know, because if you look at the composition of that country, you know, the Igbos they're sufficient enough to be a standalone nation state of potency and power. Ditto the Yorubas, ditto the Hausas. So the way I often look at Nigeria is like a country that is composed of the Germans, the French, and the English. You know, so that country can go one of either ways. It can either go the direction that we find ourselves as Nigerians, or they can pull their strength together and create the best thing that the world has ever seen. So the thing I've always heard about Nigeria is I'm not sure that everybody in that country has a buy-in to that country. You know, I feel that a lot of the ethnic stocks, you know, they see the country as a special purpose vehicle that they can just to take as much as they can out of it. You know, so that's my sentiment towards the north. That's my sentiment even towards the southwest, and certainly towards the southeast as well. So I'm not quite sure that we've arrived yet at that unifying purpose that draws us together to say this is what. And internationally, we're Nigerians, even though we still revert to ethnic stocks. But a very complex situation. But if you look at the build up to where we are now, there's a series of events that's led us to where we are now. So the independence, you know, there was a clause there then that said, you know, ethnic nations can revert to their ethnic stock if the composition was not there. I think that was then reversed. Don't quote me. I'm going from vague memory. And then there was that coup that took out a good percentage of the northern oligarchs and then set the tone then for a sequence of coups that has led us to a particular trajectory. And then there's the Biafran War. You know, when the South African, when they came out of apartheid, they had something they called the Truth and Reconciliation Summit of some sort. So I think there's still a wound that has not been fully healed within that Nigerian space. And the Biafran narrative is a story that has not been told yet in its truest form, and to then draw the nation together. So there's that element of that as well. So I personally feel that there should be a dedication, not for Biafra, but for that civil war. So as a reminder that this is a space that we must not go back to. So there's a whole mix of everything that comes together. And I think the country actually recognizes where the fault lines are. But do we have the political will? And more to it, do we have the right sort of leadership to guide us out of those spaces? So that's just the broad strokes of our, like I said, I came in laterally. So I hope that is consistent with what you're talking about.
Yeah, very consistent. Thank you also for your very kind remarks. I appreciate. Now, here is what I will say. Do you think that I'm going to go backwards, but I want to start from you. Do you think there's some element right now in the system that is actually preventing this Nigeria from becoming a united force?
Well, that's patently the case, isn't it? Because the problem of Nigeria is universally identified. You don't really need any high-level cranial functioning to know where the fault lines are. But the fault lines, there's also the people profiting heavily from that fault line, and it serves their purpose for that fault line to remain. Let me cite you an example. When Tinubu came in, it was my anticipation that he either toes the line of the North or they will rile against him. So now we've seen this bombings coming back in Borno, which was the same sort of it's a rinse and repeat sort of that's just my view. That's my speculation to that space. It's a rinse and repeat sort of the tactic that they used to drive Goodluck Jonathan out of office, that they use in insurgency to truncate his administration, and he couldn't then serve any meaningful purpose, and it didn't then look like he knew what he was doing. So I feel that template is being repeated, and I feel that template is the offshoot of those vested interests that sees Nigeria as that special purpose vehicle that they can just dip into and avail themselves of the fat of the land. And because that availability now is not as gushing as it used to be, then they revert back to type to intimidate the certain situation. So So yes, the political will has to be there, one, but then the person in charge has to be strong enough to push it through. But do we have that person? That's the question.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that, and I want to follow up from the Blackstone. You were still talking about the unity of the country. There is a clause in every form that you fill in Nigeria, and the first thing after your bio data, the next thing you see is state of origin, local government of origin. Do you think a nation looking for how to form unity, we too concerned about where each person comes from as far as you're a Nigerian, asking for state of origin, local government of origin, go to your local government and collect certificate as of origin? Is that still in line with building a nation that is trying to form, become one?
Okay, thank you. All those issues for me is not a problem. It's not the actual issue if it is being managed very well. You know that Nigeria is divided into 6 geopolitical zones. And if you look at the intention why they divided Nigeria into 6 geopolitical zones, is to make politics or rule of Nigeria easier and to the benefit of Nigeria. But today, that have been used in a negative way, right? So Nigerians always find a way to use what was intended for good and use it for against either their opponent or the country, right? I believe that, like, for example, where I'm living, in every ID, they write your state, right? They write your state is state of origin is there. Not actually state of origin where you are actually, where place of birth is there in every form you feel, right? And but that does not actually, so if you move from where you were born to another state, you have to change your ID, right? And they say now wait then, because they have a registration system. They have a registration system, right? That wherever you are living, wherever you are living, you have to have an address. So automatically, that address now identifies you that you are not living in that state, right? So that is why they're not talking about place of birth for this, not important, right? But where you are living is what is important to them, right? Because it's where you are living, that's where you pay your taxes, right? That's why you do everything you are doing. Even your local government, that's where you pay your taxes, right? So all these things, in a country that knows how to use this thing for their benefit, they use for their benefit.
So right? let me ask one man. A commentator from the public, say cool, Kele asked this question, that it's not true. The geographical zones of are meant to divide us along ethnic or tribal lines, and that's why they've used that as a force to keep development from moving from one side to another. In other words, if you say Eastern Zone, you know that there are Igbos that are there. If you say Western, you know there are Yorubas that are there. Say the North, you know that there. So whatever you are doing, you are also doing it with this behind your mind, that if this infrastructure is going to this place, it's going because these are the people there. Okay, if this infrastructure is going to this place, it's going because these are the people there. Do you agree with that, or do you see something that you may want to put into it?
Well, I wouldn't say I agree in totality. Let me say the Lagos Calabar Superhighway, the Sokoto Badagry Superhighway. So those are infrastructures that span the entirety of the geographical mass. I'm not quite sure. I think we talked about leadership earlier on, but let's talk about active citizenry participation as well.
Okay.
the one thing about Nigerians is we're too ethnic in our thinking and too suspicious of intentions, and that's just it's always been like that. So um and by the way, what you said holds true because our infrastructures tend to go towards wherever the person in situation is. But there's somewhat of if you look at some of the infrastructures built by Buhari, for instance, the Lagos Ibadan Railway. So that's nothing to do with Daura. The second Niger Bridge certainly nothing to do with Daura. So I'm not quite sure if that holds in its entirety as a truth. So I think more that we're ethnically suspicious of governance because of the backdrop that we're coming from.
Just a follow-up on that, your answer. Is there a reason for us to have that ethnic city behind our thinking? Because in previous times, we have seen things being done because of ethnic reasoning. I'll give you an example, and I'm just using this example because that's only the one that comes to my mind right away. The military installments were moved all from the east to the north. The Air Force base that was in Benue was moved from Benue to Niger. Now, if you look at Benue and where it had more capacity. It was very big and wide. It had more capacity than where it was moved to. But yet it was moved from Benue to Niger. All the military branches that were in Benue were now taken to Niger. Now that airport in Benue becomes almost non-functional because there's nothing there. So sometimes, coming to my question, is there no reason when people think ethnically, because we have seen this happen many times? Do you agree with my point, or you have something else?
Yeah, I'll be brief so that you can pass the conversation round. I see you have a new panelist as well, but
yes.
that goes on to the ethnic suspicion. That goes on to the ethnic suspicion that we were just speaking about earlier on. So if they move military formations, then you don't really know why those military formations were moved. So maybe that is where the threat is most potent. Maybe that's a more centralized location to have a wider range of cover. So a lot of things, So I hear a lot of narratives about no government presence in the southeast. So it's all I wouldn't go to reach to say that most government functions are ethnic based, unless of course it is identifiably so. So it's that ethnic suspicion really that I have to go back to.
Okay, thank you. I will go up to Dexter. Dexter, I'm sure you heard my question.
Sorry, KJ, let me take my leave. I watch in the background. Keep it up and consider what I said. Come on more often.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, one man. Would like you to keep supporting us also. You've done a very wonderful job there. So we appreciate it. If you support us more, maybe we'll come more too. So I can have small money to buy baby milk. Okay.
Let me finish my thought of what I was saying before you cut me short.
Why? Welcome to Dexter. I'll come back to you, Blackstone. Don't be in a hurry. You took a very different stand, and I remember that. So I'm coming to you, and but let's welcome Dexter and maybe his initial comment also.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, KJ, and everybody on the panel. I was listening on the background on YouTube, so I said let me come and drop my own one kobo comment.
So welcome.
Why one kobo? You are so selfish.
I still remember back then in Nigeria when if you had 50 kobo, you actually, as a child, you could buy a lot as a child. 50 kobo. In fact, you had one. In fact, you couldn't even see 1 naira. But all that time is in the past right now, when we could use 1 kobo, 10 kobo and all that. But all that time is in the past now. So basically, of recent, I've been listening to how Yugoslavia fell apart, and I think this guy, I've forgotten his name, has slipped my mind now. There's this SAN that has been talking to Tinubu.
Professor, the one presenting, I know him, the professor.
So look, Nigeria is just like Yugoslavia, and Yugoslavia fell apart. And today, out of Yugoslavia, you have about 5 countries: Croatia, Kosovo, Serbia, Montenegro, or whatnot. And what the professor was saying, they were like, look, they don't think that the way we think Nigeria is one indivisible entity. It's not. It doesn't really. We're not really uniting on the right terms.
Sorry. Hold on to that talk. As they fell apart, is their development, or they went backwards? Some of them are now suffering independently.
No, they're not suffering independent. They're all self-sufficient. They fell apart and they're all self-sufficient. They are all making it. Montenegro is there, making Croatia is there. They are all tapping into their own resources.
Have you traveled there to see like where?
I don't need to travel there. Some parts that fell apart, like Kosovo, some of them have issues, but part of the people that left are doing well. Montenegro is there doing well. Serbia is there. They are all surviving. But the point is this: the fear. There's something I think that happens in Nigeria. Number one, we don't really tell our history properly, and then we want to have a good future. It doesn't work. One of the biggest fears in Nigeria. Let us face the truth in Nigeria. After the 1966 coup and the backlash coup, the truth about it was that the generals from the north, the likes of Abacha and Babangida and the rest, were ready to burn down Lagos, and they actually put their families on a flight to go to the north. They were actually going to set up their own country. They were so angry about the coup that what they wanted to do is they wanted to burn down the south. They wanted to burn down Lagos. In fact, what stopped them from burning down Lagos was that the central bank governor told them, if you burn down Lagos, you will not have money. It's only in Lagos that you can print money, so don't burn it down. In fact, rather take control of administration. That's what happened. People don't realize, we don't tell, the stories are not being told, and people now believe lies. These guys were not actually interested in the country Nigeria. It was until when they sold them that, don't burn it down now. Look, you guys can now be in control. Abacha was not interested. All those guys were not interested. They wanted to go and form their own caliphate state and all that. But when they now got into power, they now decided, look, it is normal anywhere. After a war, there is pulse of war, and people will take territory. The truth about Nigeria stood on a tripod before the British left. The tripod was the southeast, the east. There's nothing like southeast. It was east, west, north. The regions were doing well. Every region was moving at their own pace. Now, the moment there was that civil war, they now broke one leg off. Now, so it now the west and the north now decide that, okay, they are going to now run Nigeria. But the east is not, since they've decided to cut off the east, that table is not standing well. So east table is not standing well. What they now did was that they now balkanized the state into, okay, let's now make it into 6. So imagine that you have a table that stands on 3 legs. You cut one leg off. You realize that the table is not going to stand. What do? You now break it into partitions. That's how they now come up with southeast, southwest. Now, let me ask you a question. I studied the recent, there's this guy that is talking about regionalization, 9 regions in Nigeria. Did you notice the tactical thing he did in that regionalization? The West, what you call Western region, maintained his core. In fact, in that his West carving out, he took some part of Kogi, he went about and carved out the ethnic Yoruba line. He carved out the ethnic Yoruba line as the West. He now did Midwest. He still carved out all the ethnic Yoruba line. Then, and don't forget that Lagos was not even part of the West. Lagos is actually this thing. So he carved Lagos into the West. Okay. When he now came to the Eastern region, he balkanized it. He completely what was called the Eastern. Now, don't forget that back then, people like Oyinkro didn't used to see his Igbo brothers in any difference. The Ijos they were not seeing themselves any difference. That's why their region there was rubber in places like Delta. There was palm oil in places like in what do you call it? In places like Akwa Ibom, rubber in Akwa Ibom. The people, the Calabar man did not see the Igbos as Igbo. They were all living as one. They were developing. Transamadi that you are seeing today this thing was not actually, transformative was developed when it was in the eastern region. Transformative was not developed when it was made River State. Do you understand? So these people, so now what happened is that the people now say, oh, look at that man, look at the way he now carved the map. He now carved the people that used to see themselves as one, you now start dividing them. Then when he was not even carving the eastern region, he did not even remember that there are people from Ibanke in Edo State that are actually Igbos. He don't remember them. He carved them into a Midwest region. He did not remember that they are even Opobo. They are Igbo speaking Opobo. People speaking Opobo. He did not carve them into the Eastern region. He carved them into. Do you understand? So you can see that there is a great mistrust in Nigeria. Unfortunately, this is the problem we have with Nigeria. Elder statesmen come on television and lie. We are bereft of conscience. People come and put in this ethnic agenda and lie. When they were supposed to be preaching unity, because of selfish gains, they come and lie. Let me give you an example. Look at the whole idea of Anioma and Olu State. I was listening to the argument. The guy that is talking for Olu State is more concerned about Southeast must have 6 states. Let it balance. He doesn't care about his brothers that are actually feeling like a minority. And those his brothers are the people in Anioma, Ika, all those people that are saying, look, let us have our own this thing. We are Igbos. Let us have this our identity. He doesn't care about them. He's more interested in how he will become governor in one small enclave. Which kind of greed is this one?
Thank you so much.
The problem is that we have adults like me and you who their conscience have been severed. There's no conscience to tell the truth. There's no conscience to be honest.
Duster, thank you. Thank you. You've brought a very rich component into this discussion, and I totally appreciate your contribution. And I hope you're not going away, because we're coming back to you. There are a lot of points you touch, which is a very sore point in the Nigerian polity. We'll expand it if we have the time. And welcome, Mr. James. Pastor Andrew, whenever you want to intervene, you can do so. So I don't wait for me to call you, but if you have something you want to say, you can always say. Mr. James, you're welcome. It's good to have you, and I know that you have come with something very rich for us. So make your initial contribution before we go.
Yeah, please, I just want to find out, is my voice echoing?
Yes.
Okay, please let me rectify it.
Okay. All right. Let's welcome. Sorry, can you call your name for me, sir?
Seko Keller.
Seko.
Yeah.
Seko.
Yes.
Right. Welcome, yeah. Seko. It's good to see you and have you on the platform. We are actually trying to understand why is it that the people of Nigeria, or those governing the geographical location called Nigeria, are not interested in having a meaningful discussion with its citizenry, those who are seeking to say, look, if this is not working for us, let us separate peacefully. Before now, it used to be from, in fact, if you trace the history of separation, it was the North that first said Araba. Araba means let's divide it. So, but they were persuaded at that time to remain because the country was going to not put them behind, but everybody will work together to get, a very, they were giving some, assurance that it's not going to be what they think. Then the Adakaboros, time, who also wanted to, ask for separation. Of course, we all know how it went and ended. Then the Igbos, who, when the agreement in Aburi failed, and I want to put it in context, because the agreement in Aburi didn't fail because the Igbos wanted it to fail, or Ojukwu wanted it to fail. It failed because a certain Pamsek, which I don't want to call his name now, but, because of obviously probably his children will not, have taken the same stand that he took, was one who gave that advice to go on, saying if you allow this to go, it means that there will no longer be any Nigeria. And so he rescinded from that agreement that was arrived at. Consequently, the war, Ojukwu went ahead and said, okay, if that's the case, we're not going to be with you any longer. And they decided to, declare the war. So, having seen all that, what do you make? The last speaker said something that I agree with. We have elders who don't tell the truth. What is your own take?
Yeah. Am I speaking or James, Mr. James, because he went and came back?
No, you may go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. My own little contribution, like I always do on this platform, is I say you have to look at the zones of conflict zones or the areas of conflict in any country in order to see whether that country can survive or not. If you look at the forces in Nigeria, you have the tribal forces. That's one area of conflict. You have the religion, then you have the politicians and the corrupt politician aspect of it. But the huge part that everybody don't see, I always tell people that Nigeria will be divided and the main reason will be religion. And I'm very sure about it. Because as we speak, when Obasanjo took over in 1999, and then he brought the secular democracy and the constitution, the North under Obasanjo created Sharia states in Zamfara and other places. And many Nigerian elites didn't see it as a problem, but it was a big problem. That was the day they have told you they're about to leave that country because you don't understand what Sharia is. But some of us who have been Muslim, we understand. They are telling you that they are having a different political agenda than the Nigerian state. Because if you are going to say Nigeria has a future, the question is what future? A secular state? A democracy? What type of state that you are planning a future for? And half of the, I'm asking you there, is there any country in the world, anywhere, an example, a federal state, where an entire part of it is Islamic and then one other part is secular and they survive? You can't have it. So the North needs to decide, are they ready to create a secular state where you have a secular constitution and religion is separated from the state? Recently, your government spent $76 million to subsidize Muslim Hajj to Mecca, and only $46 million for student loan. That means more money was paid to individuals to go on their own personal religious tourism at the expense of national development. I leave you with that. But I like to end with this so that, because I know Pa James is here, to say, I am not making some of these comments because I'm attacking Nigeria. In fact, I'm making this comment because I love Nigeria. Because all Africans, we believe that Nigeria is our giants, a superpower that we were all looking up to. Because all these little states in Africa, if you put their GDP together, they go nowhere. So Nigeria has a very central role. Just like any European can discuss America, we African, we can also discuss Nigeria. So it is in that spirit that I'm making my comment, not because I'm criticized.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it so much. And you have spoken very well. In fact, you have spoken a lot of minds of a lot of people, including myself, because you cannot have, and on this platform, I've said that before, but on this issue now, I don't have a mind of my own, but we have said here many times that you can't have a country with two sets of laws and successfully run as a nation. It's obviously not going to work. So, and if it's Sharia, let us all go Sharia. If it is Christianity, let us all go Christian. Mr. James, you heard the last the speaker, and you heard what he said. Do you agree totally, or you have something to add while you're making your initial comment? Yes, Mr. James, go ahead, sir. Can you hear me?
I think he's frozen.
All right. Yes, welcome, Jabun and forefathers. And Pastor, remember I said you can intervene anytime. Okay, Mr. James, are you back with us? Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
So go ahead.
My voice still echoing?
Yes, it's still echoing, but probably have to manage it because it doesn't seem to go anyway.
Okay, thank you for your understanding. Sincerely speaking, it would have been better for the nation, or let me call it the country, because it's not a nation. It would have been better for the country to remain as one. We will make more impact in world affairs and also African affairs if we remain as one. But the truth is, we are increasingly becoming incompatible. When I was a little boy, born in Akure in Ondo State, around 1962, my father took us to Benin City because he was anticipating the creation of Midwest. Anyway, when Awolowo, a Yoruba man, brought his free education program, there was no tribalism in it. The very educational policies he executed in the West is the same he brought to Midwest, because we were not Yorubas. The part of Midwest I come from, we were not Yorubas. It's the same education we received. Throughout my life, since I was born, I've never paid school fees in Nigeria. I received free education. I will not be able to explain why I left the country due to lack of time. But as time progresses, the countries steadily slide into what I call anarchy. We now have parochial leaders. A good example is, I think Chinua Achebe mentioned it in one of his books, I cannot remember. While they were setting up steel industries in Nigeria, one was located in Alaja, in Delta State, then Midwest, or what's it called, Benue State. One, Oshogbo has steel rolling mill. Jos still had a steel rolling mill, Ajakuta steel complex, and Katsina steel complex. The whole of the East had nothing. And for any region or country to develop industrially, you require a steel complex. So the eastern part of the country was deliberately left out. Now, the Igbos we know are great traders. They are businessmen. For a very long time, we had an international airport at Ikeja in Lagos, one in Kano, and the other one in Port Harcourt. Despite the volume of Igbos traveling all over the world, looking for business opportunities, capitalizing on business opportunities, the government refused deliberately to locate any airport in the whole of eastern Nigeria. It is now Mushrooms Airport are springing up all over the country. I think they've got one or two in the east at the moment. So the federal government of Nigeria has deliberately decided to leave out that section of the country to remain underdeveloped. Now, when countries are faced with problems, reasonable men sit down to find a common ground. Because there's an author I read, this James Missionon, who said that no matter how difficult a problem is, if reasonable men sit down to find a common ground, the problem can be solved. And the Americans displayed this, they confirmed this man's belief, because what can be more difficult than sending man to the moon and returning back safely? Nothing can be more difficult than that. But reasonable men sat down to find a common ground on how to solve that problem, and the problem was solved, and they returned safely. But in the case of Nigeria, things are increasingly becoming deplorable. This is the reason why people are clamoring for a total breakup of the country. If you look at European history, the Italians were not a country. Italy was not a country. Garibaldi, Mazzini, Cavo, and others, they fought over the years to unify the country. They had a common purpose. And since the country was unified, despite the minor ethnic differences they have among themselves, they are not likely to break up, at least in our lifetime. The same thing with Germany, when they had the Zollverein and other German states, people sat down to find a common ground to see what they can do to unify them. But in our case, the British came, we were not a country. The British created a country out of the various kingdoms. But from the word go, we seem not to be making any progress. This is why people are clamoring for a breakup. Now, if I live in peace with my family, you live in peace with your family, that does not mean that when the two families are brought together to live together, we will live in peace. It doesn't follow. If we are finding it increasingly difficult, intractable to live in peace, I think in order for us not to become a Southern Sudan, we better, find our separate ways. In South Africa, for example, the ANC fought the apartheid government right from 1912 till 1994, before they got their independence. There were a lot of factions. I can't remember their political, what they call, leanings. Anyway, they were able to, they tried to see things from the same perspective. In Zimbabwe, there was ZANU-PF and Joshua Nkomo and what's called Robert Mugabe. They had their separate factions. They got to a point whereby they said, okay, for us to remove these people from our midst, we need to come together. They now formed the Patriotic Front. After the War of Independence, after Lancaster's agreement talks, they conducted election and Robert Mugabe won. That's how Zimbabwe became independent. But if we cannot live together, we are not the first to break up. Take the Ottoman Empire, for example. East European countries, most of them came into existence after the Versailles Treaty of 1919. Bosnia-Herzegovina, Yugoslavia, even Ethiopia. Countries have been breaking up. There's nothing new about it. But as I said in my opening speech, it would have been better if we live together, try to find a common ground to solve these problems. But from the look of things, we are not making any headway at all. I cannot hear you. I cannot hear you.
We can hear you.
We can hear you.
Is muted.
We can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay, I finished.
Okay, thank you so much. Jagun, you're welcome. And you have heard so far. I know you have been listening from behind, so I'm not going to, go back all over again. What's your own take?
Thank you. Thank you very much, KJ. And it's good to see you hosting, my brother.
Thank you.
I greet everybody on the platform. I think this is a quite interesting subject, and it can go all ways as normal. The way I look at Nigeria at times is that the country can't break because there are powers that have vested interests in keeping the company together. The country together. So for that reason, I feel that the company can't break. However, having heard what people have said, I would just like to speak briefly to Dexter, who is always very reasonable. And I just wonder, because what the map that is used with the 9 different regions, or 8 different regions, including the federal capital. If it is such that the western side, the Yoruba entity, has largely Yoruba people, it's largely the Yoruba territory, so to speak, what would be the Igbo territory in real terms? In real terms, if the country was to break up and Biafra was voted against, what would be that Biafra being voted against means that the people of the Calabar region or of the Rivers region, the Ijaw people, generally the Midwesterners, as they used to be called, did not join Biafra. So therefore, the Igbos are possibly wanting an entity of their own, or probably not, I don't know. But what would be the geographical area, region that would constitute the Igbos? This for me is quite a pertinent thing, because I think we have to really call our father's name and respect those of our fathers that aren't ours, if you understand me. So we are belonging to our region, we are belonging to our tribe. And I'm not talking this on a tribal level, I'm talking this largely on a geographical level. What is the area? All right. Because, yes, please, I would like you to just entertain me with that real quick.
You, Mr. Jagun. What Mr. Jagun is saying, and like I said, I don't have an opinion, so I'm just going to parley everything together and ask the next question. He has asked a very pertinent question. When Nnamdi Kanu was demanding, he said he had he has some people in Benue, he has some people in Cross River, he has some people in Rivers, he has some people in Akwa Ibom, some people in Edo State, some people in Delta State, and some people even in Kogi State. What is for instance, please bear in mind, it's not about Igbos, it could be about the thieves, it could be about, because I know there are thief tribes that are in Taraba and some in Adamawa, okay? So we're saying, what would be the configuration of this new entity? Will it be with these people who were together before the amalgamation? Will it be the people who were created into 12 states? Will it be the people who are created into 19 or the 36 states right now? How will the formation come to be? I mean that tomorrow we sit down and we say we want to now balkanize the whole thing. Yeah, that's to you, Mr. Duster.
Yes, thank you for the question, Jagun. You see, I think first of all, stop looking at, stop. I think people should desensitize themselves from this idea of what you call it, of the quote of Biafra is like an Igbo agenda. Look, desensitize your mind of it, and stop desensitize your mind of the tribalism. You understand? One of the things that you should look at the prehistoric Nigeria, even before you had the balkanization, before you had this categorization, which some people live on as their bread and butter today. Nigeria has different cultural lines. There are people in Nigeria that, like Asari Dokubo said, Asari Dokubo, if you listen to him, he talked about how the Ijaws, that the Kalabari was actually a mix of, that you had Igbos that were in the Kalabari, but Kalabari was one of the only languages that swallowed up every other language. That's why Asari, we even tell you that Edi Abali, his heritage is from somewhere in Abia State. Do you understand? So my point is that if you look at the part you call the Eastern region, let us stop. See, the point, most of these arguments we are having is because of oil resources. It's because of...
No, bros, don't go too far. Don't go too far. Wait. If I can be allowed,
I'm going to answer the question. I'm going to answer your question.
Dexter, wait, if I can be allowed,
okay,
to put it to you, let us be, because we understand what Nigeria is.
Yes.
But you were complaining that the western area has been cleverly carved out, yet the eastern area has been balkanized. Okay, I take your point. Now, just give me the geography of what.
Good. Let me give you the geography.
Please,
First of all, I think it's a great disservice that somebody sat down in either Oyo State, Sokoto, somewhere else, and divided Nigeria without consulting the people. So that man stood out there. He drew out he's a Yoruba man that did that thing. Fantastic. He drew out what he felt was good for his region.
For the whole country. No,
for the whole country.
Absolutely.
Good. So
you let's be accurate, because I want to just put this to you that although he is a Yoruba man, he made statements saying in that thing, saying that this is not set in stone. This is a negotiation. Go from there.
Jago, I was coming there. I listened to that man's interview. There was something good about what he said. He just said that is a suggestion, it's a starting stone. I saw what the man did. The man did what will I call? He did what was diplomatically correct, in the sense that, okay, I'm trying to give Nigeria a solution, but I'm not going to ruffle any feathers. I know what my area is. Let me take my own area. I will do my own area well. Then I would let the other guys decide for themselves. That's what he did. Okay? That's exactly what he did. But what I'm trying to say here is this. You don't divide. If we are last Nigeria, you don't divide a people that lived as one in unity. You can't say you're coming to help them by start creating fault lines for them. That's what I'm saying. It is the same thing that the colonizers did when they were colonizing, by creating fault lines. That's all I'm saying. Because if the man did not do that, Kogi State, there are some Yorubas in Kogi State.
Not some, many. But you've answered my question. And it's fair enough what you're saying. It's good that I understand you further than your last statement. And it's fair. But I think, you see, we as individuals, because when I looked at that map, I wasn't necessarily in full agreement with the person who created it. But I could see clearly that this guy is using his mind in order to assert a position that may be profitable for all Nigerians. And I respect that. However, if you are talking about a regionality, me as an individual, not as a Yoruba person necessarily, but me as an individual, I would like for the Delta and the Edo region to be part of the Western region, and for that Kogi area to be enlarging all the way to Lokoja, because that is our name. Lokoja is a Yoruba name, if you're not aware. So
right.
wait, sorry, bros. With this, the reason I'm looking to ask Dexter that question and to see how we can expand the conversation is that, is this not a palatable point of negotiation whereby we all get involved, we speak on our own territories, we speak on those that we believe should be a part of us, and begin the actual negotiation instead of, again, starting from a point of victimhood and victimization? I don't believe that this is how to carry yourself as a man. As a man, you need to be able to direct your forward thinking and put it out, as opposed to complaining that you are being victimized again.
Hold on. Hold on, Dexter. Jagun, I don't think he was claiming that, but even before the program started, I had laid out our discussion pattern, and that is that we're not coming with a victimhood mentality. We're only discussing how we can now, as individuals of a different components, different tribes, come together to begin to discuss and find a way forward that will better serve every one of the nations that are in Nigeria. And if that is not possible, is there a possibility for us to sit down and say, okay, we can go on our various ways? Okay, before I come to you, Blackstone, Mr. James
I have a question. I have a question.
Okay.
Yeah. My question is this, right? Is there any country with multilingual language that you see one language, just one single language as a state, that doesn't share that state with other different languages?
Okay, I don't think I have the answer, but coming to my mind, which off my head right now, which Jabun can tell us if it's correct. England don't have. I don't know of any different tribe in England. I don't speak.
No, what I mean, no. Like I have no any country have a multi-language country that have more than one language, that has maybe about 10, 15, 20, 30, or maybe 40 languages or more than that one, right? A multinational, a multilingual country, right? That you can go to that country and say, these people that speak this language is a state. That's their state.
Okay. Thank you. I think it's fairer now. Mr. James, you have a question.
In India.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Circulo. Mr. James.
Yes. Let me reason along with Jagun.
I'm not sure. Are we not allowed to contribute?
Oh, no. You're a host.
What kind of rubbish stuff is that? You are the one hosting. I come on the panel. I call you to speak. You know why he doesn't want me to speak? Because he doesn't want to hear the opposition.
No, don't say that.
Don't say that. Don't say that. You're being funny. I was on the panel when the last time I was here. He was there. He spoke. I didn't say, oh, because you are a host, you don't speak. Come on. Don't do that. You did that the first time.
Listen, Father, you have a contrary opinion, but that's okay.
You did that before. You didn't do that the first time I came on. You did it again now.
Now, when you come on the panel, please be civil with your language. I don't think I'm saying no. You're not civil, please. And I don't
you are trying to censor some panelists. It's not fair. I'm a panelist.
No, I'm not. You see, Pastor has been here, and you also have been here, and I said that any of you can intervene at any time you want. I said that.
He has said that, bro. He has said that. Let's not be too controversial.
No, I wasn't here because I don't normally speak, because the way Pastor does it is that he comes on the panel, he doesn't say anything.
Sorry, when James finish asking his question, you can answer all the questions.
I wait for my turn.
All right. Go ahead, Father.
Yeah. See, the reason why I came in here was when I heard Dexter going on, and now I see why the Southwest is doing way better in Nigeria than any other part of the country. Nigerians are very dishonest people. They are cheats and they are liars. They can't. According to Luca, they don't have foresight. They don't know what they are doing because they pretend as if other people don't exist. I lived in a property in Port Harcourt that was seized from it by Igbo people. It was seized from Igbo people in Port Harcourt. What led to that type of behavior? They'll pretend as if it never happened. And that same behavior and that led to that thing happening is still going on today. They pretend as if nobody exists there. Let me check the demographics of Nigeria. In the South region, that they pretend as if no other people exist, 3.5% of people there are Ibibio. We are not talking about Ijaw people. The Ijaw people are almost 2% of population of the country. We are not talking about the other groups that belong in those areas. If you count them, then you go to Delta State. We are not talking about the Urobo. We're not talking about Urobo is about 2 million at least. But when they talk about it as if those people don't exist. Let's just it's one region. This is why that region is not doing well. Do you know that region between the southeast and the south, they have far more population than the southwest? Because they don't know how to work with other people. They just think that they own everything. And look at the way he described Calabari now. That because a lot of Igbo people are in Calabari, they are Calabari. They are in Bonny, they are Bonny. The reason why you are present there is because of Nigeria. That is why you are there in the first place. It's so sad.
Okay.
If you are in the north, hold on, let me finish. If you are in the north, do you claim the north because you are in the north? Nigeria is the reason why many Southeasterners are in the South. From Oyibo people enslavement period when they were bringing them, King Jadamo people was brought from Igbo land into Bonny. That is the trend. And now they want to say, oh, that we're all one, take it, let's take it all because it's ours. I see people online, when they go, the Ibani people, they were speaking their language. An Igbo guy came there and said, the Ibani language is an Igbo language, it's not, it doesn't exist. It's like, these people are like, we know our language. And even I know it because I grew up in Port Harcourt. I know their songs. And I said, I've heard that song. I've never had one Igbo word that I can remember. I remember playing that song here for KJ to listen to. KJ couldn't tell one word from that song. One word. And you come here, and that's one of the oldest language in the Niger-Congo family. In short, it's not even belong to the Niger-Congo family. One of the oldest languages in Africa. And somehow they don't exist. I don't understand how we keep making the same mistake over and over again. How do we do these things?
All right, forefather.
I'm not finished.
No, I'm moderating, so I will tell you when you finish, not when you decide to finish. But I want to ask you a question. You see, when you come on, because it's already a discussion going on, don't come with the view of coming to quarrel with people who have made their submission. You make your own submission, and if the people agree with you, they will go along. If they don't agree with you, they will ask you questions, and I will pally those questions back to you. But please take it and understand that these are their views. They are entitled to it. Okay? When you say the things you say, it makes me, I cringe because it's not supposed to be so. Okay? I don't want to be hard on, you or any other person. Let's discuss. It's a discussion. It's your view. Present your view the way you want to present it. Others will do their own. Right? You have said that now. Please, I want to ask you a question. Now, is it true? I was reading a book yesterday in preparation for this program. And I was reading a book. The guy was talking about the fact that Biafra, he's a European man talking, existed 500 years before the formation of even that region called, that became Nigeria. I don't know how true that is because I'm not trying to quote one source. I normally would do more than one source before I can say this is what this person is saying. If that be the truth, what you are saying now, that it was Nigeria that brought people to where they are today, would that be correct?
Biafra never existed. You know that. Even the Igbo people barely have one leader. How can he possibly exist? For it to exist, they have to have an overarching governing structure. They don't have it. They never did. Even the Igbo people barely recognize themselves as one governing structure until the British amass. It's the Arochukwu people. Their religion is a loosely knit this thing. That's why the British couldn't conquer them, because they were a little bit too loose. Not to mention in the South, where they still speak a totally different language, they have a totally different lifestyle. They were the ones going inland with the British to go and capture Igbo and bring them. We know the history. We know it. That's where King Jaja Opobo came from. That's where King Jaja Opobo came from.
All right. Thank you, Mr. James. You are putting up your hand. Yes. Can we hear from you?
Thank you. I will try to be as objective as possible. The Igbo people, they have a unique political system. They call them the acephalous societies. Acephalous. Here in the Gambia where I live, the Jola people, that's the ethnic group of the former president, Yahya Jammeh, they are acephalous. They have no kings, they have no chiefs, they are all equal, but somehow they know how they organize themselves. Actually, I'm unable to study them because I need to get too close to them to be able to understand what they are up to. Anyway, that's that. Now, I want to reason along with Mr. Jagu. Let me start maybe from where he stopped.
But I'm not finished my submission. I don't know why.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't know why he's just taking it. So my point is that one of the reasons why I feel strongly about it, because I live in that property.
Forefather, sorry for interjecting you. Forefather, hold on 1 second. You said Nigerians are liars. They're not truthful.
Some of them.
Correct. Am I quoting you right?
Some of them, yes.
Some of them. Thanks for correcting the record. Go ahead. Thanks for correcting that. Thanks.
Yes.
Go ahead.
And to be fair, it's not only Nigerians. You see that in many cultures where they pretend as if they don't know what they are doing to other people. And it leads to a lot of conflict. In Somalia, Ethiopia, you see that when you talk to them. Most people are just dishonest when they are talking about their people versus other people. They don't really tell the truth. Me, because I grew up in River State, I saw with my own eyes. And I felt like, why would they take property from people? What kind of wickedness is that will just make you take property from the people that belongs to them? Until today, the property have never been returned. And I don't see those rivers who are apologizing for it. Why? Because they felt that they were hard done by. Do you know the areas like Yenegua, all those areas where they discovered oil? I think the first time I heard that they, from Port Harcourt, when they built the first petrol station in that area, was in the 90s. And you wonder why Adakaboro was crossed, that all their wealth was going towards other. Adakaboro doesn't know the north. All he knew was Enugu. He was blaming the Igbo people for it. For what was happening that time. The division that happened in the south that time was very strong. People choose to forget history and pretend as if it never happened until it repeats itself again. And that's the thing that bothers me. I thought after how many decades now that the young generation will be a little bit more a kind of thoughtful about these topics, given how tragic it was. They just talk, and it's like it's so strange because you can see how it can happen again.
Okay.
Now I see how it can happen again.
Let me finish my point then, since he has finished his.
Okay, I don't.
Everybody suddenly wants to talk suddenly. Everybody had their turn. Nobody interrupted each other.
No, excuse me,
Mr. J, hold on. I'll give you a time. Forefather, please have to round up.
So my take on this is that if we don't start talking honestly about these topics, we are not going to get anywhere. And the idea that it's only Yugoslavia that is broken up and they are doing very well, the greater Yugoslavia that they had before, those smaller nations will never be as great as that greater Yugoslavia. The greatest nations in the world are often the biggest ones. And the only reason why anybody even pays any attention to Nigeria today is because we are as big as we are. The moment we become small, then they will maybe focus on Ethiopia or some other people, because we are completely useless to anybody. Look at the Niger Republic, Burkina Faso, and Mali. They are busy forming this thing. Let me finish. No, you have your chance.
No, thank you. I just asked not to be taken out if my camera is off. I'm here. Please don't take me off.
So Burkina Faso and the others, they are forming larger groups because they understood what many of our nations refuse to understand. Till today, they are talking about West African forces that are not conglomerates in terms of having a defense pact among themselves, while 3 nations recently just broke out and created that. The point I'm making is that.
Father, hold on 1 second, please. I think we've derailed, or we've moved away from the.
So that's what I'm talking back.
From the.
But they were talking about Yugoslavia. They were not derailed.
Oh.
They were talking about Yugoslavia in terms of going their separate ways. If you look
and I'm trying to make the counter argument.
Father,
I say you have 2 minutes. If you don't mind.
What kind of censorship is this? I'm trying to make the counter argument.
No, Father, don't say somebody's censoring you. That would be disrespectful. We are not censoring you, please. We are all moderators here. Don't do that.
Yeah, but okay. Then why are you stopping me?
I didn't. I'm only saying that.
Because logically, I'm making the opposite argument. Do you think I'm coming here to just make random statements?
All right. The floor is yours. Go ahead, Father. The floor is yours. Go ahead.
Let's be logical here. The idea is that they are able to talk about division. Why shouldn't I talk about people coming together to build greater forces to be able to achieve more? So my point is that thank you. My point is that when these nations came together, they became stronger for it. When nations band together, they become stronger for it. That's what NATO represents. That's what the United Kingdom even represents. United Kingdom is a United Kingdom for a reason. It's not because they are together as one, like they like each other too much. As a matter of fact, the Scottish despise the English in so many ways. The Irish, the Welsh, the same thing. The Irish, they were bombing each other all the time. But yet, they are United Kingdom. These will govern the world with that the so-called Great Britain that we like to praise every day. While we want to still play the same game that Lord Lugard saw us playing, that are not aware, no apprehension of the future, no foresight, nothing. We just want to play like the way we were playing before they came.
Okay,
go back to where you were before.
At this point, because I've spoken for more than the time I gave you.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Come back to you. Now, here is what I want to say to those who want to be backstage. For the purpose of the pictorial quality or the beauty of this, I'm going to take you backstage. If you want to come back, you indicate. But we can't have these black patches on this thing. It doesn't look well. All right, for those who are still watching and following us, it doesn't look well when people have, those spots there. All right, having said that, and I thank you, Father, for your contribution. And I want to give Dexter the right of response before we go to some other person. Yeah, I can see your hand, Sekolo.
Can you go to James first? Can you go to James first?
Yeah,
he's been trying several times to get in.
All right.
It's James' turn. I just wanted to make a quick comment. We are waiting, so I think you should time people so that we don't stay here forever and just be listening without contributing.
Yeah, I thought we could regulate ourselves, but since that's not working, I'll have to time everybody. All right, Mr. James, go ahead. Thank you. Mr. James.
Okay. I think Mr. James is frozen.
Yeah.
He's not moving. I think he's frozen.
Can I use this time to quickly say to KJ that if, there are certain things that we're not supposed to eat, smoke or whatever on the platform. So at the time when we're doing that, or anything that should not be visual, one can turn their own camera off. Is that not acceptable? I think that's quite an acceptable route to keeping the rules.
Okay, listen, this is what I'm saying. If I'm a guest on the platform and I come into this platform and I see plenty of holes with,
No, I understand that. So I understand what you said. You don't have to repeat yourself. I'm putting to you, sir, that we who are regular on this program.
Yes, I will always bring you in whenever you are ready.
No, because we're regular and we want to try and keep rules. I've seen that certain watersheds that have taken place within the way we moderate, and there are certain good pluses and there are certain minuses. What I would like is that there is even though everyone has their different style, there is a flat ruling that we can contribute to, because I for one, I want to stop my own bad behavior. You understand? On the platform, I want to stop I'm looking to curb my own bad behavior, so my expressions are what speak for me, as opposed to me doing anything that people see, because people are so invested in other people's houses. So just to turn the camera off means that there's no complaint, I would think.
Okay. Well,
thank you.
Thank
you for hearing me.
Thank you. All right. Thank you. Thank you, everybody who is on the platform, and know that KJ is not perfect. So I'm not expecting to have every I's dotted and every T crossed, but that's okay.
KJ, I'd like to interject, KJ, 1 second, please.
Okay.
Gentlemen, let me give a background of this protest. Myself and KJ had a meeting in respect to this protest, and the focus was, if you read the description, good governance. KJ is the main moderator, and for that reason, it will be accorded everything. I'm just here supporting or being a co-moderator. The issue of Nigeria, if you read the description very well, it was actually, this came up as a result of one of the panelists that was here in our last broadcast called Christians. Somebody have their mic on, kind of a background coming on. Noise coming. Somebody have, Christian gave a very, very strong argument. So we came up with this, with the hope that to move forward, not necessarily for us to argue. We recognize our history, our IPOB and everything. KJ started with referencing to the Constitution, which was very valid. There is nothing in the Constitution that forbids succession or separation. The statement which I typed out here does not in any way suggest that we cannot go our separate way if that will help to solve the problem that we are facing. I'm just trying to get it up back here. I typed it down here. So this is it here. To live in unity and harmony as one indivisible and indissoluble nation. This argument has never been tested in a court of law to suggest that we cannot go our separate ways. Impossible. That is not what it's saying. So if we are not getting good governance in the present context of Nigeria, and we want to go separate ways, the point is for us not to tread in the path of tribe, because we all have the same need. We are going through, like what KJ said, that P2B said, if I go and buy bread, and I say, as an Ijoma, go and buy bread, 1,500 naira, forefather, you go and buy the same at the same price. We all have the same need. That is the line we want to tread. I yield the floor back to you, KJ. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, my brother Janaba. I see you. But before I come to you, while you are thinking of what you have already discussed, I want you to also understand what is the peculiarity of what is happening in Benue as vis-a-vis what we are discussing. I will give a right of response to Dexter, then you can answer that. Thank you. Yeah, Dexter can go ahead.
Thank you. First of all, what I want to say is I'm not going to respond to things that, there are things that are premonition. So maybe, there are points that people are making, and then somebody just has a viewpoint in his mind and is not listening to the arguments that are being placed on the table. So I'm not going to respond to divisive things. One of the things I was trying to say was that what you call the Eastern region was actually not a balkanized region where people lived, they traveled, they intermarried, they saw themselves as one. They were not seeing themselves as tribal bigots. I'm not going to condescend to that whole idea of tribalism and somebody trying to play all those kind of cards here. The name Biafra, the bite of Biafra was long in existence. The bite of Biafra, the name Biafra was not even coined by an Igbo person. So, what we need to do, one of the sad realities of Nigeria is that Nigeria has, after 1966, has denied people the real history. And people don't sit down to read. Many Nigerians, like they say, if you want to hide something from an African man, put it inside a book. Because 90% of Africans will not read, but we will listen to commentary. You know, listen to commentary that has been said. Example, I give you example today. I was listening to something while I was on the road today. I'm not trying to throw anybody under the bus, but Pastor Michael Oropo was recently telling people about Catherine Kuhlman, you know, and he was talking about Catherine Kuhlman. Meanwhile, somebody that wrote a biography of Catherine said, look, that thing you're saying is not true. Because what he was quoting, although he was trying to excise the people, but what he was quoting was not correct. He said something about Kenneth Hagin. How when Kenneth Hagin died, nobody could touch his body. But it was not true. It was a lie. So my point is this. One of the problems we have as Africans is, one, we don't sit down to read things and get the context of it, really. We easily just take the face value of it and what excites us so much, you know. But read and go to know the history of situations before you make a decision. That's all our advice, you know, rather than, because I'm going to have a brick bat. Like when Jagun was giving me his point, you know, it was constructive. But I'm not going to have something that is going to be, you know, brick bat. The history is there.
Okay.
Anybody that wants to read can go back and read. You can see there was a bite of Biafra. There were people that were doing trade. There were people that were living. And if we're talking about Nigerian unity, we should not come with divisive tendencies. People were living united. They lived, they were traveling, they were trading, their culture they are culturally intertwined together. You know, so what's this whole thing of somebody is trying to paint the idea of, oh, you are still carrying the idea of the conquest, and that is what is happening. So I'm not going to get into that at all.
Thank you. I appreciate that response. And I just want to say, in my primary school, I had an atlas. I had a atlas map. Okay, I still have it. It was, of course, printed, you know, and in that map, because I used to love to read maps. You know, I used to read the oceans and all that, and I saw the bite of Biafra right on that. Okay, before it was eventually taken off, and later on, I did a research and I want to find out why it was changed from bite of Biafra. They say, oh, the ones maps printed for Nigeria don't have bite of Biafra, but you could search for bite of Biafra in other places. It's still there. Okay.
Do you know what bite of Biafra means?
No, I don't want to go into that place. That's what we are discussing. I'm just quoting to say that
the entire area, including Lagos, all those areas, the water areas, completely. That's the area they refer to as bite of Biafra.
Okay. No problem. No problem. You will have the time and explain to us.
I wish we knew what we were using, the terms we were using.
Was 3 minutes going forward so that everybody can have a take at it. All right. I have my timer right in front of me. Secular, if you don't mind, I'm going to my brother John Abba, who has not made any comments, so that he can also contribute. Go ahead, John Abba.
Please, my brother KJ, I want to listen to the guy because I have some word for him. So maybe that will sway me.
Okay. You can go ahead, Secular.
Okay. I will make a quick comment on the issue of whether the country, if things are not working out, it should divide. Let's make it very clear. The most successful nations in history are usually great unions. The United States is an example. Russia is a great union. Even China, despite they look ethnically the same, but they are a great union. There were so many kingdoms that came together to make up China. India, even in history, in Africa, in classical Africa, the two great empires that we had, the ancient Kush, that in the Sudan area, and the ancient Kemet that you call ancient Egypt, these were great unions that came together and they performed very well in history. Nigeria is on that path of creating a great union. So we must be very clear that it is a good idea to have the Federal Republic of Nigeria. In fact, we want something more bigger than that. If possible, if a West Africa can even be a confederation, it should be. Let that be very clear. But now we have to address the challenges. Now these challenges, if they are not fixed, this is the fate of Nigeria. Whether we like it or not, it will be divided if you don't fix this problem. And one of this problem is this issue of tribe, ethnicity that we are addressing. And it is very unfortunate. If you read a book written by an American called The Destruction of Black Civilization by Chancellor Williams, he said throughout history, there's something unfortunate about Black people. We can fight over clan and tribes forever, and ignore the real enemies that are coming to destroy us. It has always been our weakness. That's how ancient Egypt fell. That's how most of our kingdom fell. We were busy fighting over clan and tribe. Let me tell you, if you create a Biafra today, among the Biafra, there will be a clan war. This person is Nsukka, Igbo. Me, I'm not from Nsukka. That will start. If you create a Yoruba nation today, they will say this one is Ijebu, and then this one is from Oshu. That kind of clannish fight will start. It never ends. It can narrow down even to family names. But what we have to do is to go past that. What the Europeans have done is to look back, do linguistic study, and say, we are connected. I'm very sure if you put all the languages in Southwest and Southeast together and you do linguistic study, you find out that they belong to one family tree. That's the fact. It is a European who divided African language into Niger Congo, into Cushitic language, and then Afro-Asiatic. That was a European called Greenberg. The African historians themselves have not sat down to classify our languages. Okay, we have not done that yet. We are just putting ourselves into these little tribal buckets, which are not really useful. And I think there's a lot of work to do in order to fix the issue of tribalism. That's why Pan-Africanism resonates with people like me. We believe in Pan-Africanism, which says that our differences as African people is really irrelevant compared to our similarities. Our similarity is greater than our differences. Why do you pour libation in Yoruba land and pour water or wine on the ground and do it in the same Igbo land when you pray to the ancestors? If we are so different, why do we have that same rituals? There's a lot of similarity between us. There's a lot of things that connect us. I think those are the things that need to be explored by our politicians, our scientists, and our educators. If we can do this, we can create a great kingdom. And in fact, our ancestors did it. The pre-colonial empire were not based on tribes. That's the truth. People don't know this. Let's start with Ouagadougou Empire of Ghana, that they call Ghana Empire, that covered Mauritania, parts of Senegal, Mali. They were speaking Soninke language because it was the language of the emperor. But there were other ethnic groups all over them, and the emperor didn't say, because you belong to this ethnic group, you must change. That's not how it used to be.
All right.
I think the conversation needs to be elevated for us to create a Pan-African philosophy to go beyond tribe. I think that's the only way we can be able to create a prosperous nation in Africa.
Thank you, Dexter. I'm sorry, Secular. Secular, you have actually elevated the conversation to another level. And I will come back to my brother. While you have heard what Secular said, when you are answering your own, do you think that we should now alleviate this conversation and then instead of looking at, form a confederacy of the whole of to be able to have enough force, marketing and otherwise in our nation? Jonaba, sorry, Jonaba, go ahead.
Shogun, 1 second. What do you want to say, please?
Jagun,
what do you want to say, please?
He's giving you 1 second. You are
Unmute yourself.
You are muted.
Yes, Janaba, please go ahead. I just wanted to follow the question together with what Sekou said, but please, it's your turn. Go ahead.
Okay, those things you do behind the scene that you have to turn the camera off is very necessary. It contributed to a spiritual life, and I think that's why you speak from the deep way of life. So it's a good thing to give you a moment while you do your ritual. I told KJ to do that.
I won't feel Joe. What go somewhere?
Thank you, KJ. Pastor Electricity to Niger, the Blackstone, and my brother Sheko and Jagun. It's a beautiful thing to hear you again. In order to elevate this conversation, your last submission fired me up. I was coming for you But I think my spirit of pastorship have calmed down for you because you mentioned that religious thing about the North. We can't have it in both ways because your last submission was very elevated and well informed, and that is what I personally think that the space is too little mine to quantify ourselves within that geographical area that we are looking for a better Nigerian forward and a better Africa. I'm for Pan-Africa. I think we're even too small. And that's why the passing on or whatever happened to Muammar Gaddafi, it hurt me today because it's a mind that one African bigger than what it is. So when I say young men and women come here, I don't want to be trying to choose my word carefully, but those things are too primary in 21st century. We should look for a common ground on how we can live together in peace and harmony and how to make a better negotiation. Because all of these resources, if we negotiate well with our people that want to come and invest or people who happen to get our product, we'll be a better country because it's a give and take. Life is about interest. And when you invest your interest solely, your heart is there. So there is a good book that says, for where electricity pastor, he said that where your treasure is, that is where your heart is. So all of us, we mean well for Africa. And I believe that we should put all those differences and create our own story and create our own future and create our own history. There are things you can't change in this life. And those things you have to hold yourself and move beyond it. If you are holding on to the past, the future will elude you. So let us move forward. And as much as we want to hold the history of the past, but we can create a better history for ourselves from here, now, and forward. So let us not put this tribal thing as a big barrier. Our tradition and our way of life is unique. The kingdom that was established, and there are certain things we can go back to, and there are certain things we can't go back to. But all I say here is that I believe we all have a great potential when we look forward and we say, okay, for instance, there was no history before we get here. Can't we create one for our children? That is a beautiful one. So why must we hold on to the past instead of moving forward? Thank you.
Thank you so much, John Abba. Even though I was prepared to give you more time as my brother, but you said to use our very, we are very straightforward. We from Benue, so you just use the normal time and left it that way. That's very good. I appreciate your contribution, but you didn't also tell us, because what we are discussing is also part of what goes on in Benue. I know Benue police very well, because since the formation of Benue, and Idoma man had never had the opportunity of leading the state. Before they took away the Igalas, it was mostly between Tiv and Igala. Eventually, when Igalas were removed, now the battle in Benue is there's the Agatu people who are still part of Benue. There is also there's another part of Idoma that's also been kind of cut to the side. What's their name now? I've forgotten that name. So what I'm saying, I want to hear from you is, how is that being settled vis-a-vis in the generally what's going on in Nigeria? Is it something that can be, that there's a solution to, or is it going to perpetually be that an Idomama will always be vice deputy governor, or better still get the commissioner for finance? How do you see it? How can that be resolved in Benue? Do you have
Thank you so very much for bringing back again. Idoma people, they are like Kibo people. They are their own enemy. They are never united. They are sell out of themselves. The Benue politics, like you said, you know them very, very well. There are a lot of thieves who will love to work to see a good candidate emerge from Idoma to become the governor. But unfortunately, each time that opportunity comes, they sell themselves out. You know that as little as Idoma tribe, they have hold federal appointment more than any minority in Nigeria. If you go and look at the history, even from UN, before the guy become the king of Idoma land and on to these days, it's non-stop. And the current governor, when he came to power, you know that George Akume was almost like his godfather. They have a similar thing that is going on in Benue, similar to what is going on in River State. But the governor is handling it well in the sense of the way he's going around it. And who is the problem? Akume is a thief man. The governor is a thief man. What are you saying? You don't want people to take a side of Akume because Akume is in the federal appointment, and instead of them to play good politics, knowing that especially when the people is serving the people to the best of his knowledge and the people like him, instead of Idoma people to flow with that, most of the House of Rep and the local government went and removed, even though he suspended them, which is becoming indefinite suspension that lead to a new election soon. But those one in the House of Rep went to they have been loyal to Akume and went and started removing his portrait picture from their offices. So when people don't know how to play politics, that is what they get. Politics is a game. And the game that you play, you must have a strategy. You cannot be here and there. If two brothers are fighting, sometimes you come in between in a nice way. But when you take a part, now they deny many federal appointments. Now the governor called the president and he said to the president, do you want to win this state again? The president said, yes, it's okay. This federal appointment and these people you are giving it to, they are fighting me. And if they're fighting me and you're trying to give them this appointment, which one? They're gonna lose. And most of those appointments are Benue people, Idoma people, and they now take their name off the list, including the traditional chief that they are supposed to be entitled for some traditional title. He called them, it's okay. The people say I'm doing well. This person is against me. Why are you giving him a title? And the Ochidoma withdrew those names. So the Benue politics, I think Idoma people are the worst enemy of themselves. I'm an Idoma guy, and people sometimes say, why you speak of them? Like, I know that I am part of them that have tried my best bringing those politicians and the traditional together in the United States here to make sure there's a way forward. But each time you try to unite them, they have their own way of life that never serve the greater goods of the Idoma land. And that's why there's no genuine Idoma man that have gone to that level. I hope they get it together soon.
Thank you so much for that enlightenment. I'm coming to you, speak the truth. Yes, before I asked Pastor John that question about Benue, all I was trying to get is the feel of what is going on as in politics, as in division, as in all that in Benue. But before then, Secular told us that it would be better, instead of Nigeria dividing, to become even enlarged, to become a confederation of all the West African states. That will even serve the purpose better. Do you agree with that summation, or do you think that we should just keep managing Nigeria the way it is until eventually it will come?
Please, I want to send out. Can I give because I've been here for more than 1 hour and no talk. Because you're not giving me time. So can you just say something?
What's the question for me?
I think KJ is frozen, and I don't know who he was asking. So I think Forefather is here.
If you think it was for you, I speak the truth, you can go ahead. Sis,
I mean, but if
I don't know if Pastor
Blackstone, you say you want to leave, you can go ahead. And
I want to leave. So let me just give my last submission before I leave.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. I go in line with Second, the last guy that spoke before John Alban, because every big nation has power. That is why every nation try to be big, you know. Dividing Nigeria into smaller nations or smaller countries will not help Nigeria. Just as I said, there will still be fight. People are still people. It's not because we divide or we go our separate ways that will make us develop or make us have peace. No. If you look very well, the people that are also causing this division in Nigeria are also the people that also be there in those countries that are going to be formed. So if you look, why do we have Europe? Why do Europe have to come together as one community, as European Union? Just because they want to try to counter the American. They came together as one economic bloc. Later, they came together as to have one currency, just because they want to be able to stand and fight and rub shoulder with America in population, in policies, in trade, in business. You know. So today, Europe is Europe coming together as one nation. They have power, they have strength. So if we are able to manage our diversities, it will be of big benefit to us, to Nigeria, to Africa, right? Because Africa needs a country that stand in the world politics. I would say yes. This is an African country that is fighting for all Africans, that is standing for Africa. And that country should be Nigeria, because we have the population, we have the resources, we have the intellectuals, and so on and so forth. So for me, I don't see any reason why we'll be agitating for division or breaking the nation into different countries and so on and so forth. But we should work hard. We should work towards unity, right? So, and I think one of the biggest problems we have in Nigeria is the lack of love for Nigeria.
Okay.
I'm not finished. Let me finish, sir.
All right, round up, sir.
So I believe that about more than 60% of Nigeria do not love Nigeria. That's the problem. So if you don't love your country, you cannot fight for your country. You cannot sacrifice country. So whatever comes your way, you take it. You know, that is why the issue of division, going our separate ways for dividing the nation. That is why it is in the bone and heart, because if you love the country, you will work for the unity of the country. You work to bring everybody together in the same union. There might be some differences, but our differences today is just more than the things that unite us.
All right.
We should be able to say that, to know that there's strength in numbers.
Thank you.
That's why we have big militaries all over the world.
Thank you so much. I think the point is well understood. I'm coming to you, forefather. I'm going
you understand me, so goodbye.
We understand you. I understand you perfectly.
I talk to KJ. Yeah.
Forefather, I understand you. That is what you said. I'm using to frame the question for forefather now. Blackstone said that Nigerians don't love Nigeria as a country. While you're answering and bringing your own point, please also help us answer. Is it true that Nigerians don't love Nigeria as a nation? Because, this term, love your country, we are quick to answering that. This person said, we don't ask what your country can do for what you can do for your country. He says that because as an American, even when a person buy outside America, they do everything possible to bring you back to their soil. And they will make an inquiry to find out why that happened to you. But in our own case, people are even they are innocent, are even being maltreated in other nations. Our nation don't care to do anything for such a people. Do you think if you are the one who was caught up in Brazil framed up for one reason or the other, and your nation doesn't do anything, and you manage to come back, you will still show love for that nation that didn't bother whether you die or not? while you're answering, sir, frame that into your answer. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. You see, first of all, I need to kind of express my regret in the way I went at Pastor, because I do respect his approach. He tries to live up to his own words, and the way he apologized for interrupting me, that is the way human beings should behave. And maybe I should have been a little bit more reticent before I just went this in. So I regret using such language, and I don't think you deserve it.
Sorry for interjecting. Thank you. I was about to ask you if you have anything. Are you on Colos?
No, I think
something this evening.
Some days I'm not very generous because I feel pained. You know, I feel pain. I grew up. You know, when I think about where I grew up, and I feel a bit more visceral about it because I see these things, and I'm one of those people that feel like Rivers people were very evil for taking those properties from people. I lived in them, so I feel very visceral about those things. And I see that region is suffering, and they have so much wealth, and they suffer more because of all these things, this divisiveness that we have in that area. So there are consequences to it, and I'm a part of the people that feel it. And some people don't even recognize it. But that said, I understand what KJ is saying about Nigerians not feeling like they love their country and stuff like that. If you ask them, do you love your country, Nigeria? Yes, many of them will probably not say yes. Especially some of them that are politically aware, they may not say yes. But they are like women that say they don't love that guy, but they sleep with the guy on the side, and so that people don't notice. Because yesterday I heard a Nigerian lady said, if you, she was telling an African American that if you think you want to compete with Nigerians, we may look like we are divided, but by the time you know, if it's about money, it's going to end up in the hands of Nigerians. So when it comes down to it, Nigerians can be quite united. They are terrible people. If you cross Nigerians, they don't care whether they hate each other inside the country. If you go online, that's where you know. That's where you know Nigerians can band together and come after you. Anybody that has gone after Nigerians online will testify to it. The Nigerians will band together and come after you. Hence, if you look at all these influencers, they are very careful when they talk about Nigerians. Why do you think they are that careful? They're not careful when they talk about Chinese and other people, but they are careful when they talk about Nigerians because Nigerians, they come at you. So I feel like Nigerians may not love their country in terms of when you ask the ones that are politically aware, but everyday Nigerians on the street, 99% of the time, they are not thinking about all this stuff. They are getting along with their lives, working together, doing a lot of things in the music industry, in the film industry. They are doing it, even in religion. They are doing all those things. It's when it comes to politics, all this religion, that's when all this divisive stuff start cropping up. Look at one man was on the show today. It's all good now, isn't it? Let's start getting towards the election. Now they are not friends anymore. Everybody start becoming enemy. They start becoming divided. Those are the fault lines that divide us. I don't think Nigerians truly hate. You can't hate it's like hating your own parents. Your parents might be poor. How can you hate them? Nigeria is in your blood. The sickle cell mutation that gives us an advantage against the malaria disease, it takes thousands of years to build that kind of immunity. It's in your blood. And woe betide anybody that says they hate their country. Yes, your country might not be good. If you look at other countries, I think there are many countries in the world that are doing well today. Their countries have inflicted far more pain on their people. Make no mistake. It has inflicted far more pain on them. Russians have gone through hell. Chinese have gone through hell. Indians have gone through hell. The English have gone through hell. All of them, they are going through it too. They've gone through it and they come out on the other side. And I think that's where I will leave it. I just think that you can take the word and they don't like it, but deep inside, people love their country and they love their land. When it comes down to it, they will fight for this land. If other people come and attack us, that's when you know.
Okay. Mr. I Speak the Truth, are you available to speak with us now? If you heard forefather submission, he said Nigerians will go to war against anybody who wants to fight the nation. But there's a video that we played earlier. I don't know if I can find
If you were
it.
giving 50 million naira to leave Nigeria and never come back, would you take it?
God go punish me if I come back. Even I don't need 50 million, just visa. Even to come and greet my mom, I won't call, no food. I never chop this morning. I never chop this afternoon. It's only visa that can change my life. Just America.
If you were giving 50 million.
Now, I speak the truth. When answer your question, can you frame that? Because that's a young man who is the future of Nigeria. And that is his answer to what he feels about Nigeria. What is your...
Well, if we look at Nigeria today, there is no sense of nationalism. And there shouldn't be, considering the fact that the country has let down the people. So if you expect the people to fight or love the country, and I've discussed this with forefathers a lot, and we've disagreed severally, and she holds that position, which I think is just mere fantasy, to think like if there was a conflict, let's say for example there was a conflict of an aggressive country, there was aggression against Nigeria, and they called for a draft. Most Nigerians of fighting age would run out of that country before they pick up guns to defend the country. And why is that so? Because they haven't gained anything from Nigeria. And is that sad? Yes, but that is just the reality on ground right now. But in saying that, I just also wanted to delve into, there were certain things you guys were talking about earlier, and which when you got frozen, you asked a question, and I believe it was intended for me, but the Black Zone said he had to leave. So I said, all right, so just go ahead and talk. He mentioned that Sekou said Nigeria, instead of dividing, should encompass the whole West African region. And that is a view that I have always preferred, but we have to be realistic. Nigeria, and indeed the whole West African region, is not in a position right now to become one, talk less of Africa. We already have, in the biggest country in West Africa, the most influential country, we already have a divide. We already have pseudo-secessionist groups that are saying they want to leave. West Africa itself is also divided into the Francophone and Anglophone sectors. So that also is a problem that we have. It'd be great, but in this time in history, we can't have it. When we could have had it was done when Nigeria was leading in Pan-Africanism, supporting the ANC against apartheid, paying to fund democracies all over Africa, First Act 77, things that would have brought pride to the Black race as a whole. But like I said, that is down in history. Now, the topic, while I was doing, well, the headline right now shows that successive separation, and there's people that of course want to separate for various reasons known to them, some of them justified, some of them maybe not, depending on where you are leaning. But this is a question I always ask people, and nobody has ever been able to explain it to me without getting angry. I always ask a very simple question. Say for example, we say, well, we meaning Nigerians say, well, the Biafrans are tired. They want to go. They've always said they are being held back. Which parts of Nigeria would encompass Biafra? Which states? And nobody has ever been able to explain this to me without getting angry. Who's gonna, in terms of a referendum, who's gonna vote? Who is eligible to cast a vote in the referendum? Is Biafra going to encompass what we know today as the core Southeast, which are 5 states, or would it cross East and West across, will they now take in places like Cross River? Will they take in places like Bayelsa? Will they take in places like the rivers? The leader of the secessionist group that's currently on trial, Nnamdi Kanu, has said he wanted places as far as Ondo and Benue. Would he be allowed to encroach? Because now, let's say I'm speaking as a military strategist. There is already a natural border, which is the River Niger, which nature has already put in place to make sure that certain areas are divided. And this was so before Nigeria became amalgamated. So are we saying, because we've heard people say, well, there are Igbos in the Delta region and there are Igbos in the Edo region. Again, like I said, now this is speaking as a if I was to sit down and discuss as a military strategist, would you now let them encroach the remember, this would be a potentially adversarial nation if they were to separate. So would you now let them naturally encroach the River Niger, set up shop on the edge of what will be a Yoruba populated country? So these are things I always ask people. And every time I ask these questions, I am met with vitriol. And if someone was to be able to explain it to me, maybe I would be able to go further with this discussion.
All right. Thank you for that submission. And I think it was well taken. I don't know, Mr. James, he's asking, how come there's no defined boundary? I don't know if you have the answer. How come there are no boundaries? Where is the Igbo? Someone's volume is on and mic is open. Now, where will it start and where will it end? Because right now, as it is, there are Igbos in Cross River, there are Igbos in Akwa Ibom, there are Igbos in rivers, there are Igbos in Delta, although some of them may not be Igbos. There are Igbos in Kogi State. Now, I would have thought, if I had an opinion, I would have said these things are very easy. There's something called referendum, but I'm not trying to put words into your mouth. We are saying now, assuming we all accept that people should go their various ways, those people who have said, they are not in that line before, okay, let me give you a pointer here. Who was the deputy president or whatever it was, head of state during the Biafran time, was a guy from Cross River State, if I'm not mistaken, either Cross River or Akwa Ibom. So what will be the configuration of that part of the East if we're supposed to have it?
Okay, your line was breaking, but I think I got the gist of the question you put across. To answer this question requires some explanations. I remember during the Civil War, I was a very little boy though. There was a man they called Benjamin Adekunle. He was the head of the 3rd Marine Commando. They trained at Takwa Bay in Lagos. Then they invaded the east through River State. When they entered through rivers, the people in the rivers areas, they asked them, where have you been all along? We'll be waiting for you. So they opened another front there without meeting any resistance. Now, why did they not meet resistance? It's because the Igbos resident there have moved down to the core Biafra to fight the war. Now, the people of rivers, they have I don't know how to put it, they have should I say misunderstanding, or it might not be as serious as that with the Igbos. When the eastern region was a block, northwest and east, the eastern region was a block. Sorry, what I'm going to say now was discussed at the University of Port Harcourt Department of English. They normally organize a seminar on Civil War literature in those days, Civil War literature. It was an annual seminar, Department of English, University of Port Harcourt. That they said that when the regions were in existence, the capital was in Enugu. Now, they said, according to them, not me, please get it right, not me. According to them, they said the Igbos were in control of the land office in Enugu. So they used their influence in Enugu to share Port Harcourt among themselves. So they seized the land of Port Harcourt right from Enugu, technically. Now, when Yakubu Gowon created 12 states, the first governor of Rivers State was Alfred Deaton Spieth. I think he was 24 to 25 years old. Now, he said that the properties the Igbos left, he declared them abandoned properties. The state took over everything. Within a very short time, he said that the estate is too large. The state cannot run the estate, so we are selling the estates. So they sold the houses to Ikwere people, the owners of Port Harcourt, or let me say the indigenous natives of Port Harcourt. So when the Civil War ended, the Igbo started coming back. They met new landlords. The new landlords told them, we are sorry, I bought this house from the state government. If you have any qualms with me, go to the state government. That was how they lost their properties in Port Harcourt. That led to the abandoned property case. Please, I'm not saying it's justified or it's not justified. This is what they were discussing at the University of Port Harcourt, Department of English, while they are treating Civil War literature. Now, if they happen to break up, so if the country happened to break up, I think I was reading between the lines while Jago was talking. There is the remote possibility, if it will happen in peace, that there is going to be a referendum. Assuming, I'm just thinking aloud, assuming Rivers, Cross Rivers, Akwa Ibom, Bender State, sorry, that's Edo Delta, they resolved, majority resolved that we are not going with the Igbos. What would be the stand of the Igbos? Would they be willing to form a core state composed of only Igbo ethnic group? That is one thing we should think of. As for the people of Benin City, that is the Edo-speaking people, forget it, they are not prepared to go. But the eastern part of Bender State, I'm sorry, I used the word Bender because I left home when it was Bender. The eastern part of Edo Delta State, they are Igbo-speaking people. Are they willing to stay with the Edo people, or they want to join their people across the river? They are to decide in a referendum. But if the referendum is conducted for the whole of Edo State, the Edo people will overshadow them. The Delta people will overshadow them. They will find themselves in a very funny situation. So these are modalities we should work out carefully if the country is to divide peacefully. But it is my sincere wish for the country to remain as one. We will gain more. But from the look of this, we are not going to, it's not likely to be possible because the leaders of thought in the country, they are not willing, they are not interested in industrializing the country. They are not interested at all. Instead of industrializing the country, they are busy running after money and women. Now, if the country happens to break up, are we going to fare better or worse? It depends on the different components of the country. Take Taiwan, for example. Taiwan is more or less a breakaway region from China. They are taking very giant strides towards industrialization. If Hong Kong is given the free hand to go their own way, I don't think they will fare worse than we are faring in Africa today. So it depends. In my opinion, instead of us to slide into anarchy, it is better for the country to dissolve peacefully. That does not mean that the Yorubas or the Igbos cannot organize themselves from a giant in Africa. It doesn't follow.
Thank you.
This is how I say. So I cannot say, okay.
Can you hear me? All right, thank you. Thank you so much for your submission. We appreciate
it.
Yes, I was just going to say we're already running for 2 hours and counting. So yes, Pastor, please go ahead. And then after that, yes, go ahead.
Yeah, after that, I want to play us a video. I was uploading the video to check if there's a restriction, but there is no restriction. on it, so
Okay.
I'm going to play. But I Speak the Truth asked a very valid question. And the truth is, from where I am sitting, you will not get an answer to that question in 1,000 and a million years, because that has not been mapped out. And also contributed to the agitations, or whatever agitations people have been agitated toward not to work. So we don't know, we don't know the modalities of what that is. So I'm going to play this video. There's no restriction on it. And for us to just weigh in on it if possible, if we want.
You know that thing they say about relationships, that how you start a relationship, the foundation you lay at the beginning of the relationship is very important, because that foundation is what is going to set the tone for the entire relationship. I feel like as a people, we have, on a national scale, set a very bad foundation when it comes to how we relate with our government. We have, as a people, unintentionally made our government used to us fixing it. So now they don't feel the desire to do anything, to fix nothing. And I'll give you guys an example, right? We don't have light in this country. This one, where did they give us, we'll see today, we'll not see tomorrow, not be light. We've not had light in 60 years, right? But instead of us to collectively go and hold these people and demand that they give us light, what do? All of us carry our two left leg, we will go market, go buy a generator. Those of us that can afford solar system will go and invest in solar. Another good example, in certain communities, the government did not tar their road, but the people in these communities want a tarred road. So what do? They decide to come together as a community to tar their own roads. Same with our educational system. That's a very good example, the one that's being run by the government, nothing to write home about. And that is coming from someone who attended a government school, what some people call public school. My junior and senior secondary school education, I got from a government school. Ugborikoko, to be specific. People in Warri know the school I'm talking about. But back to the point, the government schools are failing, hence why a lot of parents want their children to go get their education in a private institution. So there is more demand for private education, and it's because of this same reason that's why a lot of parents send their kids abroad for an education, because our educational system here just isn't it. Same goes for our healthcare system. There is a plethora of examples for us to choose from. The point of this video, I don't want people to get me wrong, it's not to bash Nigerians for providing these things for ourselves, because it's not a bad thing we are doing. But I want us to look at these things from a different angle and ask ourselves, could it be that us fashioning the government the way we do and moving on to do the things that they are supposed to be doing for us by ourselves, us actually being a part of our own problem, and the reason why these people are not as eager to do for us stuff that they need to do for us, because we have actually created this pattern where they now have come to realize that they really don't need to do anything because they know we are going to do it for ourselves. And now, if you really even ponder on it, these people have even found a way to start making money off our ability to provide for ourselves things that they should be providing for us. What is the name of that guy? Is the article? Allegedly, man fucking sells generators, and he was bloody running for these past presidential elections. I feel like our government is like a spoiled child, a child that lacks home training, a child that could not be set straight during its foundational years, and now this child is grown and spoiled rotten. And now this child is useless and used to not lifting a finger. So every time, what does it do? It turns to mommy and daddy and goes, "Mommy, daddy, do it for me now. You know it's you that used to do it. Please." I just feel like if we as a people nationally have a track record of demanding them to do their jobs, instead of us going back door and doing their jobs for them, things will be a lot more different in the country. We are a reflection of our government. I will always say it. They are the way they are because we allowed them to be that way. We have made them comfortable being incompetent. We have made them used to being incompetent because we don't demand more from them.
KJ, I yield the floor back to you. Thank you.
No, sorry, Mr. KJ. Kindly let me chip in a word or two. The lady is correct, but you must realize that we need leaders to take us to the promised land. The children of Israel in the Bible did not go to the promised land on their own. They had a leader. When Awolowo was organizing the West, everybody looked up to him. A leaderless people are like a sheep without shepherd. No matter how good our intentions are, we can never get to the promised land without leadership. This is the problem, and the leaders are grossly irresponsible.
Thank you so much, Mr. James. Yes, I agree. And you all have seen the video. I don't have a view, so I'll come to my brother Jonaba. What can you make of what you've watched that the pastor played for us?
Thank you, KJ, my brother. Were you drinking from feeding bottle or from cup?
From feeding bottle.
Okay. Okay. It looked like a feeding bottle. I said, well, a long time I saw this, but it's all right. Well, the lady well spoke, a young lady. One thing I've said during 2023 election, if you can recollect, I understand I told them that what is Nigerian youth demanding of their leadership or from their leaders? And those demands has to be put forward that over the years, in anywhere in this world, politicians are liars. They tell you what you want to hear. It is your responsibility to put a demand on them. And as at that time, I gave so many instances how they go in many years back, go to the Black community in America, put on structures that doesn't benefit them until they say you can't take our vote for granted. And so also go to Nigeria and any country that want to advance, the youth must come to realize that these people are one. And for that reason, instead of campaigning and telling them what you're going to do for them, you tell them what you want them to do for you. So I hope the young lady, they can organize themselves. And another thing people should understand is that whether individually or collectively, as a society, it's all about interest. So don't think that somebody will abandon their interest or their way of life for your own lifestyle, or they abandon their lifestyle for your own. We have a good leaders who take things into account, believing that the better they save of the society, elevate the whole society than few individuals. But these are not common. So I believe that the youth, the Gen Z or whatever you call them, put a demand forward instead of just be on the TikTok and talk all they want to talk. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, Jagun. Your mic.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, very, very interesting in terms of many, if not all, of the suggestions that have been put forward. The young lady there, I think she said it as it is, really and truly. And what she speaks of in her sort of example is an accurate narrative. You know, when we look historically at Nigeria, we can see that Nigeria had plenty of opportunities to really make it. But there have been certain things and certain ills of the country that pull us back. Not least our governing bodies, be they military or personal in that aspect. I just want to really see whether or not, as we look back and we understand all of the issues that we've had, do we have any way of looking forward? Do we know how to look forward? Because I think without a vision, without a sight on where it is we want to destine our people, without that, I don't think we're steering the ship at all. And it is about the steering of this ship called Nigeria and where it's trying to get to, what it actually means. Now, I think personally, given Nigeria means an awful lot. Each and every one of us as tribes or peoples within that nation, we mean a hell of a lot to the whole black world, to the world in itself. And so therefore, I think our reasonable feeling of pride, if you like, it can be sustained. However, amongst ourselves, we have to look beyond our personal, tribal, religious pride. What are we doing? Where are we steering this ship to? And I think, again, as people have already mentioned, I think I've mentioned it before, without looking at the Pan-African way of putting our foot forward in this West African Francophone area that I would feel encompass everything between what we call ECOWAS to include Chad, Central Africa, all the way to not DRC, the other Congo Brazzaville, as opposed to Kinshasa.
Okay.
And this whole region, for me,
I want to ask you a question.
Wait, before you do.
Okay.
This whole region, for me, should be under the enclave of the Naira. And what I use the Naira just as a word of currency, that the whole region needs to be economically one. And that would follow a currency that depicts this whole region and this whole economy and these whole people. And once I think if you have that kind of vision, then I think somehow we get out of our malaise of tribalism for tribalism's sake. Because the story is going to be told, whether we like it or not, as to who is making it work. If it is such that some long-lost tribe in the middle of Burkina Faso are the actual leaders of this whole enclave that makes it make sense, let that be so. Let it be so. What is the jealousy for? We're trying to move forward. You know, at the end of the day, everyone's an individual. And individuals will want to buy into, as you said, our own interest. And I think it's in the interest of every West African and Francophone nation in their enclave to vote for what would impact them directly, or at least vote against what they don't believe in. And it's because we don't have this vision that we are left in our myopic viewpoints. Sometimes we speak to ourselves, and I'm a little bit disappointed because I think we like the ruffle too much. We like sticking our head into the ground. We like being insulted rather than tackling difficult conversations. And these things keep getting in the way. They just keep getting in our way, and we don't mind bombing. We don't mind throwing bombs to get further into our own way. I think it was John Abbott that said that the idioma, him being an idioma himself, their own worst enemy. I think that it actually goes across the board of the whole of Nigeria, Africa, black people. We're our own worst enemy. There's no one to blame. When we look at it, there's no point in blaming Oyinbo. There's no point, because we're doing the job maybe that the Oyinbo set for us. We are doing that job for ourselves now. We are castigating ourselves. We are keeping ourselves oppressed. We are chaining our minds from knowledge. So I think a lot of the ideologies that we want to support, we have to look at where it is that we really want to go. Because frankly, when we look at the whole of the African continent, it is far easier for us to be recolonized at this very point. There's very little we can do about our own recolonization rather than complain. Because if they were coming to take Africa over, well, there's nothing we can do about it. So I give it to everybody that unless we're thinking as a reasonable people, and unless we're thinking about creating a hardcore nation that can have people that stand as men, unless we're looking to really do that, unless we're looking to bring our brother in and say, this is my brother, even though he's from one far-reaching tribe from my own. He is my brother. Holy Spirit really to say that. But it becomes very complex for me. That's when it becomes more complex for me. So that's my submission.
Thank you so much. And yes, what's your take? I speak the truth.
My take on what?
On what Jagun just said, and the film, the video that we watched.
Well, I mean, it still remains the same. People are aggrieved. People are upset. There's no sense of nationalism. And like I said earlier, while that is sad, it is justifiable and it is rightfully so, because I personally am not going to try to die for a nation that never gave me nothing, or for a bunch of politicians that siphon monies that was supposed to aid in my development and improvement in my life as a human being, and people that continuously not only trample on me, but they also abuse my human rights to boot. So to think at any point, I just look at it like this. If Nigerians do not get their act together, there will be hell to pay eventually, because the country seems to be going down that road. And I do not know. It's like, you know, that saying where they say Rome was burning and Caesar was playing the fiddle. That is exactly what is going on in Nigeria right now. The people are not, the politicians in charge, they're not taking it serious. And it is obvious that they're just looking at it like whatever. Like, if it burns down, who cares? We're just gonna hop on the PJ and we out. We're going to another country. We don't care. You burn it down, y'all gonna die. We don't, pardon the rough language, but that is just how they look at it. To round it up, I will say something else that I've always proposed, and which is why I think the Nigerian youth are not a serious bunch. And it is not because just their fault, it is their predecessors, the people before them and those before those ones. Nigerians are not a serious bunch, because I always say something. Why don't the Nigerian youth at this point have a movement? By now, there should be a political group. There should be someone, or at least three people, that the Nigerian youth, and when I say youth, I'm not using it in terms of the Nigerian description where a 60-year-old man will call himself youth. I'm using it in terms of from the ages of 15 and no more than, say, 42. Let's even give it 45, okay? And if we want to push it, let's give it 47, which is crazy, but I'll say between the ages of 15 and 42. Why don't we have, especially seeing the ages that the previous leaders came on board? Gowon was very young when he became a leader. Yes, it was by circumstance, and yes, it was just after independence. So these people were pushed through the ranks. But now we look at the politicians. Let's look at people like Awolowo, for example, and Nnamdi Azikiwe and Hamadu Bello. These were people that by the time they got to a certain age, you knew which direction they were going to take in life. For example, you see the present president's son is already, and I do not know if Nigerians are just blind to it, is already being put in line to be in that same seat that his father is in right now. They are already making those moves. Now, I'm not saying that's a good thing, or I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm just saying that is what is in effect right now. That is the play that is being put on the table. So why don't the Nigerian youths, instead of always being used by these politicians and pushing the agendas of these politicians, because you see 2027 is around the corner. Who are they trying to get through the door of Aso Rock? They are still pushing the same two people. There's one section supporting the present president, Tinubu, and there's another group of people supporting Peter Obi. And when I bring things like this up, people get upset. I do not know why. These people are career politicians. They should not be anywhere in the power play of the country. These people's mode of governance is very outdated. The Nigerian youth right now should have someone in front, being pushed into the front and saying, listen, y'all did the best you could for us. It wasn't good enough. This is where it landed us. We see Senegal and we see Burkina Faso and we see all these other countries. You see the president of El Salvador, and you see all these young people are coming up because they are the people that understand the way the world runs. The way the world runs is not, for example, how the United States runs, where we have a geriatric, a septuagenarian, and an octogenarian, one of them sleeping on stage and the other one shaking hands with ghosts. That's not how the world is run. We want people active, like the Burkinabe president, the Senegalese president. So why don't we have that in Nigeria, in a country where the average age is 37 years old?
Okay.
Instead,
okay, I speak the truth. Do you think that the Nigerian youth are in a position to wrestle power with this you refer to as octogenarians? While you're holding that thought, I will go to Mr. Civility. You're welcome. You have heard his answer, and I will ask the same question I asked you. I asked him to you also. Do you think, listen to what he has said, and I don't know if you watched the video where I will play it earlier on. Do you think that the Nigerian youth is in a position that they can wrestle power from the octogenarians, having in mind that Bankole, the major Bankole, was a youth, Yaya Bello was a youth, or is a youth as Nigerian standard? I want to call the the ones that are youths and young,
Edu.
Yes, they are all youths, and yes, go ahead, sir.
Oh, okay. Good evening, everybody, panelists and the listeners and the commenters. Do I think if the youths can take power? Absolutely. If they come together, they can, because actually it is their future now, and not the past have done it to this present. So it is incumbent upon the youth to take it from now and determine their own future. But the thing is, when you have these divisions, when you have these layers of equativity, then I don't think it will be possible for the youth to wrestle this power. Because for them to wrestle this power successfully, they must beat the tribalism down. They must beat ethnicity down. They must beat religion, fanaticism down, which I don't think they are willing to do at this moment, except they have a kind of leadership that does it. So if they have a leadership that serves as the central force that disperses a kind of uniform ideology onto everybody, and from there they can draw inspiration to think same way, to think beyond all these divisions, to think beyond these negativities, and then we can achieve that goal. But that the youth should just, because the way I hear from people is like the youth should lead themselves. I don't think that's going to happen. Because it takes, it takes the coming together of like minds to lead themselves.
Okay. Have you been following our discussion so far?
Yeah, I have followed, and somehow I missed some. I followed some, yes.
Okay. So what do you have to say from all what you have heard? Are we supposed to be better off dividing than continue to play fake country?
Okay, now this is the thing. I don't think it is more of dividing itself than we appreciating our ability to divide. That is where I want to really come in this time around. What do I mean by that? I think we shouldn't be afraid to discuss our capacity to divide. And if you look at my head statements, I said civility. There's a reason I chose that this in the discourse. And I said respect is the first step to civility. The thing is, if you want to have a civil society, if you want to truly have a society that embraces civility, fairness, merit, and prosperity, we must first respect ourselves. If we can't respect ourselves, then there's nothing we can achieve. If some people feel like the opinions of others, even though it is not a major opinion to them, it is not substantial enough, or it is not, it is, they make it look like it is insignificant, then you're already cheating those kind of people. So everybody has a right to that responsibility. Okay, I want to be part of, or I don't want to be part of. And we shouldn't shut it down. No, that is not how to grow together. Sorry,
Thank
please.
You. Okay.
The capacity to, and that is one of the capacity that in Nigeria should have, is to foster that divisibility property. I mean, let it be possible for those who want to go, and let us see if they will go. Let them now decide. A framework for referendum should be there so that anybody or any group of persons can decide to use it. And then they will come to their own conclusions themselves. I have heard a lot of people, especially the Igbo tribes, that say, oh, we want to go. And I've seen a lot of people who've claimed that even 80% of them don't want to leave the country. But how do we know from the external, from the outside, from a nation's perspective, is to bring the framework. Do you want to go? Go and discuss it amongst yourself and let us see what your majority are saying. Now, by putting those things, it makes everybody feel like, okay, that means I can be heard, and from there, everybody will reason properly and see the need to be a nation. But when you begin to shut people down, and then you say no, or you see, we are scared of discussing it, then we won't achieve that cohesiveness that we want. We won't achieve that connection that we want, rather. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I allow you to do 5 minutes and more, because I thought you had not spoken before. Okay. Mr. James and Mr. Dexter, who comes first? Who want to go first? Okay, Mr. James, you can go ahead. Sorry, your mic.
Yeah, I would like to hear his opinion.
Okay, Dexter, you can go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I think everybody has spoken well. That's what I can say. However, I still maintain my point. I think one of the problems we have in Nigeria is that we put the cat before the horse. You can't shoehorn people. It's just like you have a child, you buy a shoe for him, and maybe your child's leg is size 11, and then you bought a size 10 shoe, and you keep on forcing the child's leg inside that shoe. You keep on forcing him into. It doesn't work that way. Nigeria can coexist, though. That is the truth. It can coexist, but we must be able to sit down by ourselves and discuss the terms of our coexisting. You can't just force people into a space and say they must stay there. They must stay there. There's no recourse. They don't have an option, and then you keep on. It's not like the system is working. 90% of the people that come on this platform are not based in Nigeria. What does that tell you? That the system is not working. It's only a fool that will have something that is not working, and you keep on repeating. Let us tell ourselves the truth. Nigeria is not working for the common man. The way Nigeria is now, it's only working for the exploiters of Nigeria and a few others. Nigeria is not working. So we must decide for ourselves whether we come together and tell the honest truth of the reasons why Nigeria is not working and come up with a framework of how Nigeria can work. And I've always said it. Equity, fairness, and justice is what makes every country in the world you see today that is doing well. There are indices that show it. Equity, fairness, and justice. It is what makes countries grow. You know, if you go to China, the moment they started with the justice system to make sure that if you steal, you go to prison for it, you get the death sentence. There's nothing like, okay, he's from my tribe, he's from this thing, and you throw away nepotism and mediocrity. The country will grow. You know, the truth about it is the way God has blessed people. Some people are more talented in some things than the other, but it doesn't make you any lesser. That's the way the world is. Some people will be more gifted in one thing than the other, but it doesn't make you any lesser. Everybody will just grow at their own pace. This question about the youth, I always say that, you know, you can't plant an orange tree and then one day you can't plant a lime tree and then go to expect to harvest oranges from it. You know, the youths that we have trained up, unfortunately, the Nigeria leadership and followership go together. If you have been creating bad leaders, and your institutions have not come together to create good leaders, then what do you expect? They're going to have a already corrupted young system. To see a Nigeria whereby a professor would be the INEC chairman and he will be taking instruction to rig election from somebody that is a politician. Think about it. And then that is the same professor that will go to school to teach. Think about it. A judge will be taking judgment from a politician. What do you expect of that society? A judge will be taking judgment from a politician that just rigged the election. Didn't you hear some wicked statement recently? And he openly said it that after all, you, Mike Ozekume, you normally take brief from people that you know rigged the election. Do you see how the system is working? For people that stay in the UK made the system that the UK judges, the judiciary became so harsh to politicians that politicians ran away from the judiciary after they did not even come, because the way the judiciary will hammer your head, especially if you are at fault, you will not even come there. That's why in the UK, when they finish election, everybody, I beg, it's better for you to just do the election free and fair than to even go to the judiciary. Because if you try it, the way the judiciary will hammer you, you might not even go back again to be a politician for the next 20 years of your life. But in Nigeria, you will see a judge, learned. He will be writing judgment. You look at what happened in Kano. You know that the judgment was, and now it is becoming so bad that even the populace, the masses now even know that this is what is happening, and there is no shame. So that is recipe for a failed society. Now, when people, sorry, let me just land on this. When people hear us talking about Nigeria being a failed nation, it's not because we hate it. It's because we love it. We must say the truth. People like John Habada are Christians. The Bible says, and ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. There's no need for us to be papering the crack. Let us live in unity. When we cannot tell the simple truth, we must tell the truth first, then we make progress. If we keep on saying, no, let us move forward, we move forward to the grave. That is the truth.
Thank you. And it's well concluded. Yes, I see you. Hold on, Pastor. I'm going to hand over to you now. I think you are ready to take over.
But no, I'm not ready to take over. Continue. I just want to comment. No, no, shut down at all.
Grab something like that and eat, you know. I need to go grab a cup of coffee. Here's what I would say. You've spoken my mind. You see, righteousness and justice will always exalt a nation. There's nobody, if you cannot build upon this, there's no going back. I mean, you can't continuously to cheat a particular or do things haphazardly and think you are building a nation. It's not going to work. The reason why people are coming to this other, and I wanted to talk about a small nation called Estonia. I wanted to go to Estonia once, and look, everything will be done. You can do all your everything on the internet. I mean, is so well organized. It is the most advanced country in the world.
Let me just, KJ, do you know that Skype was designed by undergraduate students from Estonia? Skype was designed by undergraduate students from Estonia before it was bought by Microsoft for billions. Estonia exports intellectual property, but they don't have any resource.
Yes, Estonia is so small, but the level of technology is the highest in the world, the highest, you know. And so people who talk about question of size, I like size. I mean, who doesn't like size? We all like size. But we should also look at it vis-a-vis the quality of life of the people in that locality called Nigeria. You see, my challenge is that when just like I was listening to somebody yesterday saying, the problem in Nigeria is that people will say, hey, don't mind them, leave these politicians, they'll be only 4 years. But after 4 years, your life has been shortened by 4 years. After 8 years, your life has been shortened by 8 years. After 16 years, your life, before you know it, you are a grandfather and you're still expecting that wonders will happen before you go to see your heavenly father. It doesn't work that way. These people put things in place and they act by it. And I always come to that point. When it's not working, it's not working. And there's a narrative that they're pushing out there that the black man doesn't know how to, to sit down and ask it, the pertinent question, the tough questions, talk to themselves, without getting into a fight. We have to sit down and ask those hard questions and expect the leadership of our nation to answer those hard questions. If we keep running away from it, how long are we going to pass it on to our children? Are we going to leave it for the next generation and keep hoping that someday, somehow, wonders will happen? Look at the guy who spoke earlier, Sokolo. What did they say? Africa is expecting Nigeria to arise. Are we arising? Do we look at someone who wants to arise tomorrow or even the next 5 years? All of us have already given up for the next 4 years that Tinubu is going to be there. He's not going to do anything that we know. But these are my opinion. This is not the opinion of this, this program. The program it was fashioned so that we can all discuss the way forward, and if it's possible to sit down and have a conversation. On that note, I will hand over to
thank you, KJ. Thank you for that. Thank you, gentlemen on the platform. Let me further buttress what Beto said. If some of us read the description, I'm going to read the second to the last paragraph of the description of this broadcast, which states that by advocating for a system based on the desire for good governance, I beg your pardon, rather than ethnicity, we can move towards a brighter future. That's the argument, or that's where we want to get, and that is, as I stated earlier, that is what myself and KJ discussed, that any future broadcast going forward will be towards where we can achieve good governance back at home. Truth be told, we all love Nigeria, whether we want to. And even those who say they hate Nigeria, they're not being honest, 100% honest. They still love Nigeria. Unfortunately, because of the way things have gone in the country, most of us have lost hope, but there is still hope as long as we are alive. It's only the dead that have lost hope, but once we are alive, there is still hope. I believe we've spoken, everything has been spoken, except I'm wrong, except some of you have something to say, to add to what Mr. James. Okay, so okay, let's do it this way. Mr. James, your network is not good, so I'll go with you first, then I'll go to John Abba, then Jago, I speak the truth, Desta, and no, civility, then Desta. Desta, you'll be the last if you don't mind. So, Mr. James, go ahead, please. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, you are correct. My network is wobbly. I mean, it's not good enough. Anyway, recently I read a book. The title is Penguin History of Latin America. These problems we are discussing here right now about Nigeria, South Americans have gone through this, they've gone through this stage at various times since Christopher Columbus first traveled to the Caribbean and he so-called discovered America. It's a book worth reading. Anybody who would like to have a copy should contact me through Mr. Electricity. He has my number. I will send him the book electronically and you get it. Just take time to go through it. Unfortunately, what they went through, like the Brazilians in particular, the Mexicans, the Argentines, and I think Chile, and one or two other Latin American countries, what they went through to sort of solve this problem reasonably, we are not prepared to follow that road. So this is the reason why I've lost confidence in Nigeria. Brazil was in a very terrible state at a time, badly indebted. But today I understand they are manufacturing fighter planes and submarine ships. I don't know if it is true. I'm not taking pains to find out. But however, the earlier we solve this problem, the better. If we are packing
Very
up,
true.
let us pack it up as quickly as possible because although I'm not a Christian, but I like quoting the book, the Bible. I read it as a literature. There's a verse there which says that the world is passing away, and so are its desires. But he that doeth the will of God remains forever. The world has left us behind. It's now artificial intelligence. In 50 years' time, we Africans talking today, we have no jobs to do anymore. Because AI must have taken over all our jobs. There will be great demand for workers, but we will not be qualified to be called workers. At that stage, we are likely to lose our independence. So the earlier we get ourselves together, the better. And one thing again is, if Nigeria is not making a headway, other African countries should step in to Nigeria's shoes. Ghana was at the forefront at a time, then they declined. Nigeria took over, liberated Southern African countries and other colonial territories, and we've declined. Unfortunately, South Africa took off in 1994. Their decline has been so rapid now that they could not even form a government. They had to team up with the white people they fought for 400 years to govern themselves. So apartheid stalwarts are now in government in Pretoria, as we are speaking right now. So the earlier we make up our minds, the better. No matter how small we are. Taiwan is a country, a breakaway region from China. Hong Kong is also taking giant steps towards industrialization. Nigerian states can also do that. But for as long as we try to patch up these irreconcilable differences we have among ourselves, we are heading, it's a catastrophe. We are heading a disaster. So this is how I see it. So whosoever wants that book should contact Mr. Electricity. I'll send it to you.
Thank you, Mr.
The book
I
worth reading.
appreciate your contribution.
Thank you so much. Please, I want to sign up.
All right, thanks. John Abba, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you, Pastor. Reframe your question again.
No, just if you have anything to say, I mean, Testa, in fact, left to me, I would have said we should bring it to an end based the broadcast and based on Testa's submission. But I'd like to give everybody 5 minutes each. Mr. James have used his 5 minutes. It's yours if you have anything to add to it. You don't have to use up to 5 minutes, or you don't have to say anything if you don't have anything to say. The floor is yours. Thank you.
People like Destas and Celebrity are the reason why we are where we are today. We cannot move forward as a nation with a youth thinking backward, not progressive. And when you see young people thinking that way, it's selfish. What they're telling you or what everything that implies, I'm better than you, give me opportunity to excel. Why ignorantly, nobody is holding them. It's like boarding a plane and you have paid for everything. And at the end of the day, you say, oh, I'm carrying my luggage in my head because it's my luggage. Why you see everybody else have put the luggage where it's supposed to go? Nobody is holding anybody. But each time we come here, we're delighted in that. I was a grown-up man when I came to America. And I have found my way, navigate myself to where I am today. And I told my children, when I hear my daughter was 4 years old then, and I was called from the school because another little kid told her that she is black, and she was crying. Before I got to school, my second daughter told her, "Why are you crying?" He said, this young boy told me I'm black. And then my daughter told her, "You are black and beautiful, and what is that? And why are you crying?" And my young daughter, then, of course, that's she young, grabbed her hand and she stopped crying. And the school already called me and I was on my way. Then they called me back the second time. Now, oh, you don't have to come again. Your daughter solved the problem. She's fine now. And that is life. And you don't cry over things. You don't lament forever. You define yourself. These excuses that they have caused this, our regional, the same people and the same mindset have kept the black nation from moving forward, but they don't see it that way. Because they have people with the same mindset that tell them, "Oh, you are the best. What you say is okay. What you say is that you are okay." The backwardness.
Jonathan, sorry for interjecting you. I'm a little bit lost. Please help me here. Are you against what Dexter said, or I'm a little bit lost? I'm trying to follow you.
Of course.
What did he say that you
find?
find?
That you don't. Yeah, go ask him. When he got those promotion of.
No, I'm asking you. You are the
no,
one
you don't have. Why don't you see? When you, I have respect for you, but he did it with me and Ferrari. You always going to ask me, but you don't ask them when they do things because
I agree with what he said, so I don't need to ask him.
Okay, I don't have to agree with him. I don't have to agree
with you. What
and
did he say that is wrong?
The notion that they say, okay, oh, we are better, let's go separate way, and all of those things is what I'm saying. That you can go, nobody holding you.
That's true. You're correct.
Okay, that is what I'm saying. That if there's a process, whether it's through referendum, it's not coming to lament on Dr. Rudolph's show. We are just trying to gather a momentum to speak truth, whichever way we think. And don't deceive yourself. Whatever you are calling the truth in your own word, it may not be true to me. So the notion that all those crying of lamenting, oh, we are holding backward, the people are holding me, and we cannot move forward. Let us tell ourselves the truth. Who told you that your truth you are telling me is acceptable to me? Tell yourself that truth. Not just tell yourself the truth.
What is the truth, John?
I said, whatever is that truth that he means, let him tell himself, not to me. The truth that I said, tell ourselves the truth, that is not to me. And that truth is irrelevant to my own way of looking at Nigerian space. All of us in diaspora, I believe we have contributed to the worst of Nigerian growth, because when people look up to you, and end of the day, what you offered is something below standard, and simply because one or two people say you are okay, and you're okay with it, because you feel that praise, it's not. The same set of people have caused a lot of backwardness in Africa because of their agitation, that they don't know the right way to go about it. And simply because this channel somehow foster their way, which is indirectly, that somehow it's okay. No, it's not okay. We are better way, and if we are not better, there's a better way to do it. Not coming to here. We all come here to spend time and speak it, but end of the day, if there is a proper way, through the constitution, through the peaceful agitation, and even if you want to go any other way, go and face it.
Thank you, John. To be honest, I'm lost.
You have to be lost because I'm not talking cheap. You have to be lost. You hear it the way you want to hear it, because you hear it the way you want to hear. How can somebody come, and he mentioned me? When you mention me, don't you hear me? Don't you hear when you mention me?
Okay, you okay. Have you finished?
No, don't you hear me when he mentioned me? He mentioned me for a good cause.
You've replied him. Is that you've replied him? I was just kind of confused. So
I told you on here over and over. If you slap me once, I slap you 10 times. I don't play that game with anybody.
But okay, John, I'm not fighting you.
I'm not you. I'm talking to everybody
Okay,
listener anywhere in the world, not you. Don't play with me. And I spend the time here. My time is relevant to me. Don't come and play cheap politics with me. Nigeria is where it is because of you and I, and we have to take it to a next level. Stop this game. Nobody's holding you. We are just talking here. Nobody hold you. Go follow the right way. You are a champion of constitution amendment or constitution follow. That is what you are being. Do it, and which we're going to support. We support you. This gang up and all those trash talk doesn't work in my world. A young boy that don't know his left or his right will call me out. Why are you calling me out?
Okay, Jonaba, if you are, I can't apologize. I don't know. I can't apologize. I don't know what the man said. I have to.
I don't need the apology. He got it the way he wanted.
All right. Thank you very much. Jagun, the floor is yours. You got 5 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, if these are kind of roundup comments that we are making, are you actually closing the show at this time?
Yes, please.
Okay. I think my roundup comment is generally, I think everybody has spoken well into the matter. And I think the understanding of a platform like this going forward is that hopefully that there is some level of consensus, agreement upon a way forward and upon the reality of where we know we are now. And it remains that we are unsatisfied as Nigerians as to...
sorry for interjecting you. Sorry. If KJ comes before then it will continue. Let me just clarify that. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. Cheers. Yeah. Hopefully that there is some level of consensus between us who are thinking about the way forward, because I really fear that just this position of stuck or stillness that Nigeria's economy, Nigeria's culture, Nigeria's persuasion is at the moment, with so much power that is evident and obvious as to wherever we are. You know, we're in the diaspora all over the world, and we're across Africa as well. And people are knowing who we are. People that read what Nigerians were all about in the newspapers. I remember back in the kind of 80s, 90s, the Africans didn't like Nigerians, or they didn't like us for anything. But as we Nigerians began to enter into other parts of Africa, Zimbabwe, Kenya, South Africa, the rest of West Africa, so many areas that we have good communities in. People of those areas begin to know who we are and begin to marvel at our difference, because it's as lowly as we may put ourselves, the rest of Africa is sleeping more deeply, if you like, than we are. And all these little adjustments, all these little things that allow us to see how we exist outside of Nigeria. And when we talk about the Nigerians in America, I mean, it's phenomenal, to be frank, what Nigerians have been able to do there, notwithstanding all the things that have come against them. And we have to look at ourselves like, look, man, if we are these people, that who we say we are, if we are these great individuals, then I think it's obvious that we should see that we need to come together in some level of respect that allows us to push the narrative forward from the home we have in Nigeria. And I'm just hoping that's what people are hearing, as opposed the visions are clear. I'm not arguing against anybody who wants to tell us that we have major issues in Nigeria. I would not argue with that. I would agree that is a fact. But given that, what are we going to grow into? Do we have an aspect? Are we going to stay individuals in the West? You know, because here for me in the West, I'm just an individual. Yeah, there's a black community out here, but then they're not really no good to me, generally. They're not thinking like we're trying to adjust our thinking towards. They're not. They're just thinking again about their own individual status. So, you know, how are we going to make a difference, given that we should have a certain way forward that may take us out of our myopic view about tribalism and self? And I hope, I don't know if I've made myself clear, but that's my roundup submission.
Thank you very much, Gabo. Before you speak, I speak the truth. Desta, thanks for coming back. Jonaba is offended. I'm trying to figure out why. Would you mind to clarify what you said that provoked Jonaba? Do you
Can
mind, please?
I ask for us to leave that to last, given that
All
there are
right.
only. Thank you.
I speak the truth. The floor is yours. Go ahead. Hello, I speak the truth. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Can
Yeah,
you hear
yeah,
me?
I can hear you now. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, we can hear you now.
So, listen, in any event, I do not think people have put a lot of thought into what they want. And just like John Abba rightly said, there's nobody holding anybody back. The whole country, if anything, is holding itself back all across the regions, whether it be the North, the West, what we know as the Midwest today, the former Western region, or the East, Southeast, and the core East. And this has been as a result of the kind of leaders not because they were choosing, but have somehow figured out how to put themselves and impose themselves in power, sometimes against the will of the people. Insane Nigerians haven't put a lot of thought to it. Again, I ask, and I've said this severally, sometimes in private conversations with people on the backstage, and on this panel when we are speaking on the front side. And I ask again, and I still haven't heard anybody proffer a solution. What everybody has been doing, and I guess it's just the Nigerian way of not thinking too deeply about things. And this is not to insult anybody, because I was having a conversation with someone in the chats. I think people say, well, let's go, and you're holding us back, and this person is holding this person back, and this person is discriminating against this person. But then you ask questions, very pertinent questions. These are questions that if you have an answer to, instead of subtly throwing at homonyms at people and referencing the Bible indirectly, talking to people, all you have to tell us. It is very simple. Who votes in a referendum? Nobody has told me anything yet. I've been asking this question forever. Who gets to vote? Is it just the people that want to leave? Which, as we know, as Dexter said, it is or was it civility? It was civility, I think. It was the core Southeast. Are they the ones that get to vote in determining how the country is split up? Or is it everybody that is a citizen of Nigeria, regardless of where they reside? That is another issue. Is it the Nigerians in Nigeria, if we say it is all Nigerians, or does it also include people, Nigerians in the diaspora, which potentially could also mean people that have never even set foot on the land? So these are things you have to take into consideration. Now, if we move past that, which lands say we focus on Biafra now? Where will Biafra be located? Because, like I said, if I was the West, which would be a majority Yoruba nation, if, for instance, the former Bandel Midwest decides to join with them, if, for example, I will not want a Biafra crossing the river Niger. It is not happening. You're not doing it because at this point, I know you are a potentially adversarial country to me if we split up. So these are pertinent questions that I think nobody has thought deeply about, nobody has an answer to,
but everybody just seems to, talk around in circles and have fun with it and claim this person is hold on, sir, and claim this
person report adversarial to you.
Hold on,
Go ahead.
And everybody just keeps talking in circles, and everybody just throwing off fantastical ideas, because at this point it is just fantasy. Because when you listen to people, especially on this panel, week in, week out, day in, day out, they don't have an idea what they're even talking about. And I think in the end, to end it this way, people need to go through more digging with a map in front of them, probably a history book or 200 in front of them. And at that point, I think, at least me, their agitations will be taken more seriously.
Thank you. Let me answer. I think I stated I responded to this question you asked, but let me say this: when it comes to referendum in terms of separation, I will use the Scottish referendum as an example. It is only the Scottish people that voted that wanted to leave. Okay, it wasn't the entire United Kingdom or Britain that voted. So that is to answer the question as who is going to vote in the context of what? In the context of
Electricity. But let's say now it is only as you propose, or I'm saying you are proposing, not necessarily, but based on what you just said. So let's say it is only people of the Igbo ethnic group that have a right to decide if they want to be Biafra or stay in Nigeria. Now, which of them gets to vote? Is it only the people whose residences are registered in the Southeast, or is it the people whose residences are registered all over Nigeria? Or again, does it encompass?
I think if we come to that bridge, that will be tailored out. We can't tailor it out here. I speak the truth. That cannot be tailored out here. And that's
No, it's not about tailoring it out. This is why I said people need to think more, because now you're pushing it and you're saying, well, no, we can't tailor it. But these are pertinent questions that Nigerians.
Questions, but
these are things that Nigerians need to.
Can I come in?
Yeah, go ahead.
The Igbo people living outside of Igbo land, are they not Igbos? So what stops them from taking part in the referendum? Nothing. It's just a question of arranging. When Nigeria Federation is ready, or the people are ready, the referendum will be organized.
But let me ask a question.
Hold on, sir. Americans living in Nigeria go to the American embassy on their voting days to cast their vote, and it's counted. And that side is all over the world. So
okay, KJ, hold up. I'm not saying they should or shouldn't. I'm not for it anyway or against it.
The question.
Hold on, KJ. I get it. So this is what I want to ask a question based on what you said. This is why I said I don't think people have put a lot of thought. So now let's say a person, Rotimi Amechi, for example, he has a Yoruba first name and a River Rhine last name, which could hold up, which could potentially.
Please
ask a question, please.
Pastor, hold on.
Please ask a question.
Let's deal with this.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you. So, Rotimi Amechi, for example, has a Yoruba first name and a River Rhine Igbotic last name, right? And
yes.
I've seen people, even family, that have names that you will never be able to guess what ethnicity they are. In this instance, how do we prove who is who, knowing how devious Nigerian elections could be? So how do we prove that this person is actually from this tribe? Do you get what I'm saying, KJ?
I get what I said. Hold on. Hold on, Pastor.
Listen, give me 1 second. I speak the truth. You based in the US, okay? You see, we are pushing for a good and workable Nigeria. Okay, if we get that, or should we get that, all these questions you're asking, everything, because I may be answering 3 names or 5 names from different regions, but when things push comes to shove, that I need to identify which ethnicity or which region I belong to, it's going to be in black and white. It's going to be written down. So it's not just about the name. It's not. I can be answering Chikudi, and if I go to the record when it comes to votes, and I say, "Where are you from?" I'm from. This is my ethnicity. If things are all above board in Nigeria, when we come to that bridge, because you're asking question that, honestly speaking, nobody can give you the answer here. That's just the
Okay,
truth.
so that goes back to what
KJ.
so thanks for answering that. So that goes back to what I said in the beginning, that people are clamoring for things that they obviously have not put a lot of thought into. So I thank
Okay.
you for actually admitting that.
Well, I did not admit to anything. I will appreciate if you don't put words in my mouth. With due respect, please. I was trying to answer your question. There's nothing I admitted to. I only said when we come to that bridge, we're pushing for good governance. We're pushing for fairness, equity. Okay. And when we come to that bridge, all these matters will be dealt with by the relevant authority, not even you and I. That's just the truth. For KJ, I yield the floor back to you. This person, the next person is, I think, civility. Then Chim is there. Chim, are you at? Yeah, civility. I don't know if Chim, are you at
Yeah,
work or are you
can I
gonna wait for your
quickly
turn?
can I quickly
Please,
I just wanted to say
civility.
something about can I quickly say something
Make it,
about
yeah,
what
make it quick. Yeah.
okay. So I speak the truth. I don't understand what you're going about. We just had a referendum in the UK 2016, and it was the Scottish people that had to decide whether they wanted to stay in the UK or not. It wasn't Scottish people living in Kuala Lumpur. But if you're registered to vote, and uh, Pastor is here, he can help me because he lives in the UK. So if elections for Abia State is held in Abia State, then if Abia State is the only southeast place that claims to be Biafra, that is where you're going to hold the referendum. You're not going to go and hold referendum in Osun State for people in Biafra who say they want to go. Now, my views are not in any way suggesting that I'm supporting the Biafra. I'm just saying it's a very straightforward thing. There's nothing to wait for anybody to listen to. If a particular region of a country is agitating to leave and the nation chooses to give them that right of a referendum, which is what they are asking for, then it's only those people. So all this, what are going around in circle is really not necessary. I just wanted to bring chime in that, and that's the only thing I want to contribute. Thanks.
Wait, electricity, don't leave. I want to
Thank
ask
you.
him a
No,
quick
no, no,
question.
no. I speak the truth.
You can't keep doing that, bro. Why do you always do that? Oh, all right,
What
forget
did I
it.
just do now?
Nah, stop
Tell me
it.
what I
Forget it.
did.
Go ahead.
No, tell me what I did now, please. I'm trying to be honest. Tell me what I did now, if you don't mind. I speak the truth. Can you please tell me what
Nah,
I
it's
did
all
now?
right. It's cool. It's all right. It's all right. It's cool. Don't worry.
Go ahead, speak. I give you 2 minutes to speak.
No, I wasn't trying to speak. He said something which he obviously contradicted what I said, which was fair.
Okay.
And I just wanted. Oh
Clarify
my
it, please.
God! Can I ask a question? And all I wanted to do was just ask him a question based on what he said. That was all I wanted to do. But each time I try to
But
do this,
he doesn't
I
have the
think
time. He has to beg. He's at work. He has to beg to come in.
then you don't know that. He could have maybe took a 2 minutes off and just answered the question. But it seems Nigerians are very uncomfortable. They love talking about these topics, but in one direction. And if you start asking questions that makes them uncomfortable, they're shouting you down. They're calling not you, but they're
No,
calling
no,
you.
don't
You know what I
say
mean?
that,
Like,
please.
nah, come
No,
on,
no,
y'all
don't
need
say
to
that,
stop.
please. Nobody shuts you down. I allow you to ask your questions and I
I
allow you
just
to speak.
said not you, but I'm saying
The
like it
man
seems you
said
guys
he
are
has 2
very.
minutes. He wants to go, and I allowed you to stay. So some other time you can ask him your question, please.
That's fair. That's cool.
Civility.
It's all right. It's
The
all
floor
right.
is yours, please. KJ, are you there, please? If you're hearing me, please come back on and continue the moderating, please. Go ahead, civility, please.
Okay, thank you. I think it is quite exaggerating for someone to assume he knows best or he knows better than others. Even if you think you know, or even if you know, at a point, your knowledge will also let you understand that knowledge is not, one's knowledge is not an entirety. There can always be addendums, there can always be a curve, and that is how life is. And the moment you start to make people feel like, you start to make people's opinion look like they don't have deep thinking, that is even rude, sincerely speaking. That is rude. There's nothing that is complicated in whatever we have said. I am a Nigerian. I'm a Yoruba man, yes. I would love it that we manage our space ourselves, yes. But I've also said, that doesn't mean that I don't like a Nigerian, one Nigeria. In fact, that benefits everybody more. But the truth is the system on ground and the way I've thought about it, it might not accept that, no problem. But if I'm being fair, which I am, if I'm being sincere, I don't think we are getting it. We are moving edge. We are going to move forward with what we are looking, with the way we are running our system. And if that could mean some people to come to that decision and say, come, give us the framework to decide within ourselves that we want to stay in this system, then let them have that choice again. And if they want to make that choice 100 times in 100 years, they have the right to decide that every single time. That they decided it in 1950s doesn't mean that is an all final decision. No. So they have the right to decide it this year. They have the right to decide it in the next 50 years again. In our capacity to be one, we must let people indeed submit themselves. So if you don't see that as needed, as necessary, as sacrosanct to the unity that you are claiming to want to have, then I'm sorry, you are not being truthful. And you are part of that same system that has brought us to this point. That is the truth. Because equity is basically truthfulness. Fairness is truthfulness. Justice is truthfulness. Let truth reign. Let people have the capacity. Don't seize people their capacity to decide. Let them make their decision. That they make their decision doesn't mean they must come to their own conclusion or the way they want it. But let them have the capacity to make their decision. And for some of us who think, who is holding them? What kind of question is that? What do you mean who is holding them? The system is holding everybody. That you are benefiting from it doesn't mean that it's not holding other people in the negative. And if you can't honestly see the reason why they are saying this, then I don't think any other discussion you have the right to discuss it. Sincerely, I don't think you have that right, because apparently you can't even understand the simple basics of civility now. You are not even respecting somebody else's opinion the way they want it. They say they want it. They can as well, after their decision, come to the conclusion that what we are wanting doesn't make any sense. But let them come to that conclusion. Let them grow into that conclusion themselves. It's just like you have a teenager as a child. Definitely as a parent, you know that at a point, teenagers know they want to make their own decisions themselves. But when you force your own decision on them all the time, they'll tell you you are going to bring up a rude teenager eventually, a rude human being. But when you let that teenager understand that is in the capacity to decide, and you now give suggestions, there's a way to parent such a teenager. And that person will know that, no, if my parent is saying this, he understands what his parent is saying. Give people the capacity to make their decision. Don't be afraid of it. Let them come to that point. And once they come to that point, that means there's capacity for dialogue, there's capacity for discourse, and all these things. This is what make gel the nation together. Right now, people are feeling like, no, we need to go our ways. It's a legitimate feeling. And you can't come and say, no, they are not looking, they are not far thinking. What do you mean they are not far thinking? Their feeling is legitimate. And that feeling, the system, if truly the system feels we are better as one, shouldn't be afraid to lose. You don't need to be scared of losing, because you know what you're standing on is the truth. Eventually, the truth will always win. So, but let them go find it out themselves.
Thank you, Civility.
So
Your time is up.
it is wrong to make people feel like those who have decided otherwise are myopic in view. No, I don't accept that.
Thank you. If you look at the topic, successive separation beyond my tribe's mission, my tribe's mission is which means people can, well, there are also procedures or process. When KJ started, he referenced the Constitution, and I had to read it, which I highlighted there: to live in unity, harmony, as one indivisible and indissoluble nation. This is the argument some people use, that we can go our separate ways, which is incorrect, because this statement has not been challenged in the court of law by anybody. It doesn't say people cannot. It doesn't say it's against self-determination, or people cannot request to separate from the country. It needs to be challenged in court, because until somebody tells me anywhere in the Constitution where it says outrightly that seeking for self-determination secession is prohibited, then that also can be challenged in the court of law. So, but we want a better nation. Desta, you referenced John Abba earlier. Like I said, I miss what you said. Probably I wasn't listening to it. And would you mind to clarify yourself, please, if you don't mind? Thank you.
Sorry, I referenced him, but it was just like a stream of thought passing. So, but I know I didn't reference him negatively. So, I was not.
Okay.
So,
all right. Thank you very much.
I didn't. I don't.
KJ, I don't know if KJ is there. KJ, if you are there and you want to come and continue, let me know. If not, it will be a good night from.
I think I've not made my comment.
Okay, KJ is back. All right.
Yeah, I think we're rounding up. So,
I yield the floor to you. You round it up. I'm yielding the floor to you. Okay, again. All right. Thank you very much. Okay. Gentlemen, have a good night.
Thank you, Pastor. Thank you. So yeah, I mean, rounding up, I think one of the biggest problems we have. So in Nigeria, what we try to do is we see a question, and instead of us to tackle the question, I mean, so let's say I come from an engineering background, and what they told us is that when you see a big question, a very difficult question, you don't start mourning, oh, it's too difficult, or I don't know what to do. You break it down. You break it down into small bits and pieces. You know, when you break it down into small bits and pieces, you sectionalize it, and then you're able to solve the question and come to your answer. That is trying to answer what I Speak the Truth is saying, which is the people, which is that one. I mean, the people, you can't now say, oh, because you can't fathom it, then nobody should get to decide. People can't decide for themselves whether they want to be part of an entity or not. I think that is injustice, and it is it's an injustice to those people to make it look like, I mean, the people decide for themselves. The people that want to.
At what point did I say this thing both of you are bringing up?
The people decide for themselves, and so we should give people the humanity. Let's give people the humanity to decide for themselves what they want. Even us as individuals, as we are now, many of us here that have these things, we're living in other countries, and you are in those countries. I see Nigerians go to other countries, and you are fighting for your rights in other countries. You are expecting the system to give you fair hearing. However, in Nigeria, people are not giving fair hearing. Now, people always think that it is in quote, only the people from the Southeast extraction that are having these issues. It's not true. Let us stop deceiving ourselves about it. The people in the Niger, in what you call the Niger Delta, those minority communities are suffering. I speak to my friends from the creeks. The creeks is supposed to be like Maldives. The creeks of Nigeria is supposed to be like Maldives. The creeks of Nigeria is polluted. The oil is degrading the place. Now, many of us stay in our high horses. So people stay in Abuja. People stay in Lagos. It is money from those creeks that is funding some states, many states. It's money from Escravos that is funding Jigawa, funding many of these states. And nobody cares to actually think what this place that this money is coming out from, what has happened there? What has been the federal governments make a concerted effort to develop a place like Abuja. But what is happening to the place where you are getting this money? Go to Olobiri. Olobiri is a deserted place, nothing to show. And we think that the problem maybe is because the Easterners are the ones, the people from the Southeast extraction are the ones making the loudest noise of maybe feeling marginalized. But when you go down to the creeks, you will find out that there is nothing for them. How can the creeks till today? People don't have you don't have hotels there. It's not a resort center. That's supposed to be a tourist attraction. It is not. But we just stayed. Do we actually know what is happening down there? Have we gone to Bayelsa that is completely waterlogged? Nothing is happening there. And we just think, and we don't care that 90% of the oil, of the money we call, in quote, oil money, for the last 60 years, Nigeria has been running on oil resources, gas resources. But the people, the regions where you get these gas resources from have nothing to show. That's wickedness. That's pure wickedness. And then you now think that they don't have the rights. They don't have okay, I will tell you, you will stay, the Niger, you stay across. What do you mean by that? People that they don't have the rights to their own lands. If the Yoruba community in Delta State say, we want to be on this side of the divide, you say, no, I don't want you there. No. Look, nobody is saying one Nigeria can't work. It can work. But it can only work on righteousness, justice, equity, truth. That is what we're saying. No, let us not try to think that people want, for the people that think that the Easterners are not the problem. Because the Easterners actually want Nigeria to work more than any other person, because they're the ones that have businesses all over the country. You go to Sokoto, you see an Easterner, big business, he builds houses. Everywhere they build houses, they go and do their business. So they want the country to work. But it must only work. The truth about it cannot be working. Nigeria cannot be working on a condition that puts other people down. And let us desensitize, let us tell the truth. After every war, I know Gowon came out and said, no victor, no vanquished. It's not true. That's just a lie. After every war, and in the 90s, from the 18th century, after every war, what do you do after a war? The victor of the war would make sure that the people that you have conquered stay oppressed. The reason why the Second World War came up was because after Germany lost the First World War, the whole of Europe tried to impoverish Germany. So Germany went into recession, and that was why the people now rallied around Hitler. And they came back with a bang in the Second World War. After the Second World War, America, after scientific research, realized that the only way to stop another war was to bring about development and to stop the whole colonization. So hand the colonies back to the people, because the Second World War was a fight for resources also. So America committed to developing Germany. All they told the Germans, okay, you will not have a military base, but we will make sure that we develop this place. And America pumped money inside that place to make it work. What happened in Nigeria is a complete opposite. What happened in Nigeria is that after the Civil War, what the people like go on, what they advise them, of course, it was from 18th century ideology. What you do is divide the place, scatter the place, divide them completely. Then make sure that the resources. Let me give you an example. I went to write an exam. I saw one guy. His name is Eyin Naya. I said, where are you from? He said he's from there's this community in Obibo. You know. I said, but your name sounds like you are from the southeast. He said, actually, that is actually from Abia, that just across that because of politics. The people from Obibo are actually Igbos. But because of politics, to make sure that there's Afan power station there, to make sure that the oil wells and the gas reserves there don't fall into, in quotes, what you call southeast. The negotiation was that, okay, we will put the line here, we will draw the line here. So you people are Igbos, but you will stay on this side. Then you will now start changing. That's why they call it Oyibo now. It's supposed to be Obibo, so you will change some things. That's what happened.
Can I quickly, Ross? Can I quickly just interject? You still have the floor. I must say, in a round sense, that I like what both the last two speakers have spoken about, and the fact that these things do have controversies. The things we're speaking about in terms of what was known as the Southeast during colonial times. The bottom line and the most important thing I think you have said is, and that's Dexter, is the level of pollution in what could have been the most gracious, beautiful place in Nigeria. I take real heart to that because I've been there, and between those states in the south, from Ondo, Edo, Delta, Bayelsa, Rivers, and then Cross River. All of those states are part of what we call the Niger Delta, geographically. And all of those states are lush, they're extremely green, and they pump out a lot of everything, to be frank, from their swampy terrain. And that is vegetation. Rice is grown there in the Ilade side of it. A lot of rice is grown in that territory, natural rice. We have palm of all levels of palm. In fact, I'm not sure if you're aware that in Florida, a lot of the palm trees, the original palm trees, were taken from Nigeria to Florida in order to beautify the place. It is such a large area. It is the third biggest delta in the world geographically. It should be a major destination for tourism and ecotourism and the works. But I've been there, and when you go there from Ondo, the high side of Ondo, the northern Ondo, and you drive down, you see the greenery, you see the lushness, you see palm plantations, you see so much wealth. You can just see the greenery. And then as you get closer to Port Harcourt, you begin to see human beings who are ratcheted with polio. You begin to see disease. You begin to see the waterways full of oil. You begin to see the devastation that is in this entire region. And you just think to yourself, this is pure and utter wickedness. Pure and utter. It's the most polluted oil producing country in the world, in that area. In the world, the most polluted. It's not to say that other oil producing countries don't have pollution, but nothing like Nigeria. And we just go about our business. We just go about whilst people are impoverished to the point of suicide, really. Now, I'm pointing to this because, you see, when we are making issues of what is killing us in that nation, what is pulling us back, sometimes I think our humanity has to come out more than our tribe and our aspect on ownership. I don't know what to call it precisely, but it spoils the picture. Because if you're speaking politically about your political enclave and what you own and what your terrain is, then you know what? There are many Igbos that I know that they don't want anything to do with Biafra. They're just not me. Many of them, I know many of them. However, there are those who we know Biafra is a point of we are fed up. We know that level as well. However, how to make these things politically viable? It's fair to say enough thought hasn't been given to it, enough precision of thought. And I always ask the question as to what is the geography of this thing that you are calling Biafra? Do those people who somehow do not believe they're Biafrans or do not want to entertain this ideology, do we know who they are? As much as there's one end that makes so much awareness, noise about the situation, there are those others who are quieter about what they believe the way forward is, who are of that terrain. And I don't know if we understand there are legitimate objections or indeed legitimate questions to be answered if we are proposing anything called Biafra and anything called a breakaway. Because there are those who we understand a war has already been fought over it. We must remember this. A war has already been fought over this understanding, and it's come to what it is. We have to now challenge the honest way forward, because at the end of the day, the level of devastation, corruption, and isolation that goes on in the soul of our people we're doing more damage than we're doing any good. And we have to precision our thoughts and our speech to what sometimes people, as much as I, as a Yoruba person, who feel a lot for anything that's going on in the South, and I put myself in the position of being an Igbo man in Biafra, and I've come to the point of understanding how they are looking at things. But I wonder how many Igbos have done the same of the opposite, which is to think of yourself as being outside of that terrain and that particular issue and looking in on it and seeing for yourself what it really looks like. I think these are challenges that we need to entertain within ourselves if we're going to reach any level of agreement. Because fundamentally, I'm looking at an agreement that drives Nigeria forward.
Thank you, Jagun, and that's a very powerful, input there. Even though some people are asking me, is it an input or a total submission? But it's okay. I mean, you made a lot of sense, and we should always see it that way. And coming to you, Desta, we should always see first of all, our nationality, our humanity, rather than our primordial, what do you call it, nature or ethnicity or backgrounds. Why I say that, because if we see that way, then we can make a very useful contribution in the national discourse. Because if I did a story in Obuangwe, which is part of Warri. I mean, the devastation there is unbelievable. In fact, this place that had the first oil well and the first Christian church in Nigeria don't even have road. I mean, they live like, oh, you don't want to go there. Anyway, like I said, I don't have an opinion here, but I welcome that contribution, and I want Desta to round up so that John Abba can make his own input, and then we can all round up for this evening. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for the input, Jagun. So my point here is this: if we don't recognize, I think what happens in Nigeria, we want to start the race midway. We just want to take it up half where we see it, and we don't want to go and see what is really the root cause of the issues. So what has happened in Nigeria is that we can understand the fear of situations, and you had people that have acted in fear. And true about it, Nigeria is not making the progress it's supposed to make as a country. Nigeria is not sitting in this position in the world. It's not sitting in its position in Africa. You know, Jagun was talking about this. Have we looked at the devastation in Ogoni? Ogoni is so rich in oil that if you are digging Ogoni that time, in their river, the oil will spill from the river, natural, like an aquifer coming out. You are digging for a borehole. Yeah.
Oil.
You know, so, but then the Ogoni today is devastated. Does the Nigerian government care? Many of us, do we even care about it? You know, do we care about these real issues that are happening to the people? So when we think that the people, just maybe because in quotes, the Southeast people, Igbo people seem to be the ones speaking louder. You have many people that, the truth about it, what has the Nigerian state done for them? And until we can come together and sit down and tell ourselves the truth and decide how to move forward, not with the present setup. Decide in a concerted way how to move forward fairly, not with nepotism, not with tribalism, how to move forward fairly, justly. We will just keep circling, we'll keep circling around, and we'll keep on descending. Whether we decide to believe it or not, Nigeria is on its trajectory down, and it's a shame. My own mother met a man in the UK, and the man looked at her. He said, "Where are you from Nigeria?" He looked at her in sadness. She was like, "Why are you sad?" He said, "We had high hopes of Nigeria. That when the British actually did form Nigeria, Nigeria was the jewel. That they valued Nigeria more than India, more than Ghana. That for them, Nigeria was like their greatest creation." And it is true. Back then in the 50s, when oil was discovered in Nigeria, as a young engineer, if you graduated in the UK and you're not working in Nigeria, if you're not posted to Nigeria, you will be so disheartened. That is how it was. Nigeria was so good that you couldn't get, if you schooled in America, you couldn't actually come and lecture in a university in Nigeria. You had to actually school in Cambridge, school in the UK. But today, what has happened? Our values have gone down. In fact, Nigerians could just buy a ticket, go to the airport, buy a ticket to go to UK, land in UK, and get a visa on arrival. Today, can it happen? It doesn't happen. So the question I ask ourselves: what do we hold? What is our vision? Are we happy with this condescending level that we are just keep going down, and we just think that, okay, it's about these primordial things? Everybody just keep moving as you are. Let's just keep moving as we are. It's fine. Or do we actually see ourselves as the top, as we are supposed to soar like an eagle? Or do we see ourselves as chickens? That's the question. Now, if some people don't want to see themselves as chickens, want to see themselves as eagles, let them fly. Let them fly. The people that want to fly, let them fly. But we cannot now say everybody must stay at this level, at this preponderous level where we are. We are not making any progress. The best people that are doing the best in Nigeria are the social media influencers. The guys that, can't imagine, the best people that make the money in Nigeria are the people off grid. The people off grid, the people making the best of their lives are the skit makers, the musicians. They are off grid. All those guys are off grid, off the Nigerian system. So it shows you that the Nigerian system is not working. It's not working. And if we can't tell ourselves the truth, and all we keep on telling ourselves is, we cannot sit down and say, this is the reality of it, let us work it out. We come say, where will we start from? How do we do this? Let's just keep it. Won't work.
All right.
It won't work.
Thank you so much, Jester. You made a lot of good points. And I want to before I call my brother Jonaba, I
was actually supposed to go next.
Sorry?
I was actually supposed to go next.
No, I didn't get you. I didn't hear that.
I said I was actually supposed to go next. I was actually supposed to go after.
So you're supposed to be the next person.
Then someone interrupted, and Dexter started again, and then now it's John Apple. But I was supposed to go after him.
Oh, you're supposed to go up next?
Yeah.
Okay, not a problem. Not a problem. Like I said, we're rounding up very soon, so everybody will have to speak. Now, I want to just buttress one point. My friend was traveling with her family, and they got to Spain. And for one reason, They presented their passports, and they were asked to, stay apart. They just packed them, to one part just to stay there. And he was asking, why we, every person, all the rest of people are being checked in and they are going. Why are you stopping us? No reason. Why are you stopping us? No, they were there. They were after, being delayed for a while, almost going to the point of missing their connecting flight. So the daughter, I'm telling you, please, let's follow my story. The daughter was playing with her bag, and all of a sudden, her American passport fell outside the bag. Okay, fell out of her bag. And then one of the officials saw the American passport. And quickly, they rushed them. Are you the owner of this passport? Say yes. Please, come this way. Immediately, the girl was less than, I think she was 9 years old at that time. Okay. They quickly took her passport, processed them, and she said, these are my parents and my brother. They processed all of them. And then the mother asked them, why are you keeping us? Why are you keeping us? The official said, like, oh, but you presented a Nigerian passport. The green passport was what made them to be kept on a special side part until a small girl passport fell out of her bag and they were ushered in with express service. Gentlemen, if we think we don't have a problem, I think we do. And any government that doesn't want to treat this, and you let your citizens be treated anyhow, any which way, they don't care. Because they know that you yourself as a government don't care for your people. And that is why everybody is looking for how to manage themselves. Nobody runs away. Look, even the lady who went to join Al-Qaeda, who said they were madness or whatever, she went to join Al-Qaeda. And she went back, came back for, to the country where she belonged. And the country said no. Okay. After the end of that season, she was trying to get back. And the country said, no, you have forfeited your this thing. You go back and join. You see, so what am I trying to say in essence? Everybody wants to have a country that can protect, stand in for you, discuss on your behalf. Not the one that will say to you, why are you even going at the first place? Or find a reason to call you a criminal, or find a reason to say, why did you even not obey their law? So those are the things that people will do for the nations will do for a citizen, and the citizens will stand out anytime to defend that country. But if you think that I'm inconsequential to your existence as a country, why should I bother myself? I have only one life, and that life has a limited time. I have to live it to the fullest of my ability. And anywhere that gives me more opportunity is where I want to go to, I speak the truth. Yes, I thought you haven't made your submission, but yeah.
Yes, sir. So, see, KJ, and to other people on here, I think I always say and this is how I started when I started speaking earlier. One of the biggest problems with Nigerians is they usually tend not to be able to handle criticism. They tend not to be able to handle tough questions. A tough question to a Nigerian is an attack. And instead of challenging your question or bringing up pertinent answers that will also make you think, what the Nigerian does is straight ad hominems or throw subliminal jabs at you. Now, at no point when I came on here did I agree or disagree to a division of Nigeria. I think everybody on here that is being truthful would agree to that. And at no point did I say or go against anybody's opinion. What I did do was I came up and I raised pertinent questions, which, like I rightfully said, and I still categorically stand behind it, people have not put a lot of thought into it. And instead of the last two speakers, for example, addressing what I said, they instead delved to misquoting me. One actually said, I have to have been benefiting from the situation. How am I benefiting from Nigeria in any way? All I'm doing is proffering a solution. I'm not even proffering a solution. I am saying, based on these demands, based on the fact that we do not want violence, what will be if we were to take this road? How do we achieve a solution? That was all I said. And I asked certain questions. And then I said, how will the borders be divided? If, for example, the leader of the IPOB has severally said he wants states or land across the Niger, would a Yoruba majority country, knowing that it has a potentially adversarial state on its borders, agree to it, knowing that in 1967, if not for a pushback at Ore, the Biafran forces were already on the way to capture Lagos and turn the Western region into a battleground. But when you ask these questions, instead of people to ask you further, like, oh, you mentioned this, can you please explain this? Or if they do know, challenge what you just proffered, they instead start throwing ad hominems. Dexter, I wish he was here, said, I said a certain group should stay across the river. That wasn't what I said. I said, seeing the geography of Nigeria, and if I was to speak as a military analyst, I would say, well, if I was on the western side, maybe it would not be wise for us to let them cross into our territory. These were things I was just asking. And I'm saying, if a referendum was to be conducted, how will it be done? Who will vote? Who won't vote? Who is eligible to vote? No, you can't. You keep interrupting me just to attack me. No, you can't. Let me finish. Who will vote? Who won't be? And these are just the things I'm asking. I didn't say either way, this has to be this or this has to be that. I never said that. I asked questions and I left it at that. And I said, let people think deeper. And that was all I said, but
all right.
I guess people get things they don't like, they just get upset. I don't know.
Thank you for well, we are supposed to be rounding up, really. So I'm not sure that I want to take.
Well, how do you feel, KJ? Do you think that you could do another 2 hours, or are you tired and wanting to round up yourself?
Yeah, because I wanted to round up. Except you guys want to stay, then I will have to,
Well, I like the way this conversation is going generally, and I feel I've got still a lot to say on it. However, it's entirely your call.
Okay. I will. You know what, Jago? I'll give another 30 minutes so we can have whatever we need to put in.
Okay.
Yes, go ahead. Civility.
He has even left the show, because my question would have been, number one, he said those who have that mind, who are thinking about the regionality and maybe the worst of which is the vision itself, we are myopic. And that was the first thing I queried, that you can't just, because some people are thinking otherwise, you insult them like that. And I said that was rude. Because how will you say they've not put in deep thinking into their assertions?
You see, what happens sometimes on the show? It's really quite unfortunate to me. What happens is that we come into an area where we begin just to repeat ourselves like people aren't listening. What has been said 3 times, not by you, by the person who's left. In yourself now, you are going to repeat and think that we're not following the conversation, which adds to my life a lot of boredom. If somebody wants to take on a certain question, whether or not somebody is saying that they should or shouldn't, it's up to any individual to say what they need to say, move on. These conversations, unfortunately, get held hostage a lot of times, and we start to follow one person's direction, whether it's going anywhere or not. If somebody wants to answer those questions, I've answered it many times from the beginning of being on this program. But this is a couple of years ago. Where Biafra is concerned, what is the geography? That's the beginning. That is the beginning. Without any geography, there's nothing to really start arguing about. really, because it's that geography that would dictate where the referendum would take place and what they choose in that area called Biafra and who chooses what. And therefore, Biafra may reduce or
You see, I
expand.
was
Wait,
speaking.
All I'm saying
You
that
but now you're already
sorry,
supporting the
all I'm
statement.
saying to you, sir, I'll stand down in a minute. All I'm saying to you, my brother, is we don't have to repeat ourselves. I heard what you said before. If you're going to repeat the same thing again, you are going to bore me. So that's all I've got to say.
What you have said is actually correct. Look, civility. I think we all understood what you said, and for purpose of clarity, I want to say this.
Then you shouldn't have given name. I'm sorry, sir. You shouldn't have given. I speak the truth. Another opportunity to repeat what he said again. Now, because I said and Jester said, he had the opportunity. He had already spoken before us. In fact, what's the name? Electricity was rounding up and gave everybody their final say. Started from Mr. Jonaba to Mr. Jaguar and him. They've already spoken before us. So normally it should be Dexter that should have concluded the statements.
Indeed.
And everybody got their piece. That is how it should have been. But he was given another chance again. And I also know that Mr. Jonaba is going to be given another chance. And they'll
But you could have still, you're right. But you could have still gone through it, gone over it, and gone to whatever it is that you wanted to say rather than.
No, please.
Okay, if you have new information, you can come up with it. Go ahead, please. So we're not going back and forth.
Okay. If you think I don't have new information.
No, hold on. Okay, let me rephrase.
If you feel no, I understand your question. I get your question. I don't have
okay. If you understand, that's okay. But I don't mean in any derogatory way. I'm just saying that go ahead and put what you want to put in.
Right. But I think my real conclusion would be let anybody who let any group that feels that they want to leave have the framework to do so. And that if they think they want to leave because they think it, doesn't mean they have a shallow mind or they are myopic. It is their journey. Let them travel it and find out the truth. Thank you.
Unmute yourself, KJ.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your position and even that of Jagu. Yes, Jonaba. Before you speak, I just want to say this to now that I speak the truth is here. When the 1966 coup happened, it was called an Igbo coup. The guy who carried out the coup, who is Igbo, is from Niger Delta, which is now Delta State. And it's right to say that part belongs to the Igbos, and he was an Igbo man. So what now makes this one now different? That those people who are across the Niger now are no longer worthy to be Igbos. Instead, Igbos should be only in the 5 states on this other side. The Igbos got their names tilted because of this act of this man. Whilst as Igbos are not going to deny him, why should Nigeria now deny Igbos across the Niger that are no longer Igbos because of this?
Okay, so if you remember, Dexter, could you please mute yourself? I'd really appreciate that. Thank you. So let me first start off by saying I'm going to answer you, KJ. So at no point did I say the people at no point did you can always rewind it, but Nigerians have a tendency, if they don't like you, they will make up lies against you. At no point did I say they were myopic. At no point did I say they were shallow thinking. I said Nigeria has not put in a lot of thought into it. You were here, KJ, when I said that. And I said, but I'm just going to ignore that. I don't have time for that. So back to what you were saying, KJ. Ezeogu, like we rightly agree, was a member of the Igbo tribe from what is presently Delta State today. Okay, at no point did I say this land belongs to this or that belongs to this. I try to look at it from everybody's point of view, and I severally said, if I was a military strategist for the Western side, knowing that we are dividing the country, right? if we've gone to war with these people in the past before, I would say, well, do we really want a situation where there is already a natural border, which is the River Niger, right? Which would basically stymie any attempt of a military incursion in the future. This is how people think. I don't know why this is offensive to anybody. We say we want forward thinkers. What you do in forward thinking, you bring on futuristic event, potentially futuristic events, and you have a simulation. This is all I did. And I said, if I was on the West, I would say, well, a border is there if there's going to be, because there's a potential that both countries could potentially become adversarial. This is all I said. I didn't say they cannot go there or this person cannot have this place. I just said if we're to be forward thinking, how would the rest of Nigeria, in this instant, the Yoruba group, knowing that this part was part of their region, Delta State was always Western region. At no point did it belong to the Eastern region. It was part of the Western region before it became the Midwestern region. So you take all those things into consideration. You take economic, because they will have a lot, the wars might not be weaponized, but they will have economic competition. These are a potentially adversarial country. And this is all I said. But I don't know, maybe they just hear one part and then they decide to pick based on how they feel about you, but it is whatever.
KJ, your unmute yourself, please.
Okay, sorry. Jonaba, I'm coming to you. Same, I see you and I will come to you also. Now, Jonaba, when it was time for Nigeria or Obasanjo's government to give away Bakassi, that is almost neighboring part of Nigeria, there was no referendum. Yet he was able to do that single-handedly. Why is it not difficult for we to have a discussion on what proposal the Igbos are bringing to the table? Since we have had a previous time when a Nigerian president decided to give one part of Nigeria out without the recommendation or the sitting or the discussion or referendum from that region of Nigeria. He did it single-handedly.
Thank you once again, KJ, and welcome, my brother. We don't always agree, but it's not in the bad blood as CM. It's in a good place. You have a good, colorful headphone, and it's welcome. The issue is this. I am not in any shape or form in the corridor of power in Nigeria. What we do here, we speculate and we decided to talk based on what we know. If you say during Obasanjo, Bakassi was without referendum and all of that, it's the same thing we're saying here. There's a proper channel if you are looking for referendum. Who and who, where did they start from? Who are the politicians in Abuja to bring it to the table? Then you start having a conversation. We and you can talk here till tomorrow. It's just a talk. And we have not seen any of those Eastern people, apart from the other separatist agitations who have the right to agitate. I've not seen any of the politicians parading in Abuja that they want to put a referendum on the floor and vote for it. So I don't have a say in it. Did they have the right, or any part of Nigeria have the right to agitate? Of course they do. And I don't think Nigeria is working for anyone because our expectation of Nigerian has been dashed. Nevertheless, I believe that there is a proper channel to go through it politically to resolve our issues. And I don't believe it's through force that people have to die. Many years ago in America, when Martin Luther King has no gun, have nothing, and parade the street of America in a racist time that nobody sees ever. Everything was against him. His life was gone. But the approach to it is what brought liberty and freedom, even though the struggle of humanity and freedom is still a battle, that somebody like us can come to America today and be a beneficiary of what people have died for. And it was done without gun. So I believe in 21st century, there is a very better way for us to understand ourselves. And if a young man can say, oh, when you mention your neighbor, I mention him in a good spirit, and I don't know what I mentioned him for, but it's for a good spirit. It's the very reason why we are going forward, but downward, because a young man like him is not dimension. So he on the issue know what he's talking about. But when we say that, oh, I don't know what I said the last minute because I don't, it's okay, I understand. Sometimes it's what we say here, and it's a younger brother. And I say to everybody, I've met somebody that we disagree on this platform very much, and the only thing is taller than me because he was wearing a diabetic shoe, those puffy. But he was a good-looking guy. so, 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 he was a good-looking guy. When the moment he walked to the place, it was he electrified. The energy was great. We embraced ourselves, and he was looking taller than me. And when I look at his foot, he was wearing that puffy diabetic shoe. And I say, oh, if I have my way, I'll tell you to take it down so we can take a mission. But for your safety, put it on. So I understand. I don't have any bad blood against anybody. I just love the way we Nigerians argue. But end of the day, it's because we all mean well, and our expectation has been dashed. So it's understandable. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jonaba. Okay, so CM, I come to you because like I said, you know, Igbos have a proverb that the monkey that is in the bush, you don't use it you don't use it to cook soup. You don't decide to be cooking soup and say the monkey is on top of the tree in the bush. Very soon you use it to put in your soup. Now discussing how will these things be, how will it work out? It's not pricing, the monkey before we even kill it. Because first and foremost, if we are talking about Nigeria is not working, and it's not only the Igbos, let's get that fact. Right now, it is simply the Arewa people that are saying that if these things go the way it's going, they will no longer be part of Nigeria. I'm sure you must have read that story. And the Yorubas have their own, and many other small groups have their own agitation. The only thing that seems to be on the forefront is because the IPOB seem to be more organized than all the rest of them. So my question would be, so far, what have you made of? I'm sure you probably have. Listen, what have you made of all the discussion? If you can, summarize all the discussions and then give us your own opinion, so we know exactly where we're going.
Well, I thank everybody that has spoken, those that I listened to. Sorry, I don't know why. Actually, we all know that Nigeria is not working. And then so many proposals people are bringing in. I think the latest one is this Dr. Fakbunda's framework for restructuring, in which he divided Nigeria into 8 geopolitical zones: northwest, northeast, western middle belt, eastern middle belt, southwest, southeast, midwest, and then think south. Think making 8 or south. You see, my take is this: it is not only the Biafrans or the Igbo that want exit. This is my evidence. I didn't even know that the Yorubas has even advanced in their movement. It's only that the way they are doing it, they are not like, maybe they are not so much visible like IPOB. I say this because Professor Banji Akintoye said he wrote Buhari a letter during Buhari's time. He represents Elana Omodua. I so much respect that man because he wrote a book about the history of the Yoruba people, about 800-page book. I've not finished reading it, though I'm reading it gradually all over the excerpts, but I will get a copy fully. So I respect him when he was saying things. He said the Yorubas are not happy with the type of life they are living in Nigeria today. That they envy here in one of his interviews said he has envisioned a violent uprising in Nigeria. But they, the Yorubas, don't want to fight anybody. They are not interested. So it's better they get out so that whoever that want to fight can fight himself. That's a very wise decision. I respect the man. Since then I started following him. So he said he wrote to Buhari. Buhari replied there. When I say he, means his group, Ilana Modua. So he said for Yoruba self-determination. He said, Buhari said, oh, no, there's an election coming up. We don't have time to discuss all this. I can't raise a team because the intention was, he wrote to Buhari saying, raise a team from the federal level. We, the Yoruba, we raise, we discuss, negotiate our exit, which is quite peaceful and quite civil. But because of the reply Buhari gave him, it didn't work. Now that Tinubu is there, he said he has already written Tinubu again. Tinubu is Yoruba. So what he's telling me, whether he succeeds or not, is a different thing. But what that tells me is that the Yorubas are also fed up. They given the opportunity, they want to go. Opportunity, I mean, in terms of say they have a referendum, would you like to leave? They will leave. That's what I'm saying. I don't know whether I'm coming. So on the side of Ndi Igbo, it has long been because we have our own peculiar experience. That's what I'm saying. Nigeria is made up of so many nations, and every nation has its own experience about Nigeria. If you ask Ogoniman what his experience will be different from that of a Birom. The experience of an Igbo will be different from the experience of the man from Kaje in southern Kaduna. So people have got their own misgivings about Nigeria. So whoever want to leave, but what we are saying is there is no point carrying arms. I kick against it from beginning to the end. We don't want that anymore. It will be foolhardy for Yorubas. They want to leave. They want to engage in violence. They will learn from us. We lost more than 5 million people during the Biafran War. We are not prepared to go through it again. Even if all of them, we meet so many intelligent people, engineers, we know what we should have been. So in a nutshell, this opportunity of Dr. Fakpo Hunda's what is it called, framework is the best for now in the interim. For now, because we have to go a little bit apart to survive than come too closely together and perish in coalition. Why I'm saying this is that because let people not feel that it's only that person that is doing Biafra agitation that is annoyed. The people of Plateau are not happy. So, but by doing this, they are restructuring. At least that will help for people. When you are not doing it in regions, you are now a little bit of having independence within Nigeria. You can be able to organize yourself politically, economically, and then bring to the center. If they refuse that, not when I say they, if Nigerians throw it aboard and feel that the way we are is the best way we continue like this, one day it will erupt. There will be eruption. You may not know what caused it. That's what I'm saying. So in effect, I think that is since that thing came out, that Fakpo that did it, the man said it's a framework. It's not an ending. It's a, but let it be the talking point. Let's discuss it. You may tweak it this way, tweak it the other way, because from what he said in that report, the Southwest, which is the Yoruba region, he extended it to Kwara State, to include, to carve out the Yoruba-speaking people, the Okun people, that they should belong to them, to the Southwest. And I support that. Otherwise, they will be a minority wherever they are. And then he went to Kogi, the same thing. I think he suggested somewhere in Edo again. I didn't know the Yorubas were somewhere in Edo North. So he included all this, and I so much like it. But let this thing be understanding. The man said he's doing it. So on our own part, can you imagine they said Ijo is in River State, in Delta State, in Edo State, in Akwa Ibom. in Bayelsa. Why can't they be in one? Because these are we can redraw. It's the white man that drew all this map for us and be putting us where we are, or maybe the military came in. With your understanding, we can do it. At the same time, the Igbo, and I had the argument you are doing, you are saying, KJ. Yes. Do you know before, I've argued on a platform in which I was saying Igbo land started from Ogwashuku or maybe Banke in Edo State. People were saying, no, and Animals are not Igbos. Do you know today, it is them now that are saying, Senator Nedunwoko, nobody's even pleading now. It is him now that is telling his people that they want Delta State divided, 9 local government carved out, not as part of South, but they want to join the Southeast. It is Nedunwoko that is doing. These are Delta people. These are the people. It is not them that are they serious of joining. So what I'm trying to say is this: if there is anything Nigeria should learn, war, I won't advocate war. Even if Ndi Igbo won't go to war again for anything, I don't want that. If we can avoid it, let us avoid it. Because every war is avoidable.
Okay.
Yorubas want to live, but I wouldn't want them to go through war like we did. So even if it's the TV people, they want to redraw their map to say the TVs are in Kwara, in Nasarawa, some are in Benue. I think they say some are even in Plateau, or I don't know. If they want, everything can be discussed on the table so that we avoid bloodshed, and then we see how we are going to go. Then in terms of in doing that, maybe the Yorubas may say, even if we do this, we want to leave. Please conduct referendum for them. Any group, any people that want to leave, conduct referendum for them. Let it not, because I've hate bloodshed in my life. Conduct referendum for them. If they want to leave, let them leave. That is the way it should be. That is the way we should be able to. So all this because Nigerians shut down discussion. Whenever it comes to, I don't leave it open. It doesn't mean that if they leave, they will enjoy the best. But let it be their prerogative. Thank you.
Thank you, CM. Thank you for that contribution, and you brought a new side into it. I'm coming to you, Kenneth. Yes, CM said, perhaps maybe what we need is to redraw all the maps, making the ethnic nationalities to be in one, one location, so that, people's interests and aspirations can easily be met. I mean, people, that is representation and aspiration. Because if now there's a small group in Benue called oh, come on, they are by the riverside. They are riverine area of Benue there. Part of Abinse. The place called Abinse. Abinse is just, they are totally not Tiv. They are not Idomas. They speak
close to Ubolo.
Yes.
Ubolo, all those inner Ubolo them.
They speak a different. They are in Benue here. So the question now be, will that be a way out of this situation where we find ourselves?
Is that a question for me?
Yes, sir. And why you also make your contribution?
Yeah, absolutely. I always agree with CM. CM has been a very good mouthpiece for the Indibo and for Nigeria, in a way. But this is it. So what you asked is very, very valid. Last week, I was of the opinion that for better manage a country, there must be a kind of shared culture and traditions, especially when it comes to language. These people must understand themselves. They must speak and understand themselves. So monolinguistic kind of arrangement will better help manage a country. And I asked a question last week here, that if anyone should tell me any country that has ever succeeded with a kind of diverse ethnic group as we have in Nigeria, has there been any country that has ever succeeded with such a diverse ethnic group? And nobody could answer me. And that validates what CM is saying. If you have Indibo, for example,
the United States.
No, United States is a country that has independent states. These independent states come together under one umbrella called a country. So these countries, for example, if you go to Louisiana, for example, they have a unique way of life in Louisiana. If you go to California, if you go to Midwest, for example, North Dakota, South Dakota, they have a unique way of life. If I see anyone from North Dakota today, I will recognize that person very easily. So these states are independent. And this is what some people like us have been calling for in Nigeria. But some people that don't want Nigeria to progress, some enemy of Nigeria or enemies of Nigeria are hell-bent in seeing that not come to fruition. So if you are refusing to have independent state in Nigeria, just know that you don't want that country to move forward. Now, I have other things to add to this, right? If you ask a typical, if you ask a typical Nigerian today, those that believe in one Nigerian mantra, those I call them confused Nigerians because they don't know what they actually, what they actually wanted. If you ask them, what is your reason for calling for unity of Nigeria, one Nigeria? They will give you two basic reasons, just two. It will not be more than two. One, they will say strength in unity. And the other one, they will say for economic interdependency. Now, economic interdependency in what way? Is it a shared dependency or parasitic, dependency? In Nigeria, they are calling for economic independency because some people are pure parasites to others. And that is why they want Nigeria to stay as one. And the other one that I mentioned, the first one, which is the strength in unity. Where is the strength in Nigeria? As small as Kenya, the citizens were on the street and demanded for change, and the change was given to them. Can that happen in Nigeria? The next thing that you see is arms everywhere. So what have they shown? What have they shown, or what have they ever done to show that they are actually strong in that unity? None. So if you know anyone, if you know one singular thing that Nigeria has demonstrated to show that they are strong in unity, please tell us. Now, I will also add that I want Nigeria not just to have what they call it, regional system, because we have been calling for this regional system, and it seems that some people don't want that to, to come to light. And so, therefore, if you are refusing regional system, then the only alternative that you have is to divide that country. You will divide that country because of these following reasons: to avoid ethnic and religious tensions. If you divide it, there will be less ethnic and religious tensions, and also to encourage equal distribution of wealth or resources. Some people, for example, those that call themselves Niger Deltas, this is where the bulk, volume of the oil is coming from. At the end of the day, what do they gain from having the oil coming from their state? Nothing. I am not from Niger Delta, but I always speak for these people. It's very pathetic to even see the condition that these people are living in. They don't have water to drink. They don't have land to cultivate. They don't have anything in that state. They are suffering. If you go to River State, for example, the only place where you can see light of the day is just Port Harcourt. If you come to Delta State, just two places, Warri and maybe Uheli, and then Asaba. If you go to Bayelsa, it's just the Yenegua. These people are living in penury, and they are not seeing it. We are not seeing it. So if you have that country divided, you will encourage equal distribution of wealth. Everybody take care of your own resources and manage it the way you like. And then another one is for effective governance. As big as Nigeria, you and I will agree with me that Nigerian government has failed to manage such a big population. So if you have a unit, if you have smaller population, it will be better managed. And then lastly, Nigeria being divided will encourage less potential for conflict. like I mentioned in the first, the ethnic and the religious conflict will be minimally reduced. So if you have a divided Nigeria, if the northern Nigeria or the Oduduwa invaded, if they invade southeast, like Biafra, for example, then they are looking for international intervention, right? There is a country against the other, right? If in other way, if Biafra should invade Oduduwa or invade Nigeria, I don't know what they will call themselves, Ariwa, as at that time, it will be calling for countries against the other, right? So these are the reasons why Nigeria should be divided, and I stand for that. If you don't like it, and again, to close my argument.
Oh, my time.
To close my argument. Yes, just a second, right? Ned Nwoko is advocating for Anioma State, and he's saying that Anioma will be part of Southeast. And then the people of Anioma today, the 7 local governments that made up Delta State, are even extending it to Igbenka, that is in Edo State, that their brothers in Igbenka should also be pulled out from Igbenka, from Edo State, to join the Anioma State. And that is how it should be. And you shouldn't stop at that. We still have our Igbo brothers in Benue State, where John Abba came from. Who knows? John Abba might even be Igbo. He doesn't even know. But at the end of the day, John Abba will be part of Biafra.
Thank you.
Understand?
Thank you, Kene. Okay. Thank you for your submission. I know that once you started talking, I saw forefathers jumping in and adjusting his glasses. So I know he has come to make his own contribution. And I see you, Odi. I don't know who to go first. Forefather, do you want him to go first or you go first?
Why shouldn't I go first? I was first before Kenny.
Because you're a moderator, so you probably want to go.
Why do you make a moderator not talk? I should be able to talk. I'm not a moderator. I'm a panelist.
Let's have our wrap up.
I'm a panelist, so I'm not a moderator. You are the moderator, KJ. You know that. So let me have my say, Jare.
Okay, Mr. Odi, just hold on for Forefather. All right, Forefather, go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. This idea, see, if people are so keen on freeing people, if you are so keen, you want people to be free, then allow the states to be free. Make the states you can argue for states to become, control their resources, have their local police and all the rest, or even go further, give the power to the people to decide.
For federalism.
Make it this is a direct democratic system whereby the people decide what happens in our country. Let's see where it goes. Because sometimes I fear that some people just have an agenda. They will say they want something, but it's another way of looking for a way to oppress people and do other things. But if you have the people deciding what happens in their states, then you find that things will change. And it doesn't matter where you are then. Wherever you are in the country, you have influence because the people themselves can band together and change rules that affect their states if you want to do it that way. Because if you say, I don't know why they keep thinking regions is automatically going to solve a problem. Regional stuff is like saying you want to use this instead of you to get to the precise issue, you want to expand the problem in that region. You still have arguments. And let's make no mistake. People think if you have the same religion doesn't mean you don't have arguments. UK, they had the same religion. They had a big fight. As a matter of fact, they were still having sectarian fight in Scotland some years ago. That's when I even know the word sectarian violence. I didn't even know it was a thing. The religions fight each other within the same state. Somali, the same religion, the same language, the same everything. If you want to fight, you will fight. You will find reason to fight. Even in a family, you find reason to fight. But the cool heads will understand that if you want to exert your own power and gain more resources and gain more security for your children and your children's children, you form a bigger group. That is how the world works. In the oceans, the same rules apply. If you don't form bigger groups, you're just going to be nothing. Most of this stuff, the reason why people talk about Nigerians, because we are the biggest country in Africa. Nobody cares about individual Igbo man or individual Yoruba man. Nobody cares. They might look at it like, oh, maybe that country is a little bit smaller than Africa. This is Kenya, but that's it. Go to the other side. The other one is smaller than South Africa. Go to the other side. Egypt is going to be bigger than you. People will be talking about Egypt, talking about Ethiopia. Nobody cares about small countries. the idea that when we break up is going to help. I think most people, to be fair to them, they are not exactly talking about breaking up country like the way or go to war or anything like that. But if you want to free your people, free the states, argue for this in resource control, and argue for more and more powers to the state. If the idea of saying you want to fly into some nether realm where you, because you have your own flag, it changes everything. It won't change everything. Cameroon is free. They are not in Nigeria. Look at how they are. They are even worse than Nigeria. Cameroon is less developed than Nigeria. Let's make no mistake. Benin is less developed than Nigeria. Same with Togo. Togo, one man has been running Togo for how many decades right now? No country. Nigeria is far more dynamic in terms of churning out change than any other country around us. And those ones that are not doing it, are they that more developed than Nigeria? Cote d'Ivoire have almost half and half religious control between Muslims and Christians. They are not burning all the time, looking for ways to fight each other. We have to find a way to, instead of us to be spending a lot of energy talking about breaking up and hating your country, find a way to free the people within that nation. Free them, then create a bigger entity again. Because that is the world that you are living in. If you keep going smaller, the other people are going to pick you apart. I will. If I was them, I will pick you apart. You will not see the light of day. That's what I'm saying. We have to really be smart. We can't just focus only on ourselves. When we have enemies all around us, make no mistake, we do have potential enemies all around us. Anybody that is more developed than you, they are potentially your enemy. Because they will take anything you have without taking your permission. That is how the world works. Thank you.
Thank you, forefathers. And I'm coming to you, Odi. Now, he says something that the bigger the better, that if you are small, you are easily torn apart. And, the bigger countries will make a mincemeat of you. But why you want to intervene in your own way, I want to put this question to you. There's a small country in Africa called Celsius, and their take home, like what the NLC is fighting for now, is $480. It's Celsius, and it is well respected because if you have the Celsius passport, you can access almost anywhere, almost all the important countries, almost without visa. I mean, you get visa on arrival. That's what I'm trying to say. So, if the bigger the better, how come Celsius, has a more powerful passport, and the citizens are treated better outside of Celsius than our very 230 million people of Nigeria? As you put that in context with what you're going to say, sir.
Sorry, you mean Seychelles?
Celsius. Yes, Celsius.
I don't know which one
Thank
is Seychelles.
The one, bros, that one you pronounce. So I was going to look for it. There's no such place as Celsius, my brother. If not Seychelles, you the city.
English is not my language.
You fighting you.
I tell you,
Celsius.
I'm not a man like you. You understand what I'm saying? Yes. But the communication is gotten, right?
I think the communication is gotten. Seychelles. There are parts of Nigeria that are richer than Seychelles. Nigeria has produced multiple areas that are richer than Seychelles.
For Odi.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Well, if you leave to Nigeria, he will speak and speak to tomorrow. I will bless to have him. Anyway, I think he took. It was a appropriate question because to Nigeria essentially took it from my mouth, guys. We all want the best thing for Nigeria, and this is my submission. I think I see young men, old men every weekend coming here to hang out and discuss same thing all over again. No changes, but you guys still come here. We all come here. Why? Because we want a better country. Nigeria is not working. Why is Nigeria not working? Because of bad leadership. It's not because of the people. We don't hate ourselves more than the Democrats and the Republicans. So I'm going to tell you that for sure. Going to the question you presented, Seychelles is a country that, because of its geography, since an island, if I remember, you know, it has a lot of beaches, and you know, people like to go there on holiday. They have no power. They are, I mean, politically, any country. Look, let me tell you, if you don't know that war is coming, you know, in the next 20 years, 10 years, I don't know, 5 years, then better go check what's going on. This happens all the time with human beings, right? One of these big countries will just go and mop up Seychelles anything they like, you know, and that's not what we want. You know, having good passports is not just all you need. America, if you look at America, doesn't have the best passport, but we all agree that is the strongest country that the world has ever known. It has economic power. If they tell you to stand, you stand. I believe the passport of Switzerland is better, which is a strong country, and many of these smaller, maybe Norway could even be better. But you can't, you know, when Russia backs, they have to run to DC and ask what's going on. I just wanted to, you know, just throwing from forefathers. Look, we can't continue to, you know, reduce ourselves and our numbers. The strength, why they, you know, we are recognized anywhere in this world is because of our population, whether you like it or you don't like it. I know you're shaking your head, and I actually do agree. I'm going to come to you. Just hold on, just relax, just chill. Look, I do see the whole point. I'm an Igbo man, proud one. And I understand my father fought in the war. I understand the idea of the war. They had no choice. You know, people had to do. And sometimes these things happen from time to time. When people are given no other option, then they have to fight. Men will die. But look, our problem in Africa is because of how we live as tribes. If you want to do referendum, you have to do an African referendum. Because I heard Kenneth saying, okay, let's go and grab our brothers in Bini, in Edo. We'll get some, as Ned Moko said, let's get some people in, we'll have people in Benue, we'll have people in Akwa Ibom. Like, when do we stop? You know, Yoruba people have to go to Benin Republic and get their brothers. Fulanis will have to go there and get their own. You know, if we want to do a referendum and really organize, look, we didn't make this problem for us. The Europeans did in the 1800s. They sat down and divided our continents, you know, without our, you know, consent, okay? But we're here now. We have to find, look, if Nigeria had a good leader, one good leader, we had some good leaders before, we will not be fighting each other. Look, whenever any of us go, if you go anywhere and you meet, you know, let's say Dexter, I see him somewhere, I've never seen him. You know, there's this nod, even with African Americans or whatever black person. There's this, my brother is here. You know, look, we actually are not too different from each other. You know, Nigeria has a problem. It's a leadership problem. The only problem, what I see is in Nigeria, there's this, you know, sort of schism or hatred for Igbos, you know, that, you know, look, Igbos have had it rough in this country. You know, you see people, Igbos feel, and I feel it sometimes, people trying to kick you a little bit, you know, like the idea of like you're not really accepted here. You know, this happens all the time. You could even see it in the discussion here. I am a Pan-Africanist. I believe that we need to bind up more African countries. Look at Liberia. It can never survive as a country. It's impossible. Look at Sierra Leone. Those countries are done. They are toast. If you put Igbos in one country, you know, I don't know how they will do, or Yorubas, but it's going to be 30 million countries made up of black people that, you know, without any significant political power. You have to start building your aircraft and have military agreement with strong people before you start, you know, making any waves. But I wanted to address something. Hold on.
You got around the call. I've given you more. You've taken on more.
Let me just land on the point. There was one point that I Speak the Truth was making. Look, I Speak the Truth. I think you're very knowledgeable in Nigerian history, but there are things you say sometimes, people, it becomes a little bit inflammatory. Many times you say, oh, like, why don't you feel how other, try to see how other people feel. But there are people who feel bad about the way you speak. You said, oh, there's going to be, if they divide, Germany fought war with Russia. They have a border. They do business. Now, oh, if the Biafra divide their border, with the South, with the Yorubas, they're going to be adversarial. And because
that wasn't what I said.
Let me finish. You don't let people interrupt you. You said, oh, there's a geographical border because you said military analysts and strategists, they will, but I'm wondering, have you ever thought of putting Igbos who are in Niger, in the Delta, inside the Yoruba state that you're proposing? Which one will make more military sense? So you're talking from two sides of your mouth. And this is the problem. Like, you're talking about geographical border, but you're talking about taking your enemies and putting them in.
Okay, so can I respond? So what I said, So
you have
let's
just 1 minute.
Leadership we have in
If he finishes, you respond, but 1 minute. Yes, I will understand, sir. Okay, you can go ahead.
Thank you.
So should I go ahead because you asked me to wait?
That wasn't.
I speak.
So that wasn't what I said at all. I don't understand how. I think people are very, very invested in Nigeria, and I understand it. And I understand a lot of Nigerians cannot see that someone could actually be neutral. Why? Because they have chosen sides, either ethnically, and it could be subconscious sometimes. So either ethnically or creed-wise, which is the religion. So as much as a lot of Nigerians like yourself would say, well, I want the best and I'm not supporting IPOB, or I'm Igbo and I'm more maybe neutral, subconsciously, even forgetting the words you speak, subconsciously, a lot of y'all get triggered when someone like myself says certain things. Sir, I'd like to put it to you like this. Whether Nigeria divides into 500 different nations or whether it remains one, I do not have a horse in the race. Every time I speak, if you notice my style, I either question or I propose a question. This is why I look at it like I understand people want to act like they are very knowledgeable, and that is very fine with me. Be the smartest guy in the class. All I have to do is ask questions. Now, with regards to what I said about the regions, I said, and I'm going to repeat it again, this is like the fourth or fifth time. I said, if we look at it from the position of the Western region. Now, let's pretend I am a military analyst, because believe it or not, when Nigeria decides to start splitting up, military analysts will be involved. Economists will be involved. Historians will be involved. So what they're going to do is taking issues from, for example, the incident from 1967 to 1970, which actually included, like I said, the invasion of the Midwest. Prior to that, a few years prior to that, less than 36 months prior to that invasion, which was led by Banjo on the orders of Ojukwu, the Midwest actually was the Western region. So if you think that a Western region, which knowing their history and knowing that if, for example, because what we thought was if Biafra was to come into fruition, this was the whole supposition. This is why I proposed that. So I said, if Biafra came into fruition, where will encompass Biafra? Because there is already a natural border. The river Niger is already there. Now, if we look at, hold on, KJ, if we look at the history of Niger,
exactly. Shot me when I wanted to speak.
if we look at the history of Nigeria.
Can somebody else speak? Can somebody else speak, please?
If you guys want to
You
shut
were
me
just
down, that's fine. Go
responding,
ahead.
and then you took over. Can somebody else speak, please?
No, he asked me a question,
No, it's
and he
okay.
mentioned me. But when you guys don't want to hear what someone has to say, this is what you do. But I'll leave the show for you guys. Have fun. KJ, I appreciate you.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, listen, guys. Hold on. There are some things we need to control. Let's just try and manage ourselves so we don't get rowdy about it. All right. He has said many things that needs to be responded to. I'll give the first preference of response to Odi, who was the one who he was actually responding to. Then I'll go to Keneng, and I'll come to Desta, and then I'll come to civility. Unless forefather has something to say, then you can jump in whenever you feel like. All right. Odi, you have something to say? You have 2 minutes for the response.
I'm going to use 1 minute. I really, he's left, when people, I think there's an adage that when you are pointing one finger, 4 are pointing at you. Even the Bible says that before you remove the speckle in somebody's eye, remove, first of all, there's a log of wood in your eye. Problem is that he keeps saying, you Nigerians, but he's here every day. He's talking about the same thing. I come in like holier than thou, coming to bless you all and offer you solution. But the solution that is completely biased. You can see, I'm an Igbo man. I'm detribalized, at least I want to believe. There's no way. But when you're saying something that I can see where you're going, when you're saying, oh, military, and I don't want to give too much talk. I think everybody sees him the way he is. Look, I'm saying, brothers, we are brothers. There is a problem. Let's find a way to, whether we need to register into political parties, whether we need to, we need to kick APC out, or I don't know, this generation of leaders, they're killing us, man. Look at what's going on in Nigeria. Even the guys are impoverishing themselves. Nigeria is not working, man. We need to do something about it. I don't want to spend too much time. Can I come?
All right. Thank you.
Odi, sorry, I think we've missed you, man. We've missed you. You haven't been around for a while. I've been mistaking you for somebody else. But now that I hear you and you're back, and you've refreshed my memory for. Good to see you, sir. Is all I was to say.
Okay. Can I hear you?
Yes. I overheard somebody. I don't like calling the person the guy's name because he needs serious education and serious understanding of Nigerian history and politics. He was talking about having the River Niger as the natural boundary, and that speaks for itself. And I want to ask him, was River Niger the basis for demarcation or the boundary alienation of that country in the first place? When states were being created, was River Niger used as a natural boundary for the creation of states, or even for creation of regions, geopolitical regions? Was that River Niger the basis for that division? This is a question that he needs to answer before he starts making reference to River Niger as a natural boundary. Now, my big brother, Odi, right? You made a lot of sense. It's very hard to disagree with an elder, right? We must not agree on everything, but this is where I have to come in. You were saying that Nigeria is popular because of its population. That sounds somehow to me. Why not Nigeria be popular because of its advancement in technology, sciences? Why must it not be popular for its advancement in medicine and other areas? Why will it just a population of, seriously, I don't want to call Nigeria a population of zombies. Do you understand? I don't want to use that word. Don't hold that against me. A population that don't have, sorry. But we have countries like, somebody mentioned Seychelles here. I was dancing, so I couldn't understand why he was mentioning Seychelles. Seychelles has a population of less than 120,000 population, but we know Seychelles is existing. We have countries like Gambia. We have Gabon. We have those small country. They are popular too. Yeah, but they are not as populated as Nasarawa State in Nigeria. But they are popular. They are countries, right? Right now, you also made mention of if Igbos, if Biafra are calling for their brothers in Edo, in Delta, in Benue, Akwa Ibom, Cross River, River State. How about Yorubas pull their brothers away from Benin Republic? No, they don't have to. Benin Republic is a different country, because if you extend it to countries now, pulling out brothers from countries, then I will now advocate for Biafrans to go all the way to Guinea-Conakry to pull out their indigenous Igbo brothers there. Liberia, Sierra Leone, Cameroon, where you have much population actually, where their indigenous Igbo brothers are. But we don't have to go to that extent. We are dealing with Nigeria as a geographical location now, right? Now, building of a military structure that you're talking about, that will have to be Africanism or whatever. But my understanding of Pan-Africanism is having a unified voice, coming in unity, to achieve something. Now, we already have countries in that Africa. Now, let's do it in a proper way. Let's complete the division of those countries. Then that will not stop us from still having that unified voice to pursue one cause, which is taking away the effect of colonialism and whatever they call it. Sorry, that word is always very difficult for me to pronounce. Why not having those countries, units of countries? Then we can still, that will not stop us from having that unified voice to pursue African cause. Right? This is where I stand. If you are calling for let's have military structures, what military structure has Nigeria gotten since with that population? What military structure has Africa in its entirety is able to achieve since? So why must it be just having Biafra will stop them from having their military structure? They can still have their military structure. After all, you will be surprised that it is Biafra that will give them that military structure at the end of the day, because we and I, we know what happened during the Biafran War. I wasn't born then. I don't know if you were born. I think you were born then. But do you know that Biafrans were so, I don't know, I don't want to blow our trumpet, but you know what we did with our military then. So at the end of the day, you may be surprised that it is Biafra that will give them that military structure that you are calling for.
All right.
So please, Africanism, we all stand for that, but we also advocate for our own country. Let's face our front. Everybody, mind your business.
Thank you so much.
Thank you
for that contribution. All right. I will not ask any more questions. Dexter, you have heard what you have said.
Yeah, I just want to add to what Kene has said. This grave misconception that we keep on trying to drive here, quantity over quality. Oh, it's because we are 230 million. That's why we are where we are. I mean, when I hear that discussion, it's a very shameful argument, very shameful one. The UK in land mass is smaller than Nigeria. Nigeria will swallow the UK. But yet, the UK's population is under 70 million. Yet, the UK has much more influence. The small UK colonized India. Small UK overtook China. What are we talking about? We're talking about intellectual property. People are talking about mass, scalar quantity. We're talking about direction. People that have intellectual look, the Netherlands, before the UK became a world power, the Netherlands was a world power for 100 years. The place you call New York, it was actually the Netherlands that go to New York first. That's why you have a lot of Yankees there. Yankees is a Netherlands word. Netherlands is a very small country.
It was New Amsterdam before.
Thank you, Jagun. Netherlands is a very small country below sea level. Are you aware today that in the arms race of today, nanotechnology, the Netherlands is the leader of nanotechnology, because it's only in the Netherlands where you can make your microchips in nano sizes. The company ASML that makes nano chips, it's not even Taiwan. That is why everybody is trying to tie to Netherlands today. China is trying to invest in Netherlands. America and Netherlands have a pact that Netherlands will not sell those chips to China. The nano chips that are like DNA cells are made in the Netherlands. That's the only place you have the machine to make it. Are we talking about how many are they? Lagos will, the population of Lagos will swallow the population of Netherlands. And we are busy talking about 230 million people. Oh, it's because of our number. That is why we should be ashamed. If we are saying it's because of our number, that's why poverty is ravaging 70% of the population. And some of us here that are living in the Western world, because we can't find food to eat, we are saying because of our number. It's because of our number. Education, people are not getting educated. When you be talking about how people should get educated, Nigeria should be leading in technology. Look at what our musicians are doing. Look at what Burna Boy did.
Let me just stop you for
Wait,
10 seconds. 10 seconds.
No 2 seconds. No
okay,
2
fine.
seconds.
Go on. You are not going to like it.
Look at what Burna Boy is doing. Look at what Burna Boy is doing. Is it because of number? Look at what Davido is doing. Is it because of number? Is it not quality? Is he not selling his products, his intellectual property because of thoughts? So why do we go about this? Oh, if we are not big, we will not be known. Then that means we will remain as we are. As we are. Have we harnessed our intellectual capacity? We have not. And there's
Brother Dexter, can I beg your pardon. I need to come in real quick. Just to say this, sir, please. We're having a good discussion. It's flowing. It's not bad. It's flowing. Allow it to flow. Please. I just want to say this. Whilst I understand your passion and almost anger about the way we discuss Nigeria, I would ask you just to be calm, because you are correct about quality over quantity. I completely agree with you. But when we look at Nigeria, the southern region as a whole is not a minority when we take it as a whole. Within this region, we have the Yorubas, we have the Igbos, we have the Edos, we have everybody who is in the diaspora. And this diaspora seems to be functioning very well outside Nigeria and not functioning as strongly as they should inside. Now, the quality, as you put into us, is in the South. The quality is with us. But I don't believe we are doing a good job of making ourselves powerful within that quality. So I think we have to give some understanding to those who look at the might of Nigeria, but also understand that we're not playing at the height that we should be. That's what I want to say. Sorry.
Yes, Jagu, thank you for your contribution. I'm not saying that our population cannot be a strength. But when we start putting quantity over quality, then we miss the point. That now justifies what the politicians have done. I gave an example. Let me give an example. In the 1970s, the Saudi royal family used to come to Ife, UI teaching hospital for treatment, yearly treatment, because it was more expensive for them to go to the UK. But they preferred to come to Nigeria because Nigeria had quality doctors. All of a sudden, we started killing everything. People used to come. Are you aware that people used to come from all over, from places like Yugoslavia, to come and school in Nigeria? But all of a sudden, we started killing our systems. And then we're thinking that quality is now much. How come Nigeria was better when it had a population of under 100 million? Nigeria was leading in the world in Africa when it had a population under 100 million. All of a sudden, population exploded. Instead of us to transform it like China, we started retrogressing. Which kind of, why would we be thinking that way? That we now drive the narrative that, okay, it is because we are populated. That's why they are thinking about us. It's a shame if we are saying that to the world.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your submission, and I appreciate your submission also.
Sorry, what I wanted to add to him was that when he said UK was small, you see, that is the reading that he saw. But what he doesn't see is Canada, United States, Australia, New Zealand. You don't see all the states that is head of
the
states.
UK colonized all those people.
Please,
the UK started from this small place to colonize
you didn't
that
like it now. My point is that you are misreading what you are seeing. Try to look at things for what they truly are in terms of power dynamics. Please.
All right. Thank you for your contribution also. Power dynamics. Civility. What I saying, for the purpose of power dynamics, we should keep the population, and the population will eventually turn to I don't know, by the population we'll get more, will get more influence around the world. Do you agree while you are factoring in what you're going to say? Do you see the population as being something that can help, to give us the notoriety that we want around the world?
Look, you see, quantity could be a thing of advantage. It could be advantageous if you use like. You get the point? Yes, it can be
a problem
because they will always tell you that the more the merrier. But the question is, they always say this adage. They say 2 heads are better than 1. But the completion of that adage is that the otherwise of it is that those heads must be good heads. Because if they are empty heads, you can't say they are better than 1. Except if you want to have a population of pawns. You know, when you're playing the chess, there's a reason why you have more pawns than other chess piece. It's because that is what you want.
Sorry, 2 empty heads. Is it better than 1 empty head? I'm just trying to find out. If you have 2 empty heads, is it not better than 1 empty head?
It's still the 2 empty heads is the same as empty head, but they are never better than 1 good head.
I'm just checking.
Or you know what I'm trying to say. Mr. KJ, it doesn't matter in this present world we are in. It doesn't matter population. In fact, some people believe and will find that the next war, if it's going to happen, it's not going to be a war of guns where you are trying to have 100,000 to go and conquer people. It's going to be a war of technology. Trust me, you don't need numbers to run technology. All you just need is a critical number of knowledgeable people, and they will run the technology hands down. In fact, 10 people with technology can kill 100,000 people in minutes. So numbers doesn't make sense otherwise, especially if it is not going well. Not that it can't contribute well. If you look at the music industry, Nollywood, they benefit from numbers because a lot of Nigerians in every corners of the world will still watch the Nigerian movie, listen to the Nigerian song, and drive the Nigerian space in those places that our musicians are benefiting from it. So that is where you benefit from numbers. But the thing is, when we are talking of critical discourse, this kind of discussion we are having is critical, but some people are making it look like it is minor. And that is where I am angry. That you don't underrate this kind of discourse. So you don't just sweep it under the carpet and make it look like it is minor. And whereas this is the real thing that is going to make Nigeria one if you want to.
All right.
No, please, sir.
Okay.
So if you want us to be one, then don't be afraid to address the issues. It doesn't mean that we are going to divide. Look, I say I want a working Nigeria. Everybody will benefit from it. But the thing is that if it's not okay now, for example, I read something. If you think we are one, we had an head of state in 1983 who was supposed to vote a particular Nigerian to a position in OAU, Organization of African Unity there. He was supposed to vote his kinsman from Nigeria. If we are one, that is his kinsman, sir. But do you know who he voted for? He voted for a man from another country because that person shared the same lineage with him.
From Nigeria.
If you think that thing is still not working even till now, then you are deceived, sir. These are the things that people don't want us to discuss. They want us to sweep it under the carpet because they want 1 or 2 persons to be commanding other countries and be taking their resources in the name of Nigeria. Like to Nigeria should be dictating West Africa. What has West Africa done to you? What has it benefited? Has it put food on your table? So please,
it's for mutual progress.
Okay.
Not that those things are not good.
Thank you.
But
I like the angle you are bringing. Are you true? You are bringing more very interesting angle to it. And I want to touch on the last point which you made. At the time that I'm coming to you, CM, at the time that decision was made, that person you are talking about was the Nigerian head of state. He preferred to vote for, ask for the person from Niger Republic to be voted into position much more than his own person, somebody from Nigeria. I think that's a very high level of patriotism. They are very patriotic. So
when they give it our anthem to British woman, that one we don't remember that one. That this one just did. But the one that they gave to a fellow African next door is the one that comes on top, because that's the one we want to highlight.
Excuse me, KJ.
You are going to ask
KJ, hold on.
So take your turn.
KJ, hold on, please. Muhammadu Buhari was head of state, 1984. They went to OAU to elect a secretary general. Dr. Peter Ono, an economist, was the acting secretary general. He needed to confirm him. Julius Nyerere of Tanzania voted for Peter Ono, any other person. Buhari voted for Ide Umaru from Niger Republic. Where does his patriotism lie? As head of state of a country, you left Lagos, flew to Addis Ababa to go and vote for somebody from Niger Republic, and you left Peter Ono, a Nigerian like you, because he's Igbo, and you are telling me that somebody is trying to justify it.
No, it's not about justifying, but what you saw in Nigeria.
Is that what I'm hearing?
Their national
Is that what I'm hearing? No. Listen. They have no comparison at all. That is.
Oh, they don't have. Oh, so you are okay? They give our anthem to British woman.
Listen. Let me tell you.
They give it to Hausa.
Let me tell you. Listen. It's what Hausa is Fulani, not Hausa. Ide Umaru is Fulani. Buhari is Fulani. Ide Umaru, cuckoo him. Listen, just hold on. Ide Umaru, British were doing all those things because they were in charge of Nigeria. As simple as that.
Tinubu is in charge now. He's the one that did it. They did it.
So what I'm saying is this: you can never say you can have. I mean. How do you compare that?
We have no energy.
You left your country.
Africans, but we don't have that energy.
You left your country because you. Then when they ask you as a head of state, Fulani, who did you vote for in OAU? You say Ide Umaru because he's Fulani. Because he's Fulani. Why your brother who you claim you are in the same country with? Peter Ono. Was there? It was Julius Nyerere that announced it.
Does that surprise you?
Julius
Nyerere, made cars. They give our national anthem to people. They don't buy Nigerian made cars. How does that surprise you?
Listen. Let me tell you, it surprised me because there are certain things have limits.
That's the reason. That's the big difference.
Certain things has limits. Let me tell you why.
Was it not Omahi, or what's his name, Omahi, that was saying that he was going to send people to Italy, that they were going to give them visa? Our leaders are traitors. You should know that by now.
They are not the same.
Tribalistic stuff.
They are not the same. Listen, they are not. I don't know why you're defending Fulani. Why are you defending Fulani from the?
I'm not defending Fulani.
Why are you defending?
You are defending him. Our leaders are the
you are defending
tribalism.
Okay.
You are defending Fulani.
All right.
Because you are one of them.
All right.
Because you are Fulani, you are defending them. That's why I don't know why. Listen. When there's something like Imo governor. The problem is anytime they mention Fulani from Niger, you get annoyed. Are you from Niger? Why are you defending Niger?
I'm
just getting annoyed.
I'm getting annoyed. Upset over.
Ide Umaru is it's a lie. It's a lie. Ide Umaru is from Niger. Why should the head of state from Nigeria go to Addis Ababa? Julius Nyerere from Tanzania was voting for Nigeria. Kenneth Kaunda, all of them. They said this is the man acting. He's more qualified. Let's give it to him. Even if Peter Onu should lose, Buhari should vote for him. He's your countryman. Where does the nationalism lie?
Buhari should vote for him. But what you are not seeing is that This thing is general with our leadership.
To Nigeria, this is where you miss it. You should have just said, I support what you're saying.
No, he knows I support it now. What
No, I know, but the problem
is,
is,
vote for a foreigner versus a national. We all know that already.
All right.
The problem are the other extra things you say.
No, I'm trying to get him, because you know what bothers me is that you don't see this type of anger from people when your whole nation is being sold to Igbo people. But you get upset when hold on. My point is that we get more upset over tribalism, over when people sell us out to people that have done us far more harm. Like enslaved us, colonized us, and everything. Our leader went against a national anthem. There are people in the southeast, northeast, and southwest defending our national anthem being written by a British woman. Tito, they are defending it.
To Nigeria, you see the problem. You think the anthem issue is more important than what CM is talking about. You see, this is where we kind of lose.
I'm saying that all of them are important.
Hold on. Yeah, but the problem, the way you're going about the anthem, if you don't know, maybe you can go back and look at many of the episodes. You're so mad about this anthem issue.
That's more serious. You are not excited by it.
Well, actually, I don't think it's very serious.
That's the problem.
I know.
You get more upset over people who are not getting a job, but so the entire nation singing to an anthem of a British woman.
You see, this is the problem. You think what you think is more important than what CM thinks. The problem is, you need to also see. Look, what is bad is bad. National anthem is. I wouldn't sing that national anthem. It doesn't make any sense to me. I'd rather sing the American anthem and cry over it. Let me say something. When you are, instead of just agreeing with your brother CM, and moving on to discuss about the next thing, because both of you agree, you're trying to find a way to minimize what Buhari did.
My annoyance is that we debate tribalism more than anything else. Anything that increases our nationalism, anything that increases our nationalism will play down. But tribalism, has to be at the top.
What he's trying to do is to dilute the gravity of what Buhari did. They say, listen, please hold on. In 1989, oh God, in 1989, Babangida was in power. They needed a Secretary General from Africa for the first time. They needed a secretary. Obasanjo was interested. Nigeria pushed for him. They called IBB, said, look, Butrus Ghali of Egypt, he said, no, Nigeria has a candidate. Obasanjo is a well-known all over the Commonwealth, at least. Obasanjo didn't make it, but Babangida pushed for him. Even they funded it. That is nationalism. They are from the same country. Ordinarily, Babangida would have voted for Butrus Ghali or somebody else. So how then? What is the shame? Babangida will tell Nigerians, Obasanjo was there, but I prefer somebody from Egypt. You can say that. As long as Nigeria has a candidate.
I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm just saying that why you more exercise about that one than your whole country singing for national anthem to foreigners.
Okay, all right. Thank you, gentlemen. I just allowed that so that we all have that as a form of break.
Let me raise it. This is why I raise the question.
Hold on. Let's move the discussion forward. The purpose of our coming in was to see, because the reason why we're going one step forward, two steps backwards since independence, because we have not had any cohesion, any kind of discussion, sitting together and enjoying joy. So the purpose for which electricity started this or said to stream this today is for us to understand what is the way forward, Nigerians. Which way do we sit down as ethnic nationalities, or as region, or as states, or as tribes, to be able to discuss the way to harness our collective effort? What is wrong in discussing referendum or putting it in the constitution? What is wrong in discussing, or the terms of our existence, since so many of us are feeling we are not adequately being taken care of vis-a-vis our interests, and our aspirations as people of Nigeria. That's the cardinal point of which we are discussing. So, CM, you have not been here since. I don't know if Jagu wants to go. If not, I'll come back to you, CM. You have not been here since. So the question now is, the agitation used to be only IPOB, but now it's no longer only IPOB. The Yorubas are putting their own agitation. The Hausas, when I say Hausas, I mean the Northerners. So far, last week there have been some movement in the north, moving to see Buhari, moving both Atiku and El-Rufai and all the powers that be in the north are beginning to collage to see what is the way to tackle Tinubu's administration or the step of the north. Invariably, they are also saying that if things continue the way it's going, they may decide to act for their own country. Question B, if all of us feel dissatisfied, who then is satisfied in the system that we are operating?
Well, the thing is, already somehow, you can bottle things up internally, but after a while it will come up. Like you said, 20 years ago, I don't think there was agitation by Yorubas to go. It has always been maybe Ndi Igbo want to leave. But now that Nigeria is collapsing, I'm using the word collapsing. Everybody has seen it. There's what this man I thought we should have discussed it. Dr. Fakpo Hunda's framework. He's a Yoruba man. He just suggested that Nigeria should be in this type of region for now. This is to douse tension. That's what he said. And I supported it. Not because of the fact that it is perfect, but at least I don't want war. I don't want bloodshed at all. Even if I will win. Because from history, war has never solved anything. So I had wanted that type of the formula the man gave. Let us do it that way. The center will be the weakened center, different regions, take care of your business, and then bring loyalty to the center the way it should be, so that all this animosity, at least we lessen. Even if we now want to go, anybody that wants to go, you conduct a referendum in that side. It will be foolhardy for the Yoruba say they want to form a Yoruba nation. Then you're expecting somebody from Unewi to go and vote in that referendum. It's a waste of time. Or somebody from Borno.
No.
Listen. We're not talking.
Now you can't have it both ways. If you allow me to interject and you don't allow me to interject, which one do you want? I can keep quiet throughout.
It's not. We're not doing it for US. We are doing it for ourselves. Are you telling me that now, according to Fakpo Hunda, there are 6 states in the southwest, but the man is saying, let us go beyond southwest and bring the Okun people, the Yoruba-speaking people of Kwara State, bring them into southwest, bring them in from Kogi. If they agree, let them come in. If they don't agree by referendum, let them remain there. Is that a bad proposal? It's not. It's not a bad proposal. It's somebody that wants peace. So I'm just giving that as an example. And so it will be with other areas. So has America got to do that? The map of Europe, the southwest region now is no longer, it didn't just no longer stop at a boundary between Kwara State. It now goes to Offa, to include Offa as part of Kwara, as part of Southwest. How does that concern America? It doesn't. It doesn't concern them. We are rebuilding, we are restoring. It's like you are changing you are converting some rooms in your house into maybe sitting room or kitchen. In the end, it is your house. So that doesn't concern America, and that is how it should be. I learned that the joy is in up to 4 states. It shouldn't be that day. If they agree to be in one particular area, call them anything, let them be together. That is the land. Why shouldn't Ogoni control their oil? What do I gain from Ogoni being devastated? Let them control their oil because it's their God-given right. Thank you.
Thank you so much, CM. Now,
KJ, don't be tilting the conversation to what you believe in. What I'm asking a simple question. Like the US now, there are a lot of states that will secede if they are given the chance. Are you saying that they should go ahead and carry out that election whether they want to succeed? Because there are a lot of Republicans that will succeed.
No, you are bringing in well, maybe The next person talking will answer that. I don't want to go back to CM. I want us to move forward. Heyman, I'm coming to you because accusing me I didn't let you finish. Why you want to finish your thought? I want you to put into consideration what CM have said and what we have been discussing since morning or after this mid-afternoon. There is a commission in Nigeria called the Boundary Commission. Is it possible for government to engage the Boundary Commission to redefine the boundaries as it was supposed to be before the balkanization of Nigeria by then military head of state General Gowon? And let's bear in mind also that states were not created because of necessity. States were created to weaken the East. It wasn't created because they needed to create states. They created the states to make sure that the East have no foothold, around. And that has been the the thoughts behind creation of states, to make the East look very small and landlocked.
But from the map, it weakens everybody.
Hold on. I'm asking a question. I don't have a view here, forefather. I'm only asking what I feel I should ask. So, Mr. Heyman, why you are asking? Is it possible to use the Boundary Commission to redefine boundaries so that there will be peace and tranquility in Nigeria?
Okay, thank you very much. Before I answer your question, please, I raised the issue of Buhari voting a Nigerian against his Nigerian national man because he shows his allegiance to his people. And the reason I did that is because of the fact that forefathers and the lights kept arguing that our Nigerian as a whole pays us more, so that we can, we can continue to be the big brother in certain regions and things like that. And I'm trying to use that to paint a picture that even your head of state at that time did that. And not that he just only did that. There was this issue with that happened recently, that our former president made comment that if they troubled him too much, what did he say? He said he will go back to his Nigerian people. He had his family from there. There was a time that the president and the Nigerian government were to sanction Niger for the military takeover. Do you know the way the North and the Northerners raised their voice against it? Now, this is in 2023, 2024 that we are talking about. That's to paint the picture properly, that it is not what they did. I'm not saying maybe they did what is wrong. But the thing is that we need to also fight and not fight. We need to understand that even though we are one, we can as well be respectfully divided in that one and without problem and still be a one Nigeria. It's no big deal. Now, when you're talking of boundaries, I don't know much about boundaries. But if that needs to be, yes, they should engage the Boundary Commission. But one thing I want to say is this. Maybe the Igbos too are trying to bite more than what is needed at this moment. Please understand my statement there. It's not compulsory that you should go with oil, because let the people who own it utilize their oil. Your 5 states, you have more than enough to even become whatever you want to become. So let us forget about, hey, this one will still be part of us. No, that is now, if you begin to state that statement, you're already diluting the reasons why we should even do this. Because now people begin to see like, no, there's something more to this. And you can see forefathers and them, I speak the truth, they kept making that claim that there's something more to that. No, you already have an Igbo land. The 5 states, for example, have your referendum. Let your people decide if they want to be part of it. But that should be your land, and develop whatever you have from that land. And from there, if others want to join you, they are fine to join you. It is their own referendum now to join you. So that is my idea of this thing. I don't understand where we are coming from, that we are talking about, oh, the Port Harcourt, oh, this and that, they are part of Igbo. No. By doing that, in fact, you're already diluting the essence of this, and it's making me more angrier. Because now it's like, do you even understand what we are talking about?
Okay.
No, there are.
No.
There are.
It's okay.
There are Igbo, and this is the reason. No, listen, this is the reason. Just let me give you. Let me quickly give you. Let me quickly give you this reason. Okay.
Did somebody actually say they have to take Port Harcourt too? Hey God.
CM, hold on. CM, hold on. I don't want us to because forefather is already getting ready to talk about Port Harcourt being taken over now. I don't want that. So
this kind of stuff, people shouldn't be talking like this. This kind of stuff that cause problems.
Listen,
no,
people don't understand.
Listen.
Hold on,
If you can allow me, because I use point, I use facts. I use facts to puncture people's for monumental lies. There is an organization called
Your mic is off.
Why should it be off?
Your
You
mic is off.
muted me.
No, I'm not the one. I don't have the control of it. It's not working on my side.
No, CM, you muted yourself.
Are you not hearing me?
You're good now.
Somebody must be playing pranks. It's not me.
Okay, so I want to go. Let me jump in here now, KJ. Also, so here's the deal. Okay, I think I've waited enough. And that's when we box ourselves into corner, when we want to start dividing. And Amy, my brother, I just want to correct something. When you say, and this is when people, Igbo people become sort of kind of leery about how people speak about them. You say, oh, it will make me mad if and look, I think you've been fairly balanced in what you've said. Don't take it personal. But you said, oh, they should not worry about the oil. Abia and Imo and Anambra have enough oil if crude oil is the problem. So what are you talking about? Nobody wants. Look, even the Delta, where they have oil, they are the one proposing to become part of the Southeast now.
And that is what I'm talking about, sir.
No, I know, but you're saying no. That's not how it came off. I'm telling you. That's why I said you've been balanced. But you just need to go and listen to how it came. The way it came is that you said that why should the Igbos be talking about going to take where there is oil? No, they have oil already. Oil is not even in vogue anymore. Let's go. My brother Desta, before he left, or if he's still here, spoke very well about quantity and quality. And I do understand. I subscribe to that. But I'm a realist. We are in a situation where, look, many times we're theorizing about how, if we divide, if you think this political elite is going to just bring it on the plantain and just divide, take your own rice, take your own beans, take your own chicken. It's not going to happen. We need to, first of all, hold on now, talk about where we are, and my brother CM, you love this guy that is proposing these 8 regions. And this is the problem. Many of the people, do you realize that part of what that guy is proposing is to weaken the Southeast further? That's what he's trying to do.
This is what he said.
I'm talking about, this is what is, I listened to him. I listened to him. He's trying to, look, the whole idea, if you know why the Midwest was created, there was no need for Midwest to be created, but it was created for obvious reasons. And after Midwest was created, even the people in the Midwest were the people who started the war, as someone rightly stated. But people say, oh, don't claim, it was an Igbo coup, but these Igbos are the problem. But it was the Delta people that started the war, but it was the Western region that started the war, but Igbo people are the problem. Look, stop all this nonsense. This is what, I can't just, we're just picking, we're going round and round and round and round. There is, if Nigeria will sit down and discuss how we move forward, our fathers have already discussed it. We had simple regions. We can go back to the 6 regions, to how many regions we had before, not 6 regions or whatever, the Eastern region,
3 regions,
and then deal with it again. The 3 regions, I don't think in the middle belt people will want to be in the north with the people, the 5 old northern states. But here's my problem. Look, this proposal will even cause more chaos. But I'm happy to listen. We're having a good conversation. I'm here. I'm happy to see my brother Masker. I have more. I always have
KJ, can somebody else talk, or we are just here to be watching?
Oh yes, thank you. And I just
he notices how he doesn't stop them.
I don't know. Hold on, everybody. Yes, I'm coming to Ken. So John Abba, I hope you don't mind. I'm going to Ken before I come to you.
Please.
Yes, Mr. Ken, you've heard all the argument to and fro. On which side of the divide are you, sir?
Yeah, if the political elites and the leaders will accept to divide Nigeria into regions, and when I mean regions, I mean maybe 4 regions, that would be a good way to solve the problem that is coming. In the absence of that, it should just complete.
How will you divide the 4 regions?
Yeah, when I mean 4 regions, because middle belts will not be willing to join the northern region, so they can create their own region for them. The old eastern region includes the so-called south, where I am from actually, and the southeast. You have the western region, then the core north, the northern region, then the middle belt, they can have another region. Those 4 regions will suffice. That aside, but I don't think it's going to happen. So if that doesn't happen, then they should break it up. Everybody go their own. Now, I want to say this. I joined because of some back and forth and people trying to mold people's opinion, trying to redirect people. When some people are saying something that makes sense, they will throw something to that, like put something to the conversation to tweak the whole thing so that the idea the person was trying to push, which is true, genuine idea, will become useless. Just try to water down the idea. That leads me to something. There was a time I said something about Deborah's case. It's a case that is so dear to my heart that I'm so pained when I remember. And I remember somebody on this platform said he compared the Deborah's killing to police brutality in Nigeria. That was very, 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 it's unbelievable that somebody could do that. The reason for doing that was trying to water down the impact of what I mean by, like, they slaughtered the murdered Deborah on a video, live video. Nigerians watch it on live video. The people that set Deborah on fire, they showed their decided they did it for religious ground. They showed their matches, say we did it. The 2 of them were arrested. Nigerian police took them to court, and on the day the case was to be heard, Nigerian police did not show up. The lawyer representing Nigerian police did not show up. It was a conspiracy, and the judge discharged them and acquitted. The police of Sokoto State did not even charge them for murder. They charged them for, I think, disturbance of public peace. Somebody, so hold on, please. There's somewhere I'm going. Just please allow me. And somebody was trying to water it down by comparing it with police brutality, which is not the thing. Now, that leads me, because I've been watching so many things that happen. So that leads me to say, there is something you call lobbyists, because I've been thinking, because always that is what that person always does. I'm not going to call you. So I've been thinking, like, what would be the reason for doing it? There is what we call lobbyists. In the Western world, in US, in America, and all those things, you pay money to lobbyists. What they do is they look for people, influential people. They go to House, Senate, and everything. Right now, because social media is very popular, you go to social media as well, go to a platform, look for people, commentators that you can talk to, you can lobby. Say, do this, don't let this thing go this way. It's possible that something like that is going on. I'm not accusing anybody. I think we should do investigation to know if people have been influenced, if there are calls coming to people's phone, if there are money exchanging hands, to water down conversations and turn to the conversation to exactly the way the other people would have wanted the conversation to go. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Yes, Jonaba, should I keep going, or you want to make a comment?
I think the platform is getting down to a level of depressing me because the conversation is becoming childish. I'm not saying anybody make a childish comment. That's what I mean. It's going here and there. I think we can be more respectful to each other, one another, not saying somebody saying, "Oh, you are talking from both part of your mouth." You see, the problem we have as a Nigerian is that we don't turn mirror on ourselves, and we don't see that other persons, no matter the view they are coming from, is as important to them. It may not be to you, as it is to someone that is listening on the other side. So let us not make it about trying to win argument than to say I'm trying to make my view and let the viewers hear me and take the side they decided to, than to be fighting each other here and there, this and that and that. I mean, you can speak through to the issue that you think is dear to you, but I don't think we should be going personal. But me, I welcome personal attack, but I always make it clear to you. If you slap me once, I slap you 10 times. I'm not going to take that back because I don't like that aspect of life, and I'm not going to walk away, but I'm not going to bring it to you. And I think we can have a civil discussion on the issue, and people can listen to us and make it intellectual reasoning based on our conversation, than to see that maybe your children are listening to you. Daddy is fighting, daddy is cursing people out, or they are cursing daddy out. I think Uwe came to my house one day, and my children said to him, the only time we see our dad very, very angry is on the platform here. And I said, that's not, it's the passion of Nigeria trying to do it. And they said, that's not how conversation go. People listen to each other and people reason with each other. So if we, the adult, trying to, in diaspora, trying to pave such, live up to it, then we should be kind. I'm not saying kindness that you cannot make your case strongly, but there's no need of cursing each other out. It's uncalled for. There's no reason for that. We are all grown-up people. You have your own children, you have your own family, and to insult any other person because he does not agree with you. All of those things we are saying is for the love of our country, and we should have a boundary for it. Having said that, I'm going to exit for now, and I'll be seeing you guys soon. Can I good to see you again?
Right.
Come back,
Thank you
Master.
so much.
My big brother, Jonathan, thank you. Good to see you. Just real quick, right? Thank you for your last submission. Likewise, always have my keys in the background whenever I'm on this platform. And I hope I speak the truth. I speak the lies. I hope he heard what you said, because we are all adults. We don't have to insult one another in order to make our point. But the other day, he was busy cussing me out the way he liked. But this is it. My brother, hey, me. I don't know if I got your name correctly, right? In your submission, you were saying that some people will get angry whenever we, the Biafrans, start trying to get our brothers from other states. See, my brother, at this point, people like me, we don't really care if you get angry or not. You can get as much angry as you want. All we want is for the good of our people. We don't care how you feel. You should advocate for the good of your people. The same way we are advocating for the good of our people. If you don't want to advocate for your people, that is your business. We don't care how you feel. I'm not going personal, but I'm just generalizing it. Whoever that feel angry or gets mad when we are calling for a solution to that, to the country's problem, that person should get as much angry as he wants. Now, let me also help you here. I don't know if you get angry with this one. My brother Odi actually made some point on that. Our brothers in Delta State, Anioma, are saying that they want to have Anioma State. And when that Anioma State is gotten, they want to be part of the Southeast where their brothers are. What is the problem with that? I don't think that should be a problem for anyone, right?
Now, can I answer
and then,
you?
No, hold on. It's a rhetorical question. I'm not asking for answers. Then in Delta State, Anioma isn't just where you found Igbos. I think more than 30% of Delta State population are Igbos. Now you divide it. How many ethnic groups do you have in Delta State? If more than 30% are Igbos, who is actually in greater number in Delta State? Now, when you go to Edo State, It is not only Ibanka, because I overheard people saying Ibanka. It's not only Ibanka. Most of the Edo South, that is the Benin area, is when is predominantly Igbos. Where you have Obioba, that is the Ake, Idumiru, that is the Ibonta, Obao and Onui, and even part of the Ika in that borders Edo State and Delta are all Igbos. And we are calling for our brothers to be part of us, because these same people, if you go on social media, especially YouTube, you see people from Anioma are saying that they in Anioma are being marginalized. We have one of our panelists here, Mazi Prince, said it here again on this platform last time, that they are being marginalized in their own state, Delta State. So we don't want to leave our brothers behind. If you are not happy with that, then you are a witch or wizard. You should deal with your problem. So we want to go with our brothers, right? If you go to a car in Delta State, they have their brothers, direct blood, in Abia State called Umu Eka, children of Eka. So you want them to leave their brothers behind because you don't want your feelings or your emotions to be hurt? No, we want to go with our brothers.
You must
because we don't leave anyone behind.
All right.
You must have misunderstood what I said.
Thank you. Can I hold? Hold. I have a masker here. Will not say anything. And
Please,
so
can
far,
you just give me a minute to address this? This is not fair.
okay, 1 minute. I will not exceed 1 minute.
What I said, is this the way you could have interpreted it better? I said, if you wanted a referendum, and anybody should want, what you should have is go with what you have. Those people have their right to their own referendum to join you if they want to. Not that you will drag them. I hope that is exactly what I said. Does that go well with you?
No, I'm not going personal to you, and I'm not trying to say that you didn't make sense. Whomever those people that I'm referring to, whatever word that I'm saying here is hitting on somebody, and he knows why I'm hitting him, not you, actually.
Okay, thank you. I didn't want to go back because I know that I wasn't referring to you, just making a general statement. Masker, you have heard. Welcome, by the way. You have heard all the ongoing. Some are for, some are against, some are declaring that Nigeria will never go beyond this point. On our own, we are just trying to see the way forward, because looking at tribes and different levels of the Nigerian ethnicity, the way it's been distributed around Nigeria, you would think that somebody just sat down and cut the piece of the bread into two. It doesn't matter which part has burnt part or not, because you have T people in Nasarawa State, you have T people in Plateau State, you have T people in Taraba State, and even part of Adamawa State. Whereas if they were looking at it holistically, probably this would have been able to be prevented, in such a large number, prevented. What do you say? What's your own take? Being the northerner that is here right now, who can actually give us a different perspective of what you have heard so far, what will be your take, sir?
All right, my brother KJ, good evening, and good evening, everybody. I don't like the last part of your statement. I don't want to be seen as a northern.
Sorry, you that in Nigeria,
I come here as a Nigerian.
I withdraw it. Sorry.
Yes, but it's okay. I was born in the north. I've grown the best part of my life in the north. So what if you are referring to the fact that I am on ground in an area, in a geographical area, within a social setting, I will take it.
Okay.
Yes, but the reason why I've been listening, even though sometimes I tell myself I don't want to come on this platform. But what do they call it now? The bug of Nigeria is always very strong. You cannot hear people discuss your own country and ignore it. Now, I came in because I just want to to just put my own perspective to things. I personally believe looking for solutions, having discussions is good. But what is very important in having these discussions is to first, each and every one of us should check the motive, which forms the basis of our discussions. Any discussion based on a primordial basis is most likely not going to be successful. What I mean by primordial base is you're not logical, you're being emotional, you're being tribal. The basis is you hate some other people or you don't like them. And most times you don't even bother to have a clear understanding of the issues or the dynamics. Some realities, you put them aside, you select the reality you want to look at. I can't remember who was talking about the fact that Buhari supported, I think, a person from Niger. But the same person in his own submission also mentioned that Babangida was pushing for IBB. Okay,
Yes.
so I mean, in my mind,
It's me, Masca.
okay, fantastic.
I'm trying to say that the Babangida did the right thing by supporting Obasanjo to UN Secretary Generalship. That Buhari
Fantastic.
should have
So
supported
the point I'm making is that let's look at things the way they truly are. Our leaders generally across the board, and not just our leaders, we as a people, we need to be at that higher level where we need to be a little bit more, less tribalistic, less emotional, to look at, calculate things first. So if Buhari did what he did, I wouldn't want to say it's tribalism. Okay, I would say it's bad leadership. Because if it is tribalism, then what one will expect is Babangida will do almost the same thing. But I have seen clear evidence in my life where the same Fulani man would support vehemently either an Igbo man or a Yoruba man. I've seen places where people make selections, not based on tribal lines, but because of some either spiritual interest or personal interest. My point is that if we...
Sorry, is Babangida Fulani man? No, sorry, please.
This is the kind of argument. This is you want to see. This is the argument that we always have. You want to make sure you box everything into a tribal box.
Trying to understand your point properly, so I need to put, because that's where I'm trying to logically reason your
I'm simply telling you that Babangida is not a Yoruba man. That's all I'm putting to you. If you're supporting OBJ, then people at the helm of affairs are not always tribalistic. Okay. Will that be sufficient logic for you to understand?
For now, I will ask you again.
But okay. Wasn't Buhari tribalistic?
What I'm saying, Kenny, is that even if Buhari was tribalistic, one needs to understand that, okay, how do I put it now? He's not being a smart person, let's put it that way. Even if he was tribalistic, it's not a smart choice. And this is fundamentally the point I want to make, that even if you are a street cleaner, if you are tribalistic in your basis, in your thinking, you're not being smart. Because the mere fact that you speak the same language with somebody does not give him the guarantee that tomorrow he will think in your own interest. This is simply what I'm just coming to say. We need to step out of that tribal mindset and begin to calculate and ask ourselves logical questions. As citizens, as leaders, as kids, as fathers, as people generally. The second thing I want to point also, and I see us make that mistake a lot, which also comes from this tribal thinking. Because every time you think tribal, you're being, there's this saying, I think it's a southern saying, that another man said na pot. Once you take that tribal outlook in your approach to issues, simply what you're saying that is another man said na pot. So let's say for a Hausa man that is in trouble, or a Yoruba man that is or a Biro man or a gas man, you are simply saying, I don't care about him. All I want to do is to solve the problems of Igbo people. I'm also saying that that in itself is not logical, because fine, you can finish fighting the problems of the Igbo man, or you can fight the Fulani problem. By the time you finish fighting the Fulani problem and all the other people, you think that the devil that is engulfing them, you don't care about the devil that is engulfing these people. You might finish solving the Fulani people and suddenly realize that the other monster has eaten every other person. You are the only person now remaining. I'm just coming to plead with all of us. Yes, I do understand the position of a lot of, especially my Igbo brothers. And I've found myself, hold on, Kenny, I'm not going to banter issues with anybody, because at the end of the day, I'm just going to make my point. I've listened to you guys. I don't even want to come back and talk, but it's okay. Anybody who wants to make his point can make his point, whether I'm around or I'm not around. It's fine with me. I don't want to make any point. I just want to say my piece. Just to say my piece, so that people like it, they don't like it, it's fine with me. I don't need to be convinced, and I don't want to start convincing people. I just want to have a situation where I also have said, because it's Nigeria at stake we are talking about. I'm a Nigerian, that's all. So I'm just simply saying that I think we need to be a bit more logical in whatever thinking, in whatever approach, because sometimes also when you come from this tribal angle, you're compounding the problem, not solving the problem. Because in the other tribes, you would have light minds if you come from a logical perspective. But if you come from a tribal perspective, you push away a lot of people who ordinarily can work with you. Thank you and good night, everybody.
Thank you, Maska. Your submission was quite powerful. And he's saying that we should not always come with a tribal mindset. And because if you come from a tribal mindset, it may box you into a position where people will not want to agree with you. It's like, before why I'm trying to ask the next question to the guest who just came in now.
I just wanted to ask a question. I'm not going to take our time here. I really want to know what being tribal is. Because it seems maybe I don't know what being tribal is any longer, right? Is it that when I feel that there is a gang up against my existence and I try to run away from the gangsters to save my life, am I being tribal doing that? Or is it those that gang up against me that are tribal? I just want to know the definition of tribalism here, because it seems I don't understand it any longer.
You're asking me, I'm sure you're asking me, Kenny. Okay,
yes,
it's a very simple question. Everybody has a tribe. Being proud of your tribe is not being tribal. Helping people in your tribe is not tribal. Okay? But when you color issues only in the color of tribe, and what I mean by when you color issues only in the color of your tribe, is when another person does something and your conclusion is that he's doing it to you because of your tribe, or he's doing it because of his tribe. I believe that truly is tribalism. And it's possible that, yes, somebody is ganging up against your tribe on a tribal basis. That guy that is ganging up, that is impressing or oppressing you, is also tribalistic. But I'm saying that also in your response, in your look for solution, if your approach is just purely based on your tribe, that is, whether you like it or not, that also is tribalistic. Because I would expand it. No, I will expand. You see, that's why I don't want to join issue. Because it's this debate, this is what we should avoid, where we turn issues into me, Maska and Kenny. The issue is not between Maska and Kenny. If that is the way we see the issue, we miss the point. The issue is not between Maska and Kenny. The issue is at a different level. And for that issue to be sorted, Maska and Kenny need to sit down and agree on certain basic truths. But if we start continuously arguing between Maska and Kenny, trying to make points, it's going to be an issue. I want to just give you a clear example of where I'm going. Just to give you an example of what I mean by tribal response or approach to issues. The fact is that Nigeria is not working. it's not working for you, is it because you're an Igbo man? The answer is no. If it's working for me, then it's not because I'm a Hausa man. So I just want to put that on the table. Okay, it can look like it's working for me because I'm Hausa man, and it's not working for you because you're Igbo man. But the truth is that is far from the truth.
You made a point, very valid point, that we need to sit down and discuss. We have been calling for such an opportunity to sit down and discuss. Your current vice president, the current one now, the former terrorist, said that referendum, my foot, which means
okay. See, so hold on, Kenneth. See, this is the point I'm making. You see, okay, this person you are talking about is a Kanuri man. No, wait, no, don't worry, no. It's a Kanuri man. If you are looking at tribe, me and that person, we have nothing in common.
Can you also give me time to finish, right? I'm not referring to you as an individual. I am making a point that in Nigeria is not working. And whenever we call for us to sit down and discuss, we are not given the opportunity to discuss. We'll be asked to go and sit down. And then
that's not true, Kenny. No, Kenny, no. I don't want to join it. See, I don't want us to argue.
Rubbish. You will say you have nonsense. I did not interject you. Let me say my own.
All right.
We are not saying let's divide it. Have Arewa, have Odudua, have Biafra. How does that entails or point towards tribalism?
Okay, so Kenneth, this is what I'm saying.
So that there will be peace.
Yeah, fair enough.
I don't know where the tribalism team is coming to keep bringing left, right, and center.
But you said the main point. Kenneth, you've said the main point. So what I'm telling you, Kenneth, is that this discussion, if you're thinking that the vice president or the president or Senate people will call for that discussion, you're not getting it.
Okay.
The discussion should be
wait. You see how I allowed you to lie peacefully, but I wish you would give.
It's okay. He has answered, and he doesn't want to make it to and fro, and that's I prefer that. All right, let's move on. You have answered the question. Thank you, Masker. Thank you, Kenneth. Ed, what do you say? And while you're answering that, try to differentiate for us what's the approach you have to choose in order not to be tribalistic in our approach.
Thank you so much, KJ. So good to see you again. I think in the first place, we have to agree on this issue of tribalism, because it's just really up in the air, as if, it's one boogeyman that people always like to call upon when they have challenges in the political system called Nigeria. Does tribalism exist? We have to agree that it does. We have to agree that when people feel pains and they express it, we should actually give consideration to it. So this whole idea of accusing people who cry tribalism as if they are actually the villains, it just doesn't make sense. Now, I understand that people can actually can do it in a way that can be extreme, where everything is being seen from the lenses of tribalism. But if it's there, let's agree that it's there. Let's start from even that conversation about Buhari that we just had. We can't deny the fact that Buhari is a bigot. And when people accuse Buhari as such, they're not accusing a collective ethnic group. Whoever does that will be a bigot too, right?
Exactly my point.
By Buhari's actions on that day and subsequently, he's had the rare privilege of leading Nigeria twice. We've seen that this man has a very clannish mentality that we cannot, just try to wish away. So in that case, we can all agree that was a rare case of tribalism in display. But I haven't said that. I also agree with people like Maska who feel we should not always approach everything from the standpoint of tribalism, because in that case, we run the risk of not being able to have logical conversations or conversations that can get a more diverse or expansive buy-in from other ethnicities. Because let's be honest, there are issues that tie us together as Nigerians, right? And if we are to be honest, the best configuration for that country called Nigeria is for us to be one in some ways that respects our ethnic context, our ethnic peculiarities, and our ethnicities, right? So I personally am of the view that if we can practice true federalism, especially going back to the configuration that we started sometime around the 1960s. Of course, we've had two configurations where it was 3 regions at a point, and then it was 4 regions. I think that would serve us the best, where everybody's able to control their resources, where everybody has a high level of leadership or a strong leadership at the region, and they all contribute to the center. That's my own opinion.
All right.
I also wanted to make a quick comment. Again, I'm not trying to be personal with Kenya here. You know, one of the things I see with people, I'm very sympathetic to the Igbo cause. And of course, I've made that very clear most of the times here. I believe that they have a right to express their grudges for what they've gone through. And I believe it would just be sticking our head in the sand for us not to acknowledge that the Igbo tribe has gone through some level of marginalization in the country. So I can understand the grievance from that side of the country. But one of the things that people, especially people from my part, I'm from Edo, have against this whole agitation is that sometimes it's like you have to also respect other people. So for example, Ekene made a comment that Edo South is predominantly Igbo. And that's a very wrong statement to make, because the people of Edo South have a very strong history and as in they have a lot of things that have distinctly.
I said part of Edo South. I did not say Edo South. Part of Edo South, Benin area.
I'm from the Benin area, and the part that speaks Igbo is actually in my local government. So that part is not a very big part of even my local government. But even at that, also if those people decide today that they want to be part of the Igbo speaking region, I believe in human like as humans being able to make your personal decisions, human autonomy. And if I believe that means I also believe in ethnic autonomy. So if they decide they want to go with the Igbo part, that's good. But they didn't just become part of the Edo parts like that. Of course, we know a referendum was also held in 1963, right? That led to the formation of the Midwest region. And all these places that constitute today's Edo and Delta state and probably some part of Bayelsa state, they all voted whether to remain in a part of the country, in a region or another. So I'm not one to like, oh, they might be part of Edo State, right? If you feel like they will be better served if they are part of the Southeast, let it be so. But what I would not really appreciate is, you know, not having some sort of respect for the distinctiveness of another ethnic group, which I thought you were doing. And again,
which ethnic group are you referring to? Because I didn't mention any ethnic group but Igbo.
No, when you said Edo South, if you know Edo geopolitics,
okay,
Edo
let me
South is predominantly the Benin.
Let me make it straight to you. I didn't just come up to advocate for the people. If you go on the YouTube, Facebook, the people from this region that we are referring to are now saying that they want to pull out.
And again, I don't have any issue with that, if you understand.
So what's the problem then?
My problem is that you actually, and you probably just corrected yourself, you actually say that Edo South is
no, he did not hear, maybe he didn't understand what I said, or maybe he didn't hear me well. I said part of Edo South around Benin area.
I apologize. Again,
it's okay. It's okay. We make mistakes.
Let's move on. You have finished what you want to say, Mr. Ed?
Can I ask a question? When you say pull out, are you saying the people there should move to this side, or they should have the land taken over and brought to the southeast? I don't understand what he means by pull out.
Who owns the land?
The land is in the Edo kingdom.
And if you come to that land, who owns that land?
Are you saying they should take the land?
No, I'm asking you a question. Who owns the land?
You are not answering. I asked you a straight question. I'm not the. You are the one bringing the idea.
In your father's house, in your father's home, who owns the land in your father's house?
So then why are you not taking Sokoto, where Igbo people are?
I don't belong to Sokoto. No, Igbo people are not indigenous of Sokoto.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
The people in Ibanka and all those other places that I mentioned that are in Edo State are indigenous to that place. Are you saying they are not?
Like they moved everywhere else.
Oh, hold on.
Are you saying they are not indigenous to that place?
Can I hold on? Now, the place we're talking about, we know these things. Forefather, you're just trying to, bring. You know that those people have been living there since the world began. At least since we know as Nigeria. So
it's impossible. It's impossible. You can't exist. You can't have a tiny group exist in a big population of a different group, and you say that group should take the land from that people and join it with another people. You literally have to break the bigger nation up. And the same thing happening in River State now, where you hear some this in Igbo people trying to kind of annex other people's cultures and land, and that is dangerous game you are playing. I keep saying it. I don't know who to stop with this. What you are doing is a dangerous game you are playing.
Can I stop?
When Nigeria,
can I just round up and leave?
When Nigeria,
Father, stop. Can I stop? Please, Father, stop. No, stop, please. I don't want us to move. That's what Masca was saying here. Let's not turn this into tribe. We're discussing. Why now? Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this?
Because it's one-sided. That's the problem. That's what I see here. Kene will talk about it. You let it go.
How is it one-sided? I've asked them to stop. I asked you to stop. How is it one-sided?
No, because
come on, man.
Move him and take him to backstage.
No. I don't want to move anybody. Please, let's just control ourselves.
Get heated up.
Now,
I do not like when these things.
You have something to say about what has been going on.
Just let KG.
Let's reframe it. See, the purpose of this is for us to see if there is a way the indigenous people can discuss or form a quorum, because the essence really is, according to electricity, is that you're thinking, okay, what can we successfully separate without any form of violence? Is it possible for the black man to sit down and have a serious conversation without quarreling and throwing blows? Because this is what we're accused of. Now we can't have a conversation. Can we have a conversation?
Everybody has had let me have my own say. I don't have my own say. Don't I get a say anymore?
To each other. Go ahead, sir.
Don't I get a say? Thank you. See, this thing that we do, where because of Nigeria, the fact that Nigeria exists, people migrate to different regions, and then later on we start looking to claim them for ourselves. It's an extremely dangerous game that we are playing. And I think that some people that argue for breakup of the country, they have the most to lose. Because if I was part of an area that is separating, I would want to control the demographics of my area. That is what every nation does. And then you move some people out and some people will move in. That's what happens. And people forget that equation. They just think this is going to be one simple, holly jolly, everybody just hold this in. If you break up any part, hope that the part you break up contains all your people.
Kenny, I think you should just plan to relax. No, just put down your hand, let the man finish. Your turn will come, Kenny.
Because
the reason for raising hand is to draw the attention of the moderator that I
understand that, but I'm sure your turn will come back. Don't worry, take it easy.
That's why I'm raising my hand. That shouldn't be a problem.
Okay. All right.
So, because you have like in France now, French people are in France, but they're also in Switzerland, they are in Belgium. It doesn't mean France has to annex all of them to become a nation. You don't have to annex every single area where there are Igbo people. Because some of those areas, especially let's say you have a dominant area now where you have any group, really, not only Igbo people. Generally, you find that surrounding that area, they will migrate, especially if they are a big population, they will migrate to the neighboring areas. If you are demanding now that they should become a nation and every single area where they exist, you have to kind of annex it, you're going to create friction on that inevitably. Look at Nigeria. There are so many Nigerians in Cameroon. There are so many Nigerians in the Republic that if Nigeria was a tribe and they wanted to annex, so we should go and take Cameroon, take Benin Republic, take all of them because Nigerians are migrating into those countries. We have to be careful here. The kind of language we are using is the kind of language that causes ethnic strife. And remember, you are still in a country. You are not out yet. You are saying all this is already. You are creating division. The country is becoming more and more dysfunctional when you talk like this. And what I see here is that our conversations, for me, that's why I feel frustrated. I don't want to engage in these conversations. We should be looking at a different direction. All this stuff you are talking, it's not going to amount to anything in the bigger scheme of things. Because in the bigger scheme of things, when stuff hits the fan, it's about whether you survive or you don't survive.
Okay.
When those people come here to come and collect, either we stand to fight or we fall, like we fell before.
Okay.
Whether you are Igbo or Hausa, it's not going to matter then. All this stuff you are talking is irrelevant to what is happening in the world. It's not going to matter much. And I don't even think whether we hate each other as much as we hate each other here, it's not going to matter much because I've seen it before. Do you know when Tinubu said, the President Tinubu, to refer to him, when he said that they wanted to invade Niger Republic, and I went to an American panel, not a Nigerian panel. The hatred I got from that American panel that day told me something that I didn't know before, that when stuff hits the fan, that stuff started reminding me of what it means to have collective intelligence. That's when I didn't know anything about collective intelligence then. They hated me so much. They made it look like I'm the one that ordered the invasion of this in Niger Republic. I told them, no, most Nigerians are against it. There's no way that it's not going to happen. They were still attacking me. They were not even seeing me, that I'm on their side. What does that tell? What that told me was that when stuff hits the fan, people don't care anymore. They will say you are black and we are black. These are Americans, so they are not even Africans. They are cross for Niger more than Nigerians are cross with Nigerians. That's how close they were. So my point is that when the stuff hits the fan, all these arguments we are having now.
All right.
Whether you have Biafra, you're not going to compete. We don't control Biafra. We don't control Nigeria. We don't control Cameroon. We don't control anything. And what are we fighting for? Maybe you should fight to control your environment first before you worry about what is happening within your locality.
Okay. Thank you.
Let me finish now. You don't stop other people. Why do you keep stopping me?
Wow. For father, I will go backstage.
You won't talk forever now. You won't talk forever.
Have I spoken for 5 minutes? Have I spoken for 5 minutes?
You have spoken now.
Intimidation.
More than 5 minutes, forefathers.
Okay, if it's it's only fair. It's only fair. If it's more than 5 minutes, that's fine. I will.
What is fair? What is fair? You
More than 5. Even Kenneth has been on for more than 5 minutes.
Okay,
thank you. God bless you, Master.
If I check it is not up to 5 minutes, I'm going to have an issue.
God has blessed me already, but ask for more blessing for me.
Okay, God bless you more.
Okay.
Excuse me, KJ, because
much as I don't want to.
There are a lot of.
Yes, go ahead.
KJ, please, because what I want to say is this. Jagu, you're a Yoruba man. You know of Afenifere. If today they make me the Secretary General of Afenifere, it means Anambra State is part of Yoruba land. That is proof. It's as simple as that. The next president of Ohanes Ndigbo will come from River State. Anywhere he comes from, that place is Igbo. I don't need to come and teach people elementary history. People are just, this idea. I'm not a unity beggar. I don't beg for unity. You face reality. The former Secretary General of Ohanes Ndigbo, Uche Okuku barrister, is Ikwere man. So tomorrow somebody will come and tell you Ndigbo want to annex land. We are not annexing anything. Ndigbo is not annexing land. A greater part of River State and Ndigbo, Ndoki, Emoha, Ikwere, Obiakpo, what is it? Orashi, all those, these are all Igbos. They are not doubting it. Last year, I was saying here that Delta Igbo, Delta, and Neoma are part of Igbo. People shouted me down. Today, Dunwoko is now doing it on his own. Tony Elumelu, they're all saying that they want to go back to the southeast. For somebody who said that natural River Niger divided the natural boundary, that person must be an illiterate. There's what they call River Danube. River Danube divided Hungary into two. River Danube divided what is the other country? Austria into two. River Danube divided Croatia into two. It's a river going. River Nile coming back home. River Nile from Egypt moved all the way to Uganda, dividing them. Even if it divides Uganda, it's still one country. So what are we talking about? What nonsense are people saying? Jagu, you are Yoruba. I can never tell you where Yoruba land started and ended. Nobody can tell me as an Igbo man where Igbo land, my father's compound started and ended. It's impossible. No amount of, I don't care. That's why some people won't tell you where they come from because they are afraid. When we want, what I propose is this. What I propose is this. Now the people of Anioma, nine local governments in Delta, Oshimili North, Oshimili South, Eka North, Eka South, Aniocha North, Aniocha South, Ndokwa East, Ndokwa West, and the Okwane. None of them. Their aim was forget about the oil in the Niger, because people think that crude oil is in the maybe Butu warrior area. They want to leave that crude oil. Freedom is much more important to them. Affiliating with their brother is much more important than crude oil. That's why they're gone in that. They want a state divided, give them their Neoma state, they want to go to the southeast and join them. They are the brothers. That's something we see happening in rivers. We know where we come from. All this idea of somebody coming to come and maybe you blab from here to heaven. No, you can't. Somebody like me, I have facts. I've read wide about. I know where my father's compound started, and I know where it ended. Maska, you are from Kano, you are Hausa. You know where your Hausa land started and ended. It's not for me to come and tell you. It's not me that will tell you. You know your history. So I know my own. Nobody can come and blab and tell me. Why is it that Dr. Fakpo Hunda, the one that brought this thing, do you know what he said? He included Yoruba in the Okun, in Kwara State, Ofa. He said those ones should be part of Southwest. Why didn't he not leave them? And say, and leave them that after all, they are not part of it. They are their brothers. They want to take them along. Though it's not by force, but he has proposed it. So why is it that as an Igbo man, if I now propose, for those that asked this question before, Biafra comprises 5 Southeast states, 9 states in Delta states, Ibanke from Edo, the 3 or 4 local government bordering Benue State and the Enugu State. They are Igbos. The Igbos speaking in Igala area, of Kogi State, they are Igbos. Then you go to Akwa Ibom. There's a place called Isobo. They are all part of us. Abi local government of Cross River. Abi ABI is Igbo. They are coming in. Then you go to rivers. We don't want Ogoni. Ogo is different. Let me now say this. All the Ijo local government of River State, we don't want it. Apart from Ijo and the Ogoni, the rest and Igbo. I don't care whether it is New York, whether it is Switzerland, where is the biggest city in the world, whether one of the city there is New York or one of the city there is Sao Paulo. Port Harcourt is a white man's name. Port Harcourt is called Iguacha. It's an Igbo land till tomorrow. No amount of somebody saying it at midnight will come and scare me. If you go to River State, remove Ogoni, remove Ijo, the rest are Igbos. They are all going with us. We conduct a referendum. They are itching to go. If not for Senator Ned Nwoko doing what he's doing, and people will say, why do you want to put Anioma people? 15th January 1966, Nzogu was Igbo man. He's from Opanam. But in 2024, if you claim Opanam and they say, no, you are crossing the river, how daft? How can somebody be daft? How can somebody be daft? If Nzogu is alive today, if I say Nzogu join us, they will say, yes, take him. He's an Igbo man. He's a stupid Igbo man. He killed Saduana. But because he's no longer alive, if we now want that area, they said it's not. Who is saying that? I know our map. Igbo is in 13 states in Nigeria, 5 states in the southeast, Edo, Delta, Rivers,
I just want you to round up. Round up.
Yes, let me round up. Part of Bayelsa called the Oso Okwenike in Bayelsa. Then the whole of the rivers minus Ijo and the Ogoni. You go to Cross River, we have Igbos there. You go to Akwa Ibom, we have them. Then you go to Benue and Kogi, they are 13. We know our land. We are not taking any inch that is not speaking Igbo. We want homogeneity, just like the way Yoruba went all the way to Kogi and Kwara to go and take their people. We want our own. That's what I'm saying. So somebody cannot come and teach me my history.
Thank you so much, CM. Thank you for making.
And forefathers will end up being part of Biafra.
Hold on. Okay. So here is my take. I'm coming to you guys. Just hold on. We have been on this broadcast now for 6 hours 38 minutes, and we are going to go from. So my next line of questioning now will be that all of us begin to round up.
I have a complaint. I've laid a complaint down. You know, I checked the video. I said I was going to go and check it. Whoa on all of you that said I spoke for 5 minutes.
No.
Okay.
Hold on.
KJ, please, can I ask a question, please?
Hold on. So, no more. So just round up. You have 3 minutes, and I'm going to time everybody. It's my time here. I'm going to time everybody. You have 3 minutes to give us your final submission on this, and then we'll close down the program because it cannot go forever. So, yes, we actually intended to do.
You can leave it. You can go. Then I can carry on. I would need to. I have to have my own say. But point is that who are you calling? Sorry, sorry about that. Who are you calling?
Okay, you go. So put your own point.
3 minutes.
So
I will use my 3 minutes to complain too.
Yes.
The last time, you see, all of you, you are very, very mean people. I checked it just now, and including the intervention of Kenya and everything, 4 minutes, 20 seconds, and he's already started stopping me, including the intervention. And everybody said I spoke for 5 minutes. But it's all right. It's all good. But point is that this discussion that we're having, as good as it is, the way I agree with what Maska said, that it's good to have this conversation, but we have to try to be honest whenever we come out and have this conversation. You can't wear a blinders and expect to illuminate yourself or others with the conversation you're going to have. You have to. Well, I like to use toxic tribalism because you can't begrudge any people for loving their tribe and thinking their tribe is the greatest and all that. But don't let it become so toxic that it blinds you from being objective, because there's an objective truth out there that belongs to everybody. And if you don't grasp for that, you are actually doing your own group a disservice. And we are all poorer for it in the end. That is what we should have learned from history. History has taught us that if we don't grasp for the truth and grasp for greater knowledge about things, we will fail. And we've been failing for a very long time. My issue, I don't know, I agree with what CME was saying about the word Buhari did. It was obvious. For me, it was so obvious that it goes beyond saying. Why would you support if somebody from another country versus your own national? That is crazy stuff to do. But the issue I have with it is that I wish we express that kind of this in anger when they told the entire Nigerian nation, our military, our police, our children to sing to an anthem that was written by a colonizer, disenfranchising all our musicians in Nigeria and all our songwriters and great Nigerians that could have given us this thing. That is, for me, that's even more consequential. So I like to think that let's try to elevate our conversations and let's try to be a little bit more empathetic. You know, one quote that Jago left me that I will never forget is that you expect empathy, but you give none. But I would say, if you expect empathy, if you want people to understand you, try to empathize with other people too. Thank you.
Thank you, Forefather. Yes. Amen.
Okay.
Meanwhile, Forefather, you still have 1 minute to, just in case you want to add.
Don't worry, I can use it to. I will use it to annoy Kene. So it's all good.
Okay.
Okay. So this is my final submission. I want a Nigeria that works, but I want it to be built on a firm foundation. And that firm foundation, one of it is this: let people decide for themselves if they want to be part of it. That is it. And so for you, let people decide means make sure that there's a framework for people to make such decisions. If the Igbos are saying they want to go, let them decide for themselves. Now, if the Aniomas and the part of the Potakos and the part of the Edos also want to join them, let them decide. It is basically a decision. Nobody should drag anybody. I think that is fair enough for everybody. So for me, I would prefer a working Nigeria, but I see that it's not possible because when there's no justice, fairness, and equity, you can't have a working Nigeria. In that case, let's go our regional way. At least let's go and solve our own problems our own unique way. Some people can use Sharia to solve it. Some people can use Ahmadiyya to solve it. Some will use Chongo and Ogun to solve it. And those who want to use the Bible, no problem. You get the point. But let everybody handle their own troubles their way. I think that is my submission. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Even though you didn't use all your 3 minutes, but it's okay. Thank you for that submission. Yeah, CM, it's your turn.
My submission is this: the framework that Dr. Fakunda brought, I welcome it. Not really because of it will solve the entire problem, but given the situation Nigeria is now, the man said it, in fairness to him, he said it's a framework for discussion. A lot of people are disillusioned. I, for one, will like a region that will contain only Igbo-speaking people, just like the one made by Fakunda, the one that will contain only the West. In fact, everybody decide the region you belong to. That should be the beginning. It cannot be by arbitrarily you carve some people into this, carve them into this. And when people are now talking, they will start to tell you, maybe if you are leaving, you carry the land. What are we really talking about? History taught me that Zaria is a Hausa state. It's called Zazau. Hadeja is a Hausa state. That's what I learned in history. Rano is a Hausa state. That's what history taught me. Kasina, Daura, Sakwa, the one they call Godiri, Sokoto, they all Hausa states. I did my youth service in Kano, Take local government. They taught me all this. So I learned it from there. I said, is that so? I didn't know. The locals told me, unless tomorrow somebody changes it. So what I'm trying to say is that I hate this idea that maybe me, as an Igbo person, I will be telling Yoruba, this is where Yoruba land started and stopped. I can't do that. Yorubas know where their land, their area, where it began and stopped. Therefore, somebody cannot come and tell me that 5 states, that is Igbo. For what? Part of Kogi State, Benue State, was called East Central State. 1976, they carved them into Benue State. For those that are talking, Ohaji Egbema in Igbo State is an entire community. They carved them, some in rivers, some into Bayelsa. Why should that be? Why should that be? Then when we raise it up, people will say you want our next land. That it's only 5. It's not. You can't tell me the beginning and end of my father's compound. Just like I cannot tell you the beginning and end of your own father's compound. I don't care what people write on the does it bother me? History doesn't lie. If you know that your father's compound is this, it's up to you. I know where my own began, I know where I stopped. It's if not that, thank God for Senator Ned Nwoko. He's now championing the people of Anioma to be part of Southeast. Assuming it is a senator from the Southeast, maybe Anambra or Imo, or Enugu, or Abia, that is moving that bill. They say it's Igbo people. They don't come again. Land grabbing. But it is Senator Ned Nwoko from Anioma is saying, my people, we want to leave Delta. Let us go and join our brothers in the East. That is where we came from. So,
Okay.
What does River Niger has to do with it? That's what we are saying. So that same thing will take place in rivers.
All right.
Before long, only Ogoni and the Ijo will be left. The rest will come back to where they belong to.
All right.
Thank
you.
All this.
Thank you, sir.
1967 game. You can't play it. You can't play it where I am. I know my history. Thank
you. I didn't see him as called me.
You are spoken for 38 seconds. Can I go ahead, please?
Thank you, KJ. You want us to round up, right?
Yes.
So the thing is, some of us, maybe me excluded, were brainwashed by our fathers, our grandparents, that did not actually know better. So we're brainwashed, and it is very difficult for us to begin to unlearn now, and or maybe search for the truth. We were brainwashed that the Igbos are just those 5 states. And now that you're educated, wouldn't it be beneficial for you to begin to find out the truth, to know where Igbos are, or to even know where Biafra is? I mean, 1967 to 70, we had Biafra as a country, right? So there was a boundary there, whether you like it or not. So it is upon you now to begin to make research to know the truth, but we are afraid of finding out the truth. There is a book written by the son of Major General Philip Effion. The title of the book is Nigeria's Uncivil War. Please, I will want you to go on Amazon, search for the book, read it for yourself, educate yourself a little bit. Now, the people of Biafra are saying that they want to go and stay with their brothers. Why is it a problem? Those in Delta, those in Edo, those in Akwa Ibom, those in Benue, those in Kogi, those in Rivers are saying that they want to be part of their brothers. Why are you hating on Igbos to be one? What is their problem going against the unity of Ndi Igbo? Wouldn't it be beneficial for you to go back and ask for the unity of your own people? After all, Awolowo was able to unite his people. The Yoruba people are in unity. So why is it giving you headache that somebody wants to make peace with their brothers? So that their brothers will understand that we are one. We don't hate them as they were brainwashed that we hate them. We cannot hate our own. There is the saying in Igbo, Onyaya na nwanne ya. Do not let your brother or your sister behind. Go with them. So we want to go with our own. We want to be with our brothers. We love them as much as they love us too. During the war, we all know what happened to them in Delta, in Nasaba. A lot of them paid with their blood. Philip Effion is not from the Igbo land that you know today, but he's part of the Biafra war. He was one of our leaders then. Till today, his son is still identifying with Biafra. Like some of you said here, let there be referendum. Let's know who actually wants to go or stay with Nigeria. Then you will be surprised. You will be given the surprise of your life. So let there be referendum. I hope that the stakeholders are hearing this and they will do something about it. Let's
Thank you
test
so
them. Give them referendum. Let's see.
Thank you, Ken. I appreciate that, your submission. All right. Masker, yes, your time.
I have no comments. Like I said, I just wanted to say what I've said, and I've said it.
All right. Thank you, Masker. I appreciate your being here to say what you have said. You have said it, and you also heard what we have said in return. Ed.
Yeah, thank you. The first point I want to make is that my personal preference for Nigeria is that we're united in a way that respects the aspirations of every ethnic group. And the easiest way to go about that is to have a true federation. And as far as where each person or which ethnic group wants to go, that is very easy. It's just a matter of referendum. We've done it before. We did it with the Midwest region. We can do it again. In short, if we're really sincere with ourselves, it's even easier to do it nowadays. For those who are afraid that we being a federation the way we were in the First Republic might be a problem, I want to just quickly paint a scenario. We saw what happened with the Niger Republic issue and how that made Nigeria look bad in the Committee of African Nations. Something similar to that was going to happen in the 1960s. So France was going to test nuclear weapons in the Sahara Desert. Guess who stood against that? Tafawa Balewa. So we were actually stronger then as an international force than we had today. And I think this is a good opportunity to also point out something, because there's this narrative that's been pandered here that I feel should actually die. This whole idea that it was because we were a federation in the First Republic that the Civil War happened. That's a blatant lie, and nobody has ever been able to prove it. Nobody has ever been able to give a true reason how why we being configured the way we were in the First Republic led to the Civil War. I'll rest my case here.
Sorry, it's not federation. They say it's regionalism. They say it's
Yes.
regionalism, not federation. They
Yeah,
say it's
okay.
because of regionalism. Why are we going back to regionalism again? Something that brought civil war.
I would like to
That is
ask
life from the pit of hell.
I don't know whether KJ is gone because he's probably going to be back. Okay, he's back. So because I want to ask I hope people that are honest are the ones that remain. That will have a more honest conversation about it. Hey, why? Hey, let's allow KJ finish.
Yes, Mr. Forefather, I don't know. Are you in a hurry to take over the platform?
No. You dropped out. I didn't see you, so you came back. You are on again.
All right.
So it's all good.
Ed, you finished, right?
Ed finished.
Yes, Jagon, please go ahead and make your submission.
Well, today, I think today's conversation from its beginning to now sparked a lot of, I think, good commentary, and even to a near point of almost some level of agreement. But there always comes factors in these our conversations where somebody is speaking from so far afield, it's necessary to try and bring them back to the table, as it were. Now, you see, I didn't really want to speak on this issue. I thought there are enough speakers on this issue, but I have to, because there are things that have been left unsaid, as far as I'm concerned. If we really understand the history of Nigeria as we are depicting, where the Benin Empire is concerned, that land territory that we call the Midwest, or Bendel, or Edo Delta in particular, these areas were largely, very largely, I mean, it encompassed more than the two states. These areas were largely the Benin Empire. The Benin Empire had everybody in it. Everybody and his dog were there. People traveled from outside of that area to be closer to that area for whatever auspice. The Igbos are not excluded from that empire and being encompassed by that empire. If the reason why I always ask, before talking about referendum or language or all these things, before speaking about these, I ask all those who call themselves Biafrans, give me the geography of this place we call Biafra. Nobody's been able to give me a clear geography of that at all. Then I ask, who are the true Biafrans? And largely, the truest Biafrans, the ones who carry the flag the most, are the Igbos. There are no other people that carry it like the Igbos. There may be some in Edo, minimal. There may be some in Delta, I don't know the size. There may be some in the lands of the Ijaw, again, minimal. Rivers, same. So you see, when we hear this pontification only coming from one people, we have to ask these serious questions, and we want them answered, really. Because you can't just be going off, this is this, this is this, and this. Who said? Who said? Who said whose land that is that you are quoting? Who said that the land that they call what's the matter with me? I beg your pardon, guys. The land in Delta State where the atrocity happened in '68.
Asaba, you mean?
Asaba. Who said Asaba is Igbo land? Who said that? You want to know? I'm a Yoruba man, but bruh, I've heard a lot of people from Bendel, from the Bendel areas, speak deeply about those areas before the Europeans came and said who we are and started drawing lines across our land. Before that, Ilorin is there. The whole Kwara state is there. All of that area was Yoruba land. All of it. Not pieces of it. all of it.
All right.
Wait, let me just land, please.
Taking more time.
Jago,
Let me land. It is such that there were wars in that depict where that territory is before the Europeans came and decided upon Kwara being the north, not even Midwest, the north. So we know our geography is completely upside down, and nobody really understands geography. Geography and history are not real lessons in Nigeria, especially of our generation. And me, fortunately, I've fallen to a point where my geography comes from my father, my grandfather, and then my own reading, being part of a UK educated people, largely. So when I look at the way Nigerians speak about Nigeria, I always find it upside down and obtuse and not really giving learning, just a pontification based on where languages are spoken. That's not so much.
Thank you so much.
I don't know if I've finished my 5 minutes, but I've been quiet for a long time, if I may.
Yeah, but you've taken almost 5 minutes now. Yeah, thank you. Sorry, you're going to be with forefather, so you can continue and all that. But like I said, I was just taking 5 minutes of submission, 3 minutes of everybody's submission. I gave you 5 minutes. All right. I'll give you 5 minutes also, my friend AY, because you're just coming in. You may want to.
AY, put me 2 minutes in by Angel.
Oh yeah, Jago, take 2 minutes. Go ahead.
No, I'm only kidding. Continue.
Okay, no, okay. I consent to that. Take 2 minutes.
No. I want to hear from
sure?
Our brother. Yes, please.
All right. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone from here. I've been listening here and there actually. It's so unfortunate today we are back to this discussion. Interesting. We are all learning. We are moving forward. Firstly, I want to say, right, I think sometimes I feel like what we are accusing other people of, we actually doing it. We partake in it. When people come and tell you they are forced to be part of Nigeria, it appears to me you want to force other people to be part of whatever you want to cut out from Nigeria. We need to think about that. Ekene, my brother, I want to specifically speak to you. Last week, we have very deep discussion in the background. I think over 3 hours, maybe. I expressed some things to him. I said, you got to look at these issues. Some of them, I don't think we can even discuss them here. We really have very tough, intimate discussion. I heard you call it the Benin, like, oh, they are majority Igbo. You see, this kind of statement, we need to be careful. You are pretending you don't know the history of Benin. If you go to Benin and make this kind of statement,
I know the history of Benin. Yoruba people come from Benin. So Yoruba land is owned by Benin. Let's discuss it, Jago.
I don't know what is going to happen.
My brother, I'm ready now.
You need to, if you read the history of Benin, you will know even down to part of Delta, even the place you are calling. Oba of Benin can claim ownership to these places. If you want to, Benin is not. I'm not from Benin, but Benin is not like a pushover. I've heard CM talking a lot about it, though I think he know a lot about Benin. So we need to be careful. I agree with some people's submission. Like I told Kene, I think if people want to leave Nigeria, they can live without throwing a bullet. It's just to do it the right way. And if they want to live, I strongly believe they can live without throwing a bullet. It doesn't mean like we have to fight, we have to kill ourselves for us to say we want to break out. Me that is speaking here, everybody know I have my points in Nigeria. I believe in the regional system. I have canvassed for let region control their resources, let them develop at their own pace. We have long discussion last week too. I told him my point. So we were having discussion around this. Even if we want to break out, we can break out tomorrow. We still be brothers. We still do businesses. We still do stuff. You know, like the way we're calling out these people. People are not smiling. Oh. When you disrespect people from the South as if they are nobody, in these issues, you're not gonna find it easy. I tell you for free. These regions, they're gonna fight. It's not gonna be easy. To be honest, 1960 is not 2024. The issues are completely different.
Yes.
You know, but my thing is the people that are very deep in tribal issue. Here is my opinion about them. Even if you cut out a local government as a country for them, they will divide it more. They will keep dividing it. They will look for other things to divide the country. What I think we should focus on, we have bigger issue. We want the country to work for everybody. We understand the pain of Nigerians. Today, I speak to people back home. What they tell you is 130 million below poverty level. I think it's way more than that. The poverty is hitting so hard. We want Nigeria to work. Just like MS said, what we define that, I'm fully in support, fully, 100%. Anything that will make Nigeria work, as long as it's going to work for the people, I will see the people happy, I will see people have jobs, I will see the people have basic amenities from the north to the south to the east. I'm fully in support. That is just my thing. We need to look at this issue. We need to look at bigger issue, you know, because politicians, they can go to a donor and see what is happening with the politics. They are not interested in the people. They are interested in grabbing power, share the money. This is going on from state to the federal. They are not interested. They are not interested in power. Somebody was talking here today, Master, I don't know. Somebody was talking about the northern leaders, some of them, Atiku, Rufai, all of them. They have forming a gang already. You think they care about the common people? They don't care about the northerners. They care about themselves. When you're talking about this issue, people don't get it. They are not interested. If Tinubu, if some of them were part of Tinubu government and benefit, you think they're gonna be with Tinubu now. They're not gonna care about the people. But all they want to do, some of them, is just to gang up, grab power, and still keep punishing the people. They are interested in 2027. I've said it here. Leaders, they are thinking of 50, 100 years project. Our leaders in Africa, they're thinking of the next election. They make it plan already. How do we capture 2027? That is what they are good at. If the people don't come together and start together, I think our survivor is gonna be very locked in. So
all right.
I hope we can work together and make the country work for us. Thank you.
Thank you so very much for your submission. And I want to thank everybody who has been on the panel since midday till this moment. It's been a useful, very incisive, very interesting also discussion. This is my final word on this issue. When we come together to discuss the national question, let's not always pally to the Igbo, because that's what you normally always drive it back to the Igbo people. It's not only the Igbo people that are seeking to break away from Nigeria. The Yorubas have even done more extensive work than which the Igbos have done, because a professor was able to submit a proposal or a letter to the former president of Nigeria, Muhammad Buhari, on their proposed breakaway from Nigeria. And I know that also there are other smaller groups all around that are asking that they also want to form a government of their own. The breaking away of Nigeria, or the separation from regions of Nigeria by different groups, didn't start today. The middle belt was formed by a man called J.S. Tucker. That was because they felt we were being oppressed by the North. And so he decided to pull out of the political setup to form what you call the Middle Belt Forum, which was led by him and Solomon La, of blessed memory, both of them. But this is to say that it's not now that people start feeling inadequate in the configuration of Nigeria, and also feeling that their tribe and their people's interests have not been fully realized. If this has been going on for a while, it then simply means that there's something that we're not getting right. It's not a question of trying to call a dog a bad name in order to kill it.
So whenever it's talked about, we quickly run down to that baseline, which is Igbos want to out of Nigeria. And there's nothing wrong if Igbos want out of Nigeria, or for that matter, any tribe wants out of Nigeria. It's a human right. It's one of the charters of the UN for self-determination. It is not a crime. It's because if nobody wants to live a place where your needs are being met, if we want everybody to remain in Nigeria as we have all desired, let there be equity, let there be justice, let there be fair play. Let us know that we are working towards a goal, which is to achieve an equitable society where everybody's interest is captured. But you cannot tell me that people's interests are not captured, and then the people will throw their own life into just, oh, you don't know where you're going. These things didn't start with us. It didn't start with anybody here. This topic has been discussed before we even got to this point. Some of us, our parents told us these stories we are telling our children now. How long shall we continue to tell it? And I'm one person, like I said, I'm privileged. I've met a lot of both northern politicians at close range and even the southern ones. In fact, I've met more northern politicians at close range than even those from the south. And I've heard their opinion, and I've just had times to discuss with some of them, and I hear their opinion. Each region has a reason to demand that Nigeria should sit down and recalibrate the system. It is not a crime. Why that is not being adhered to, we don't understand. But if we want to live together as a people, we must know how to come together in a nation and discuss our way forward. That's the only way we can have a society where nobody will be feeling marginalized or disenfranchised. We all know this, and if for anybody to come and say you don't know that this is going on in Nigeria, it will be disingenuous, because just some days, months backwards, Igbos were told not to vote in Lagos. They should go back to the east and go and vote. This on record. I'm not quoting anybody out of anywhere. So these things are there, and let's not go by quoting. Like I said, let's not always go to the baseline, but to find a way forward for every one of us. And with that, I say thank you so much. Ordinarily, this broadcast is supposed to end, but Mr. Forefather said he wants to take over. So after this speech, you are going to see him taking over, but then obviously to be a different discussion altogether, because this topic ends with me now. Thank you so much. And
well done. Well done, KJ. You've done marvelously well again, my brother.
Thank you all, and have a good night, everyone.
Onye ọma zoro obi o, akwa nwa zoro obi o, Max ịbịa bunye gokwanụ m n'ofu ube n'azụ ụlaga n'ịbịa zigo, mmanwụ ụlaga do n'ịbịa zigo, akwa nwa ilochi o, biko rapụ zoro ka ọ nabazi ya. Onye ọma zoro biko, abọmma wazoro dosari, ịbịa onye nịgwana m ụlagado n'ịbịa zigogene, mma ụlagado n'ịbịa zigogene.
I must say, I deliberately left that song off. I enjoyed the song actually.
But it's just constant, man.
Yeah, well, I do enjoy the song. I must say, it's relaxing. It's relaxing. It chills me out.
Does that song and the way KJ ended his show, does that say we should change subject altogether? I think so.
That would be better if it's possible.
Hey, why? Come on.
Let's hold a referendum.
Referendum that we have been seeking for ages. A lot of people have been looking for referendum.
Let's start practicing referendum.
Because okay, don't worry. Maybe sometime I'll get time with Amy and Kene
No,
backstage.
you should start the referendum with calling for your right as a diaspora to vote in Nigeria. Start with that first, so that you'll be able to vote in Nigeria.
Sunaja, please let me just quickly say something and I will leave now. Can I?
Yeah.
Why do people do that? Let me quickly say something and then I leave. If you want to leave, just leave.
No, because I have something to say before I leave. That's why.
If you have to
You
say
also
something,
did
stay
it.
and say
You
it.
did it. You did it.
Pascal, you're turning into a troublemaker.
Pascal, you did it today.
I am
I'm
naturally
actually
a troublemaker.
Pascal do it every time.
You did it today. I'm just watching you. Anyway,
Pascal used to be so peaceful. When I hear him throw the F-bomb one thing, I thought, it's come to an end though.
No,
It's come to an end.
he's a very well thought out person. Like, I really enjoy his contributions. So, Ewa, are you AI now? Artificial
I've
intelligence.
changed. I'm in the future now.
Okay,
I
so
don't want to. I don't want to get involved in this tribal buhara again.
Oh my God, man! You can't make it up.
AY and Jagun actually made very, very salient points. You know, one thing about me, I believe that people have their autonomy, and I don't believe that we should impose our thoughts or our ideas of who they are onto them. So Jagun actually made allusions to some historical facts about the Benin Kingdom, and AY kind of re-echoed them. You know, I know these things, but I just do not want to state them, right? The fact is that there's, in as much as maybe we want to pull the Banker people, the Ka people, the Abo people into the Igbo nation or Biafra nation, I think what will serve the Igbos the best is to just allow for a referendum than actually just saying these people are our people. Let them decide by vote through referendum that this is their identity. Because if we start going into history, we go into things like the writings of Olaudah Ekwano, you begin to see that even places you call Igbo today, they have some Edo influence. But I don't want to push that kind of narrative, because at the end of the day, they are to decide who they are. Just the same.
Ibi, has there been a referendum that the Igbos kick against?
No. My point is, you should not start your conversation from saying these are our people.
They are our people. No, we have to start with that. Then give us referendum.
But then that's you're preempting a referendum if you say that, because there will be no need for a referendum if you've already said these are our people.
Those are our people. We have to mention. We have to pull them out first.
Let me land.
Then you now provide referendum.
Can I just put this in
referendum shouldn't come before identifying.
No. Identify
first.
Can I calm down?
Before you pull referendum.
Let me land before you misunderstand me, and I'll leave now.
Ed, my brother, before you leave, please, let me just say this to Kene. Kene, you said something about the surprise that we will get if the referendum is put. Yes. And I like that. But I wonder if you would accept the surprise if it goes against your thinking.
Yes,
just think about it.
You see how it played out now. You see how it played out. I wanted to interject. I was shut down, but Jagun came up and interject, and he was given the chance to interject. But this is it. Jagun, to answer your question, right? Yes, I will accept the surprise either way.
Then you'll be able to.
I will accept it.
As someone that's sympathetic to the Biafra struggle or the need for more autonomy in the Southeast, I believe what will serve the Southeast and the Igbo people specifically more is if we, as we've always been saying, just allow people make these decisions. That's what I would say. I prefer that people make those decisions by themselves. Thank you. I'll leave now.
Thank you. Okay, Kene, you want to respond to?
Yes, Edie. See, you don't just come up and say you want to organize a referendum. What are you organizing the referendum for? On what basis? So you have to identify a problem or a cause before you now prefer referendum as a solution, right? So we are identifying our people. Then it is not up to you and your federal government to say, okay, let's bring in referendum to, to verify if what we are saying or what we are claiming is true or not. So you don't just give referendum before you identify first. So let me correct you on that, right? And then in your former, argument, you stated that the Igbos today shouldn't ask for their brothers or shouldn't call for their brothers to join them. No, we are not even calling for our brothers to join us. Our brothers are the ones saying that we want to join us. We want to be one. And I don't think that should be a problem. In Jago's statement, argument, he said that the Igbos have no right to claim the Igbos in Delta, Edo, and other places.
Bros, I think, bros. If you're gonna call my name, you have to say you have to be active.
Yeah,
I said, no. This is what I said, so you're clear and don't talk my name in a nonsensical way. This is what I said.
I'm going against what
I said, if I may, I said that the land that constitutes the areas that Igbo people are in both Edo and in Delta. These lands, the land, not the people, the land is owned by people. It's a territory that is owned.
Okay.
And that territory that is owned.
I understand.
All I would push to say.
I was talking.
The territory that is owned is of the Benin Kingdom.
Okay.
Before anything else. So now speak from there.
If you want to, going by your argument now. Yeah. Going by your argument now, not that I believe in that, not that I will even advocate for that. The Benin Kingdom itself belongs to the Yoruba people. They are claiming it. On the other hand, the Edo people are claiming Yoruba land as their own. So let's go with that argument then.
That's confusing.
They are claiming. Hold on. They are claiming that the Echo belong to the Edo people.
We know the claim, but it's all upside down. That's not the argument.
This is it. This is what you have, what you don't understand, right?
Okay.
You own the land. It is not the military guy that put the demarcation that will tell you where your land is. You, the owner, the indigenous owner of that land, owned the land. So you are not going to carry the land on your head to cross River Niger. You still own the land. It's still part of yours. Is it part of? It's still part of your property. It is yours. So if Igbo people, for example,
I don't believe you understand. I don't believe.
Hold on. The Igbo people in Anioma State. The Igbo people in Anioma State. When Anioma State, if Anioma State is achieved, the Igbo people in Anioma still will live in Anioma. However, they will be part of Southeast now.
I do understand that. I understand what you've been putting forward. Okay. I'm very clear.
Hold on.
Wait.
Hold on. There was a time. Hold on now.
I have understood you.
I was the one talking. You are the one interjecting me, my friend. Hold on now.
Just let him finish.
There was old Anambra. There was old Anambra, and the state capital was in Enugu, the present Enugu city now. Anambra was carved out. The new Anambra was removed from the Enugu. And then Enugu was created, and the capital remains Enugu. We did not carry Enugu on our head to come to Oka. We simply went to Oka and make Oka the capital. How is that difficult for anyone to understand?
Okay.
You saying that Asaba. Hold on.
You can't keep going on. Let
me round up now. He made a false claim here that Asaba does not.
So many things. Come on.
He made a false claim. Let me correct him.
I'll give you pointed questions to answer about it so that we don't go around.
Asaba is Igbo land.
Can you? Okay, good. It's Igbo land. Good. I hope you have made your point. So the point I'm making is that, like now, we know people from the Southeast migrate. They have a relatively large population, so they migrate to other parts of in Nigeria, as we know today. Do you rule out the fact that most of the people you describe, especially in Edo and far-reaching extremes of the areas you like to ascribe to Igbo people, was based on migration? Are you going to rule that out?
Sorry, forefathers, can I ask a question? Can I ask a question, forefathers?
No, he asked me a question, right? Forefathers,
No,
I don't know where you
sorry,
come from.
just 10 seconds, just a question.
Okay, go ahead.
Now, I don't like haphazard discussions because right now I'm even confused. What are we talking about? Is it what has been discussed? Or so let me understand. What are we talking about?
I think I wanted to move on.
Yeah, let me respond to his question. Then we can now understand what you are saying. Forefathers.
The idea was
like it or not,
to discuss.
at some point,
I'm not going to let you ramble on. You are going to have to answer these strategic questions so that we will get somewhere.
At some point, every nation migrated from somewhere. At some point, everybody migrated. So I don't know the point you're trying to make here.
By that standard, hold on now, please now. Let me, because I need to get somewhere with it. By that standard, the Lagos that you claim Lagos to be Igbo too. You claim Kaduna to be Igbo. You claim anywhere Igbo will show up, right?
I did not claim Kaduna. I did not claim Lagos to be Igbo.
Then you're not going to say migration. Everybody, because you made a more blanket statement that everybody that migrates, you own that area.
I said at some point, everybody.
At some point. So what's your matrix? Is it 10 years? Is it 20 years? Is it 100 years?
Now, what is their metric? Or what is their metric for claiming that? Because
I want to unravel. See, I'm asking a straight question, not question to question. I want to unravel, try to understand how you
should understand your question first before you ask me the question. Since you don't understand, and I'm trying to make you understand your question.
You didn't.
Kene, please. Right? Kene and forefather. Can I just say this, please? Kene and forefather. Kene and forefather.
Let's not. I want to get somewhere with it because I want to understand for myself too. See, because. I asked a question, you didn't answer it.
What was the question, please?
When I asked that, when you said that when people migrate, that everybody migrates. So everybody, wherever we find ourselves, that's where we are from. Then by that
that's not what I said.
You literally
that's not what I said.
In a way, that's what you just said. Okay, fine. No. That's what you said. So how do you quantify? How do you judge by saying? Because what AY said that the local government, or was it Ed, that said those people are in his own local government, they are a small part of his own local government. So if you want to claim them now as part of the Southeast, so are you going to rip them out from there as a this? Or
they own the land. They are not going anywhere. They're still part of the land. They simply have a boundary.
Okay, so no. What I'm saying that this land is inside the South, inside Edo State.
It's in Anioma State.
No, you had
don't
make up a state that's not there now. It's in Edo State.
You're talking about Edo State. Yes, it's in Edo State, the current Edo State. Was there a time, forefathers, was there a time that there was nothing like Edo State?
I'm not going to confuse him. If you calm down and let me speak, you'll know that it's not just you.
Edo State was created from another state.
Okay,
I'm not talking about Edo. The man was saying that he is in Edo State.
Yes.
The village you're talking about, local government
area. I can still lend understanding to this course.
Was there a time that there was never? Was there a time that there was no Edo State? I want you to answer this question.
And forefather,
Edo State.
Can I forefather? Can you just let me speak?
Was there a time?
Hold on. We have to be.
No. It's not. Hold on. If you take your time and calm down, forefather, you would see that we are all on this subject. It's not just you.
You get your chance. You get your chance to ask. But
why don't you let me speak now? I've got something to say for now.
Can you just hold on? You get your chance.
Listen.
Edo State was created from another state. Does it mean that going by your question now, did Edo State carry their land from that state to the present Edo State now?
You're not even listening to anyone. You're just rambling.
Stop it.
It's you that should stop. You're just rambling. The guy is speaking, I'm quiet, and you're still.
If somebody asks a question, we need to get an answer. You can't just everybody can just be asking questions.
No, forefathers, it was not fair. The man that asked to speak. I mean, what does it take to allow somebody to speak? He is the only person that said he wanted to speak. Every other person was quiet.
I wanted ask him a question. He gives me the answer. Ask him a question.
If he cannot give you straightforward answer, then let somebody else speak.
But he hasn't. They've not given him a chance to answer fully.
No,
He has been using
listen, no,
several
that's
times.
not true. Kene is not going to answer that question. You far father, you know it. Kene will only ask you questions.
You can't do that. Okay, give him a chance.
Okay. All right. Answer for fathers now. Answer him.
Give me chance to answer his question. You guys refuse.
You can't just
answer him now, Kenneth. You are not going to answer, but if you say you answer him.
Please, the question I'm asking is, when Ed was here, he said the area you were referring to was part of his local government area.
Okay.
In other words, it's a small part of the local government area. He didn't say it was bordering an Igbo land, a wider span of Igbo land. It was like, this area is like, for want of a better word, a territory within my local government that surrounds it. So are you going to break his own local government area up and take the land, annex that part of the land to your greater southeast?
Okay. I will break it the same way Edo State as a state was broken from another state to create Edo State. I will break it the same way Edo State in its entirety was carved out from another state. How is that a problem?
So now you see, you know why you're going to have a problem with that.
No.
Anywhere there are Igbo people now, if you have to remain consistent, you would.
If Edo State did not have a problem for creating Edo State, why would Anioma have a problem for creating an Anioma State?
In other words, you're going to take Edo land.
In other words, another person's land was taken to create Edo.
Now people are beginning to see he's advocating conflict.
No. Now people saw that Edo advocated conflict to have Edo State.
He wants to make his dream come true. But it's all good. Let's
you threw me out. You threw me out. You don't fall for it. You're the only one who does.
Now we got somewhere. Jago, you have to see. We got somewhere. I got an answer from him. You can take him on now if you want to.
I don't mind what you're saying.
There was no answer there.
Please, at that time, all I wanted to do was to interject to make the communication better. But when Kenny was speaking, you were speaking underneath him. And you didn't let him speak. So I came in and said, "You're speaking, can you be?" And then he threw me out. And I'm thinking, is there any understanding like what goes on now? Are you so close-minded that you can't see?
Can you just focus on asking me his question, please?
See what I'm going to say, please. Because, these things happen. And as I said to you, it's only you that do this to me, bruv. Nobody else. Anyway, let me say this to you. For what Ekene was saying, I understand him completely. I understand what he's saying. You understand? All I am putting to Ekene is not to say that what I'm putting forward is not to be said. But we have to understand that the geography of the place that they call Nigeria, it has been cut up by the Europeans initially for us to be speaking from the points that we are speaking from. But if we go further back, then we understand that there was something completely different going on. Because from Oyo State, which was not necessarily a part of the Benin Empire, but neither was it the part of the Oyo Empire. We were a state, actually, not a state, an area of people that this was part of what actually took place in historical terms. We were a state between two empires, and we joined none of them. The only people that were a part of that were the Ekiti people, who were the warriors of that side. The Ondo warriors were completely different in terms of what they were doing in Ondo State. You understand? But we are Yoruba speaking in the main. Now, where Benin and those areas, Benin and Delta states, Edo and Delta states, these states are still the states that constitute the power base of what was the Benin Empire. That whole two states and all of the land territory. Everybody, Yoruba, Edo, Ijo, Ishekiri, Igbo, everybody was inside that state. Everybody was there, but we knew where our land was. The Benin as a name is a Yoruba name, yes. But before there was Benin, there was the Igosos. And that empire was not as big as Benin, but it was the same people. We came there for a kingship and we left, knowing that it's not our land. It's not that confusing if you want to be honest about the fact that people do migrate, people do move, and a lot has taken place before the Europeans came. We forget this history and then we want to.
But me, Jagun, you've confused me. So what have you said now?
Where have I confused you?
I mean, I'm totally confused. What is the point?
What is going on now?
The point of what I'm saying, listen, the point of what I'm saying is that the areas that now have Igbo people in them, in both Delta and Edo, that land space is not necessarily theirs. If, however, this is me, because we're in today's day, if the people of those areas vote and say that they want to be part of the Igbo terrain, I salute them now. And if the Edo people and the Benin people themselves agree to that, because it's, at the end of the day, it's for them to speak in this issue as well, you know, to be fair and respectful to those who are your neighbors, then if they have no problem with it, then forward. You know, no, I have no problem because it's true. It's Igbo speaking.
Okay, so just to get to Jagun, what I have now, what you're saying, let me just rephrase and you can correct me if I'm wrong. What you're saying is that historically, the whole of that land is Benin Kingdom.
Correct.
But given that there have been movement of people, if today Igbo people are residing within what territorial area could have been referred to Benin Kingdom, and Igbo people are sitting in some area, you are saying that if the Benin people are willing to let these people go together with the land, that is fine with you. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, indeed.
Okay, let me add this. 30 seconds. You see, why I kind of like, I said we should stop going deeper into these issues, right? Even, for example, the people, I have a friend that is from Onitsha. They will tell you their origin is Benin. Are you also saying they should go collect the land? I'm sure a lot of you from Anambra here, they even know that the origin of people in Onitsha, majority of them, they are from the Benin. The Igala you are calling, Benin Empire extends to Igala.
It's not true.
Land.
If you want to say work with facts, stop lying.
Can I let AI finish now? It's not good to interject like that.
This issue are way deeper. If you go to Ibu Delta today, if you go meet the Olu of Wari, he will tell you his source is Benin Kingdom. They still pay homage to the Oba of Benin. The issues are way deeper than you are looking at them. So,
hold on now.
Your book of Calabar, you do the same thing.
Local P, hold on. Because the just like today, if you really want to do justice to Nigeria, just like Jago rightly said, is to look at these people. Okay, you want to do anything in Nigeria today? Conduct a referendum. Where do you want to be? You want to belong to the Biafra? You want to belong to the Yoruba? You want to be within yourself? These are the questions. You cannot come and be claiming ownership. Even the Yoruba can claim ownership to some places too. Even the Hausa can claim ownership to a lot of places. 60 years ago, 100 years ago is different from today. The people can determine where they want to belong. They can define themselves.
It looks like someone has to jump in.
Hold on. Even my local government, I can decide to say I want to form my country. Even if I'm from somewhere, like that is my own business. I can be fighting for it. So we need to be careful, to be honest, and be claiming people that, oh, you are from here, you're gonna be forced to be here. Thank you.
Sorry, I have to rejoin this program.
I must commend Jagun's position. You know, people decide, and they also have to consult the powers that control those areas. I think it's insightful.
Let me just say something. I think for what Jagun said broadly made a lot of sense, you know. But here's the problem, and this is where people like Kenneth get riled up and then they become prominent, which is good. I like my brother Kenneth. You know, the problem is when you make a certain tribe.
Are you sorry, Odi? Are you saying that Kenneth should not be riled up? No, Oga, can't somebody speak? Now,
If I talk now, you know, let me finish. So here's the problem. If, you know, in this show, the focus of discussion always is about one tribe, and everybody is trying to suggest to that tribe how they should behave, how they should split, how they should put people together, it becomes nauseating. Like I've been watching you guys, like, you know, why don't we talk about, let's say, for example, let's talk about the Yoruba people and say there's no tribe like Yoruba. There is none. You know, you have the Aworis, you have the Egbas, you have the Jebus. There's nothing like Yoruba. Yoruba is a kind of a curse word that, where's Yoruba land? Why don't let's talk about Kanuri people. Or, we know nobody is doubting the might of the Benin Empire. He extended to the River Niger. Everybody knows it was a big empire. But where do we start from? It's like when you talk about Gaza and Israel, where do you start counting from? Is it 5 years or 2,000 years? Who came before? Is it before Abraham came or before? What are you guys doing? Because when you people keep messing with one set of people, suggesting for them, some people say, oh, Asaba is not, Jagun, my brother, I love you. But the idea that Asaba is not, Asaba, before they change this, is Ahaba. In Igbo land, there are many Ahabas. They have brothers. Ahaba is somebody's name. We have Ahaba Imeni in Uzakol. There's so many Ahabas. It's like forefathers said, oh, they want to take Port Harcourt too. Port Harcourt is Igbo land. It's Igbocha, that's the name. Igbocha is the name. Even in River State, there's a place called
Do you know when they call it that name?
Let me finish, please. There's a place called Obibo. Obibo means the heart of Igbo land. But now it's in River State. Now and the problem is when people are saying, oh, let us, of course, none of us have power to do any referendum. We're never even going to get a referendum. I think we're just kids, like playing Monopoly and joking. Or, if you get that, you can get rice, you can get stew, you can get beans. It's a joke. There are problems here. If you guys want to move on to another discussion, or stop discussing Igbo people, it's actually very misleading.
It is Igbo people that have put themselves up for discussion.
I know what I'm saying. People like
you can't show it correctly.
is being just as an Igbo land. That's the first time I've ever
people
heard
like
that.
AY, the kind of comment
Yes, Port Harcourt is Igbo land, and I can give you reasons why Port Harcourt is Igbo land. The original name is Igbocha. We have Obibo, Umu Okocha, Umu Ola.
Do you know that you came up?
So it's Igbo land.
Ode is being disingenuous. He's doing what
let's get everybody together. But he's taking jabs.
AY, let him finish, please.
Every time.
Hold on. Let me cut you short. Do you know that you came up?
Forefathers.
Hold on. Let me cut you short.
Stop it.
Do you know that somebody was on the chat before you came
come from?
Okay, so now let's calm down. If Port Harcourt was Igbo land, how is it that
do you know people were on the land before you came up? So at least let other people speak.
Let me see.
When I check the history of Port Harcourt, you were talking all the while. Because
when I check the history of Port Harcourt,
I was talking.
Please hold on. When I check the history of Port Harcourt, when they were saying that it's got an Igbo name, but when you go further back, there are Aboriginals that are from there. And what they often fail to understand is that just because you move to an area doesn't mean you claim it to be your own. And the truth is the truth is that this is happening as we speak.
Do you want to know the true history of Port Harcourt?
Let me finish my point now. Let me finish my point. This is true as we speak. It's still happening right now as we speak. There is the area where the Ibadi people live, the ethnic people of that region, because of colonization and basically trade and Igbo people moving to that area. Right now as we speak, they are wiping them out, saying that it's their land now. This is the kind of language you use. When you go and say it in Lagos, it drives people mad. Because you don't understand what you are saying.
Driving people out of their land.
Odi, please. People are here before you now.
If Port Harcourt was Lagos, was a Igbo land, why did they take property from them? Who might not people that took property from them? That is what you don't understand.
Discussing Igbo people, let's discuss your own tribe.
They stop saying such statement. You are the one that made the statement yourself.
I'm saying that I'm nauseated by your focus on a certain tribe. Stop it.
Because you make such statements. That's the reason why. It's inflammatory.
Make any statement. I came in to tell you to stop what you're doing.
Let me speak. If
an Ijaw man comes now and says, or a Benin man says, Onitsha belongs to them, belongs to them. Would you be happy to hear that?
Discussing what belongs to Igbo people or what doesn't belong. Stop it. That's what I'm saying. Stop it. Everybody can see what you're doing.
Don't claim any other place.
If you want people not to talk about
let
me speak.
Yeah, please go ahead. Let's allow people talk. Let's allow people to be fair.
Both of you, quiet. Let me speak. Quiet. Let me speak. You will be talking.
Look, welcome.
A lady, you guys will not even allow a lady to speak.
She knows she's the queen of the hall right now. She wants to say this. She can say it anytime.
She's still busy.
Loco is looking radiant. He's looking radiant today. So welcome, Loco. Go ahead.
Forefathers, you guys can continue our discussion, but allow Ify to speak, please. Then you guys can continue with your tribal discussions.
That is a referendum.
You see, if he knows she can speak anytime, but when Masker calls her, she's like, now I want to talk. It's okay. If you want to say something, Ify, go ahead.
Why are we even talking about this? What's the essence of this discussion, to be honest with you?
Exactly.
What is the essence of this discussion?
That is the blasting I wanted to
benefit of this to Nigeria
everybody.
As a country. What is the benefit?
I wanted to blast
of talking
everybody
about this nonsense.
Rubbish.
We have so many things to deal with or to talk about. We are here talking about who owns this land and who doesn't own this land, who's gonna get this state and who is not gonna get this state.
Tinubu is planning 2027.
Exactly. He's even planning to take a do without even conducting an election. And you people are here talking about what Yoruba has and what Igbo and what nonsense.
That's what they talked last week. They were talking about wife, woman,
we talk
wife,
about something that is going to be
the country is dying.
Nigeria as a country.
Kenya is catching fire.
That
is supposed to be catching fire like Kenya. You are here talking.
Exactly.
Let me remind people what Ify said last year. Ify, do you remember what you said last year? That by this time we are going to be wishing that Buhari was back in office.
That's exactly what is going on.
You know what? I never saw that one coming on. That one on a different level.
But it's true, though.
What you said is correct.
Remember,
that is how bad it is now.
Remember, I said here that it's gonna take the Eastern governors to go and talk to the president. What is happening now? This Biafra and all this nonsense you people are talking about. If the Igbo people, the governors, if they want the Biafra today, and tomorrow, all they need is to match Asorok. It's going to take 5 Eastern governors.
They know exactly what to do.
Yeah, but they don't want to do that.
Exactly. Yeah, talking.
So that's why you keep on talking about all this crap. It's not going to happen. Let us move on and see how we can fix Nigeria as a country. Election is coming up and they disqualify the PDP candidate.
Okay,
we're not even hearing about APC, but I bet you he's gonna win the election. And we're here talking about who is gonna.
That is bad, isn't it?
Come on now.
We'll discuss it. Let me add to what Ify said. You see, even the politicians that are fighting for state, give us new state. They're fighting for themselves. They want to be governor. They want to be senators. That's what they are fighting for. They are not fighting for you as people. If you create a new
that is fine.
They want to get more money. They want to fight
for
themselves.
That is fine. Let them get the state and make them governors. That is fine. Ify, adding to what you said, we are supposed to come on this platform to discuss how to move Nigeria forward or how to make Nigeria work better. But unfortunately, that's not what you come here to do. People will come here, all they do is to begin to discuss Igbo matter, telling Igbos how to behave.
That's not true. This thing you are saying, this is not good.
Let me finish now.
No. You are getting into a different territory now because I'm here also because what you're saying, it's like all of us are here to come and bash people.
Why are you muting me? I was the one talking, you interjected me and you muted me. I was the one talking now. You see, so instead of discussing how to move Nigeria forward, they will come and begin to discuss Igbo.
Let's discuss how to move Nigeria
and that is why we have to respond, and the conversation will keep going on. right?
Let's
They don't have substance. They don't know how to discuss. They don't know how to move Nigeria forward. They lack that substance. So the only thing they push on is Igbo topic all the
Let's
time.
change the topic. How to move Nigeria
You
forward.
understand?
That's a very good point.
No, forefathers. Can I say something, forefathers, before you change the topic, please? Can I say something?
Something else.
Go ahead.
Yeah, let's leave this.
Please, let me just say this. Ekene, this is not nice. AY, what you just said, that people come here to bash Igbo, because the people you are referring to on this panel now, Jagun is there. I didn't hear when he bashed Igbo people. I don't know when I bashed Igbo people. I don't know when MA bashed Igbo people. I don't know why AY bashed Igbo people or Loco P. Don't make this kind of statements. It's okay to look, you are a young man. It's okay to say what you would say. Let me land, Kenneth. You will respond when I land. You will respond when I land.
What is not correct, and you allow me, and you say that you allow you to continue with that. You are labeled.
Okay. Let me allow you. Okay, say what you say. Okay.
No, you are making a false accusation, and I will not allow you to go ahead with that.
Go ahead. Say what you are saying.
No, Masker. There is no way I will come on this platform and begin to discuss about Igbo if somebody has not raised that topic. And I've made it. Let me even make it. Yeah, let me even make it last year on this platform. I stated it here that you guys should stop making Igbo your topic every day. And if you don't stop, anytime you begin to tell Igbo what to do or what not to do, I will jump on this platform and I will begin to criticize that. And that has been what I've been doing. So I will not just come.
Are you done? Are you done, Kenny?
If you don't know what to discuss about Nigeria, that the only topic. I'm still talking now. I'm talking now.
He can't just take advantage and just keep rolling on and on.
If you don't have a topic to discuss, keep Igbo out of your mouth. That is simple. How is that difficult for anybody to understand?
Okay.
Can we?
You're done, Kenny. Kenny, are you done?
Respect each other.
So yes, what I'm saying, Kenny, what I'm telling you, what I'm saying, you could be right, but if you look at the panel, the people sitting now at this point, it will be unfair for you to make that statement. If you look at the faces.
So how did the Igbo conversation come up then? You were not even here. You were not even on the platform when they were talking about Igbo.
Let's change the topic.
So now, how do we move Nigeria forward? I'm very curious to see how Kenny discusses, because I've never really heard him talk about this.
The outcome of a dual governorship election is very important.
Don't worry, we're going to go there next.
Very, very important.
But you can string that one into it. Answer. So how do we move this country forward in a way that 27 power supply, 27 we have our own petrol, refineries working, and what else? Healthcare, good roads.
Did you ask me the question?
Yes, I'm asking you, Kenny.
Okay, thank you. So the solution is this, right? You've listed all the amenities you want, to fix Nigeria. Unfortunately, you'll be disappointed that none of that is going to come. As far as you maintain the current state of Nigeria, I mean, the structure of that country, as long as you maintain that structure, the current structure now, those things that you're envisioning, those things that you want, are never going to come to fruition. And the reason being that Nigeria, some people will say that it was built on a false foundation. I always disagree with this. Nigeria was never built on any foundation. It was just on a shallow, plain land that they built it, no foundation. And for you to actually achieve those things they just mentioned now, you have to make a foundation for that country. And you don't just make a foundation, you have to sit down with people, structure the country the way that everybody will contribute and maybe accept. But you don't just get some crop of military guys, sit down, divide, and structure everything just the way they want, and you call it a country where some people, a group of people, is feeling marginalized. A group of people are feeling rejected and subjugated in that country, and you want to move that country forward. That will never happen. Now, you are talking about, let's discuss how, talk from now till tomorrow. I promise you, nothing is going to change. The worst part is that the current government are deaf and dumb. They don't even listen. They don't even want to. They just do what they want to do. So whatever you are canvassing for, first and foremost, the first thing you should be talking about is for you to even have a right as a Nigerian. Do you know, as a diaspora and down, that you're calling yourself a Nigerian? I'm proud of Nigeria. I'm proud of Nigeria. Do you know that you don't have a right as a citizen of that country? You cannot even partake in the voting system. You cannot even elect your own leader. And you are here talking about one Nigeria or how to fix that country. So my solution, the solution that I'm going to provide on how to move forward in that country, which I've made it known here earlier, that is that let there be a regional system. Everybody go and take care of your region. Take care of your affairs. And in that region, for those of you that are scared or are afraid of unknown, in that state, take care of your God-given resources. It is yours. You may contribute a little to the federal, that is fine, but that resources, even if it's gold that you found in your backyard, it is your own. That is the way we are going to operate or, take care of our own. It's nobody's business. So that is my own solution. You may disagree with me. You may stand for one Nigeria. That is your own problem.
We are the regions. We are the
regions?
Okay. See, forefathers, don't allow this kind of. This is how this thing will go sideways.
You are just going to go sideways. He's made his own submission.
Yeah,
I think it's a fair
that
point.
was a good one.
No, he asked question. I can give him the answer.
That is the kind of that's the kind of stuff a lot of people answer.
No,
a lot of people prefer.
I'm equal to the tax. If they go somewhere, I can answer.
A sizable population prefers regional government in Nigeria right now because I think it's mostly because of nostalgia, but it's all right. Who is next? Is it Eme? Or do we? I think I'll just give Kene because I'm curious to hear him because I've hardly heard him talk about something that to move Nigeria forward. So let's do like this 3 minutes and get down. Eme, please, 3 minutes. How do we move this country forward from where we are right now, from where Tinubu left us right now?
Good question. All right. So if I'm going to think like a Nigerian, as you want me to think like a Nigerian, and not a regional
agitator,
sentimentalist or agitator, then yeah, let us go with that. So if you're going to solve our Nigerian problem as a whole, I would go. I have an ideology, and that ideology is that in this crop of leaders, I need Peter Obi to do something for me. And what is it? I want him to be like the beginning of a new ideology. Because why I'm choosing him is also this. Now a lot of youth have given him that vested interest based on what he claims to be, which the youth feel like, okay, we can associate with this kind of personality, with this kind of values. Now, in order to, because with the way I'm saying it, that's I want him that he should begin to lead the discourse henceforth. And it shouldn't be because he wants to be a president, but he should continue. And hopefully, as he continues to do that, a lot of other persons can join. And from there, this discourse of greed, when you don't have greed in the system again, I think it can start from there. Not because he's not greedy, but if I'm to say how I can solve the Nigerian problem, because the youth are the future. They need to be guided to take that future. And they need people they can trust. They've already trusted Peter Obi, in my opinion. So he shouldn't fail that trust, and he should begin to build the youth, because of course the youth, they can do anything if they want to, but they need guidance. So we need people like that to lay ground, to lay that path to move on, so that gradually, if it is an ideology of, okay, for me as a person, I feel like right now there should be a kind of think tank, because what is happening in the government, there should be a think tank from the Labour Party, but I don't want to build the Labour Party because I think that is also corrupted. But in the obedience space, that begins to question what is happening, at least to put those who are there right now in check for accountability purposes. So there should be a think tank, a group of that can do that. And also there should be an idea, a vision to continue to pass a message, to, so that if you're obedient, for example, please, sorry, the way I'm talking, if you're obedient, there should be a mindset of merit, a mindset of equity, of fairness in your decisions. So this is the way I think these things can go. Okay, submit for now, please.
Thank you. So if I'm to gather equity and did you say something? Is this a kind of ideology or something you were trying to describe?
Yeah,
talk about think tanks and stuff like that.
Because I think right now the present system is corrupted, and I don't know how we can just come up from it. And if you want to change, you need a critical mass of people with that mindset.
Okay.
But for
Thank you.
Yeah.
I think it's a valid point. It's funny enough. Everybody seems to be making a valid point. Maska, please go ahead. How do we move this country forward, given where we are right now? And we talk about refineries that are to come on stream.
Okay, so don't even go there. My position is profoundly different. What I believe is that there's a current system operating in Nigeria, and no matter which good man you find, even if it is 30, 40, 50 good people you put inside this system that we currently operate, the result will still be the same. What I mean is, for instance, if you get, let's say you get Peter Obi to be the president, okay? And the propensity of the senators and the House of Reps, let's say even 50% are Labour people or party of the same Peter Obi. As long as the judiciary, the political parties, the way they function, the mentality of Nigeria, the civil service as it is, remains in place, nothing is going to happen. These refineries are not going to fly. Whatever it is you're thinking is not going to happen. My position is very simple, that we as Nigerians need to understand that there's a system in place and that system is not working. I'm not suggesting that we do a one-day ripping off of the system, but there has to be some sort of, first, a mass mobilization. There has to be a movement across the divide, maybe not including too many old people, but there has to be some experienced people who, I know a lot of people who want to see this country do well, who understands what I'm talking about. So you take some of these experienced people, the propensity of young people, and then you do a mass mobilization, a mass education of the people to understand that all this story we tell of Igbo, of Yoruba, of Hausa, of Fulani, of minority, of region and all that. The reality is that if a group of people come together with a clear vision of where they want to go, with a critical mass, whatever it is that we want to achieve, we will achieve it. But there has to be that core of people who believe that this is where we need to take our people to. This is how to go about it. And then there has to be some sort of mass mobilization. I don't believe that we should wait until maybe 10, 20 years when the mass mobilization should take place. What I do believe is that I normally give an analogy. We are in a bus that will always stop at the bus station after every 4 years. We can begin to plan for this next bus stop. What I always canvass is that the problem today, even everybody will argue that, okay, Peter Obi won. Some people will say Atiku won. But as it is, even this country doesn't have any basis. There is no correct figure. There's no correct figure. So the starting point, all this one we're talking, if we focus more of our energy of how to do what I call a parallel, I don't know what to call it, but let there be, if somebody is counting numbers, I should also be counting it. It's like when you go to the bank, okay? Before the time of counting machine, when the note counter is counting it, he will count it, he give it to you, you count. All of you agree that, okay, this thing is correct. It's not just that the man one side will count. I don't think that Nigerians looking up to a government institution to count votes is a smart option. Nigerians must have to have an alternate way, independently of counting the votes. Whether government will allow that figure or not is a different matter. But there has to be some sort of independent collation. Not just the collation, but people have to take responsibility on that election day. We may not get the right people, but let's begin to work towards the right process, at least on that election day. For me, that's the starting point. Because anybody, if you elect me today and remove Tinubu and put me, I know I'm going to fail. This is where I'll raise my case.
Wow. Okay, I think you have a point. So you don't think this refineries will have any? It's not going to come on stream.
Okay, so there is what is called time and chance in life. Okay. And I normally also give this example. When Nigeria plays football, I'm a big fan of football. Most times when we finish qualifiers, we finish playing all our matches. And when you ask whether Nigeria has qualified or not, they will tell you no, that we were waiting for Ghana to beat Senegal. If Ghana beats Senegal, Nigeria will qualify. So refineries can work, but there has to be something like that will happen. It's not because Nigerians have decided refineries will work and they work towards getting refineries to work, and there's a process to make refineries to work. That doesn't exist in Nigeria. For instance, Dangote is trying to make a refinery work, and I can tell you, I will not be surprised tomorrow if a bomb explodes in that refinery. This is how this country is. People sabotage themselves. We are sabotaging ourselves day in, day out. Day in, day out. So I do not sit down and just expect something to happen. Of course, there's time and chance. Anything can happen. But that will be time and chance. It will not be process. It will not be planning.
Time and chance. That's an interesting concept. I like that concept.
So all I'm saying is that there has to be mass mobilization. There has to be a movement across board. This is all I say. Movement across board that will bring about a mass mobilization so that people can see what it is for what it really is. It's not about tribe. It's about collective goal, collective vision. Everybody wants good life. Why don't we work for it?
Oscar, how do you think can drive that mass mobilization?
Me and you, nothing else. It's not going to be any other person. To sit down and expect any other person, again, that's part of the fundamental problem.
Yeah,
thinking somebody else. It's out of it.
Can I ask you, because as I like to think that I have my limitations in understanding. So from your point of view, you have insight into how, like in the North, whether they are ready for that kind of change in the North. Because I don't know how they perceive
I know, I can tell you for free, forefathers, the reason why Buhari won, the normal, what do you call it now? The establishment didn't want Buhari. The reason why people fought and made sure Buhari was elected was simply because they thought that he would bring about this change. But the same thing I'm saying, when you put a good man in the system, somebody like Buhari, he got confused. He doesn't know his left from his right at some point.
Wow.
Okay. Was it the same reason?
So the change is likely to happen also in the North. You have insight on how to make the change happen in the North too? Like what you are advocating, I know it can happen in the South.
So I'm not advocating. This is not an advocating. What I'm telling you, I am here live. What I'm telling you, every single poor man wants a good government. Every single person, he wants a good government. The challenge is people are easily confused. Because when you tell them that, oh, this, for instance, let me give you a classic example now. You see what Tinubu is doing. Tinubu is not doing it because it's a Yoruba agenda. It's because he has cultivated some people. He needs to reward these people. But people will not see it like that. An average northern politician now will go and tell you that, oh, you see, he's appointing Yoruba people. So tomorrow they will tell you to go and vote this person, go and vote Atiku because he's a northerner. That's where the confusion is. But if you can do most mobilization and prove to people that the same Atiku was a vice president to a Yoruba man. And if you look at Atiku, all his wives are from across all the places. Go and look at the close people around Atiku. They are not only Hausa people. And what has Atiku done for the North, for instance? Ask yourself that question.
True.
So these are the questions. You need to get like minds across the board so that you can begin to educate people. So that but the people want to see good governance. It's not that they want their tribes people. That's not true. That's not true.
I agree with you on that. It's just that from my position, like from what I understand in the South, I know, like I've seen so many people in the South say, "Oh no, we were tired of this nonsense." But I've not been to the North to see the same thing, that they are tired of leaders, like the kind of leaders you have in Nigeria. That's what
This is what I'm telling you. You need to see how they fought and make sure Buhari was there. I was woken up from sleep. People stood over me that I have to go and vote. I tried to make them understand that I don't believe the guy will perform, but people forced me. People believe that Buhari will deliver. They fought for him.
So you are saying that they did that because they too are tired of the way things are.
They too are tired. Everybody is tired, forefathers. Everybody is tired.
Going to watch, or are we allowed?
Who doesn't like good things?
I'm just trying to get. I like to get somewhere. Odi, sorry
I
about
know,
that.
but
they voted for Tinubu because they want good things from Tinubu.
You know, okay, well, you can go ahead.
They didn't vote Tinubu. Let's face it. He got 36% of the vote. I don't think that is what you call endorsement by Nigerians. AY, please, 3 minutes.
No. Maska said something. I don't think we should let it slide. He said that people don't vote people because it's their tribe. It's because they want good governance. No, people actually do vote people in Nigeria.
Yes.
So let me explain, Odi. Okay, forefathers asked a follow-up question, and I responded to him that yes, normally when you see a potential good candidate, based on your understanding of things, you will vote for him. In the North, people saw Buhari like that. But I also told forefathers that it's easy to confuse people, even in the North, for instance. I gave him a classic example that people can go back to the North now and tell them not to vote Tinubu because Tinubu is putting Yoruba people, that they should go and vote Atiku. And I'm saying that if they vote Atiku, it's because they have been confused. Because if you sit with people and explain to them that Atiku is not a good candidate, they should be able to understand. Because what has he done for the North, for instance?
So what you're saying, Maska, is completely correct. The premise is the problem. You said that, you know, Tinubu is not running a Yoruba agenda. That's what, but he is.
He's not running a Yoruba. Me, I know he's not an Yoruba agenda. AY is Yoruba. Is he your agenda?
I'm not Yoruba, Maska.
He's not, you know.
Okay, I thought you are.
No. You're saying that, you know, I think it will make us look foolish when we not seeing the same thing that is going.
It's not a Yoruba. I can tell you it's not a Yoruba agenda.
Running. I don't understand. There are people like Joe Igbokwe in Lagos who are licking the ground that's where Tinubu has been going, you know, but he doesn't even give them a look in. You know, look, let me tell you, I agree with what you're saying, but we have to start speaking the truth, all of us. When we speak the truth, then there's trust. Trust is in general.
What are you saying now, Odia? I easily get caught. You know, I'm an old person. So what are you saying now? Are you saying that Tinubu is running a Yoruba agenda?
What I don't think other people can have their say.
To be honest.
Okay, let's
what I can tell you is that it is not, in my own opinion, because this is just what I read. I'm not a soothsayer. There's no ball that I see, and I can predict things. What I'm saying,
not an agenda and a Fulani agenda.
I don't buy that line. I don't honestly see. No, because I've seen a lot. I've seen enough, Odi, to understand that Tinubu is not running a Yoruba agenda, because there is a lot of prominent Yoruba people that are not with this guy. Let's say Afe Defense, for instance. No, hold on, Odi. No, hold on, Odi.
Point you made. You made a lot of good points about how we can organize when
they
like that. I think we should just move on with that, because if we go back to, you know,
it's not your turn now. You just waylaid it and refuse to hand the mic over, Odi.
Let the mic come to us. You were just, having like one-on-one.
You know, sometimes we are here to learn. I ask questions
to
to
learn
get deeper.
too. Now we will interject because
okay, fine. You've interjected. To be fair, you've interjected. I just wanted you to go back to the line. Did he just say it's not my show? How dare you?
Sorry, forefathers. All I'm saying that the Yoruba people, they are also suffering this inflation.
That's a different.
That Tinubu is inflicting.
That's a different discussion.
Okay.
No, it is. If you ask me, I think there's no way you run a Yoruba agenda and inflict this inflation on Yoruba people. It will not make sense.
Let's like to move the conversation on to the future AI.
Yes.
The upgraded AI. It's not AI. Be careful what you say around AI. AI is advanced. AI, please, what do you think about how to move the country forward from where we are now?
So it's because Masker used 1 hour. I don't know how many hours you're gonna give to me. So.
3 minutes.
In fact, good night, everybody. Let me just go and sleep.
Don't mind this one.
Yeah. So well, just like Masker said, everybody wants good Nigeria. I mean, I think everybody here agree that everybody wants good Nigeria. You see, for me, I'm in support of what we work for the people. When I mean people, my people, the whole country, the whole constituency that make up Nigeria. What will that be? One thing I'm very clear about, I'm very sure, Nigeria needs restructuring. The definition of restructuring is subjective. How do you want to restructure the country? How do you want to give more power to the state, to the local government? Do you want to create regions? I'm particularly in support of the regional system because I want to see in Nigeria, let 1 or 2 regions work, at least let's be using those as example. And the urgency of this situation to develop Nigeria, I feel Nigeria right now is too big. There is a lot of work to be done to be dictated from one particular spot. If, for example, we have 6 spots, when I mean 6 spots, we have 6 leaders across the regions. Probably 2 will be able to think and say, you know what, I need to work for the people. I'm not saying this based on tribe. I don't really care about the topic of tribe. Whatever you're gonna think, that's your business. I don't care about the topic of tribe. And I'm not in support of the cabal, the so-called leader politicians that are making Nigeria dry. I'm in support of the people. I want to see people live like normal human beings. Like when I speak to people in Nigeria today, when you speak to people across the country, you know the hunger is much. Nigeria, the issue here, the bigger issue here, Nigeria are not thinking of how to even get good health care today. They are not thinking of they are not even thinking of good roads anymore. They are thinking of how to eat. We need to eat. We need to at least eat good food. The common food we have in Nigeria that are common to the common man, today they are not common. Gari is not common. Gari is gold today. Beans is gold. When we were in university, like our common food was beans. You put onion, oil, and some of them be a rich kid. So I'm not a rich kid. So your food is ready. You gotta eat.
Muslim ticket should be faulted. But
can I stop it?
Time is up.
Come on.
3 minutes now. Okay, I give you 1 minute to just round up.
So the thing is, let Nigeria develop at that level. I strongly believe state, region, everybody have something to offer. The idea of going to Abuja every month to share national cake should be abolished. Get rid of it. We cannot sustain that system. We need to move into a productive system where each region, each state, whatever you will call it, they are able to generate revenue for themselves. They are self-dependent. You know, so these are the issues we need to be discussing. So if we do this, I think we will see progress. The governors, the leaders, they will be more productive. Because if I know somebody is gonna give me $10,000 by end of the month, you think I'm gonna work? I'm not gonna work. I'll just go wait for the money. I just enjoy myself. After 1 month, I will go collect another money. If you give me a job, I'm telling you, I'm not gonna work. I'm not interested. So that is the way we need to look at it. Thank you.
Thank you, AY. Loco, are you there? Loco P, are you around? If you're not around, okay, Loco is there. So how do we move the country forward? Given all the discussion we've had earlier on, I think it's good we discuss how to actually move things forward.
First thing first, I will start with you are very sick. Nana, you see me. Since there have been years, you never do me from once.
I tried, though. You see what did happen here now? I tried.
Since that I've been here, this person just came back from somewhere with the shiny about Bololo. Get a job, you talk. You know, say since.
Odis eager to share now. Odis eager to share.
Now share pass. It is when you talk about Nigeria or country, whatever. When you people decide to ignore your history, this is what you get. You can just put for job. They talk rubbish. Yeah, this one I state, this one state. Carry everything go now without you. Now you get everything.
Ekele go so claim say Kansas na Biafra.
You go reach my time. Don't worry.
Don't worry, Kene is starting it up for you.
We're supposed to talk of like, okay, look, we've been talking about this tribal shit, whatever nonsense since how many years? We have gotten us to nowhere. Instead, it's even putting more splits in between us. You understand? For people like Nana or people like CM, where the KG body they pepper them, once you bring Igbo, you come. You let to have a thick skin to like, no man, I've been talking about this over and over. It's not taking us anywhere. Okay, let's try and re-strategize. How can we rejiggle this issue so that we can see positive things that will make us move better, at least climb ahead, even if it's a millipede movement, just at least ahead, just one single step ahead. But no way. Everybody just agitated, angry, let me get this state, me our this, our that, our this. The people some people you are saying our, they are saying no, we are not your own. Other people that are even saying not your own, you are saying our. So sometimes the confusion is just everywhere, and people might even be saying things out of the position of Nigeria. Doesn't mean it deep within their hearts they really meant it that way, or if they take a second thought of it, they will see it that way. Probably they might just act rationally, like, man, the way Nigeria be right now, man, I beg maybe it's scatter. If I won't go anywhere where my belly feels safe, I don't care. You understand? They might be saying things out of that issue, but if we come to think of all these things, we're like, look, it won't help us at all. You understand? It won't help us at all. If we try to say, look, whether you want to come together or want to divide, there is something that is bigger than everything you're talking about, our own selfish interest. Because this divide thing or whatever, I think it's all about selfish interest. There's one thing that is bigger than all these things, and that is we don't like ourselves best. We don't. Whether see, and Ebonyi man do not like the man from Abia State. Let me put it that way. The man from Ogun State do not like the guy from Lagos or the guy from Ondo State or Giti. You understand?
Ebonyi man likes the man from Abia State.
My friend, keep quiet, my friend. We are talking about yeah, I'm maybe have you traveled to because you come from there. When last did you? How many states have you been in the last 6 months? You've just
Can
been
we count? Can we challenge one of that?
In the last 6 months.
No, leave him.
Can we challenge?
Leave him, please.
Come on, sit down. Yeah.
Let's not start the fight.
In the last 6 months, how many states have you been? Tell me, can we count?
Let's challenge one another now. Leave me and him. Let's challenge.
I don't want to give you the floor.
If you're local, I won't give you the floor. Let other people.
You understand? So the thing is this, right? Look, we should stop all this, right? It will take us anywhere, trust me. That's why sometimes coming to this program will be difficult because every time the same thing, repeating. Okay, let's move. What do we do? You understand? What do we do that will strike these people? You understand? There was a time they say one of the governors that is contesting the Radio State came to London. You understand? I didn't know on time. I saw it on YouTube. I would have gone there to like chat with them, like, come on, man, all this going governor, the governor that even brought you himself. What has governor? What's the record with the outgoing governor? No record. He's bringing you bet, and those that people from the UK, London, are sitting here. We are there. You're supporting the governor. Supporting what? The one that you supported last. Are you able to ask him, hey, come, what have you done with the support we gave you the last time? It's just all about PDP, APC, PDP, APC, year in, year out, and we are still talking around nonsense because it's not taking us anywhere. We can't even come together. Like I said this last week, like, look, we're supposed to be talking about how Nigeria is supposed to behave like Kenya right now. But yes, so we're talking about woman, wife, or this girlfriend, this and that. I kept quiet. Today, we are still talking about tribe again, the same thing. The same thing. Nothing that always brings us together. I don't know why. We're all discussing. If I say sometimes we are even part of the problem because we are complete that Nigeria cannot be one. But we are 8 right now. Or before we were 10, we cannot even get 3 or 4 persons that agree on one thing. Yes, that is true. Yes, I support those guys. Say yes, we can't even agree. Let alone a larger population of 200 and whatever million that we have in Nigeria. You understand? This one is blaming one tribe, million tribe. Look, I'm done blaming tribes, right? Look at yourself sometimes and like, what is my governor doing? What is my councillor doing? What is my stupid ass of my senator? What is he really doing? Is it there for my interest? So why not fight that senator first? First, you have the power. The numbers are there. You come for their eye. Make them know. Say, man, you guys are playing the heat, but nobody wants to do anything. You are jumping the wall that is close to you. You are going to jump your face and go and fight another wall that maybe you will never win. That maybe you might even be sabotaged because you don't know. But like I said, this agenda of people, the what's it called, referendum, many people do not agree. This even idea of secession, many people even from the same region do not even agree. Some still believe in that same one idea or whatever. So what do you do with those people? Are you going to kill them because they don't agree with you? No.
Thank you.
Opposite. So instead of fighting each other, I think you are saying, okay, no, let's leave that. And what is the main problem? We profit all of us at the same time, immediately. That's what
Thank you.
Not this
fight. I would like to show later on that there is tribalism in many countries. Even right now in the UK as we speak, there's an election result coming through. We had the first UK Indian Prime Minister, but he never faced election. He was selected into office, and he's about to have his backside handed to him by the voters. So he's going to lose badly. That's
he has failed woefully. What do you call woefully?
Fathers, let's finish this round of the discussion.
Okay, let's allow I Speak the Truth speak. Then Odi really wants to say something. And Odi, take your time to think about the perfect solution, okay? That's going to get us to a new place. And try to think about it. I Speak the Truth, please go ahead. What do we do to get ourselves out of this mess? How do we stop? You see, Maska said something that our refinery is, he won't be surprised if he gets blown up. How do we stop these things from happening to us?
First, shout out my man, Logan Pete, man. Nice to see you again. I always been wondering where he was. I was just like, damn, I remember he was pissed off that last time. It was always nice to see you. I love talking.
He's back from the wilderness now.
Yeah, you guys blew my head off. I had to run. You and the kid and what's it called? You blew my head off. I have to run.
Yeah, it's always nice to see. So in any event, I'm glad that the subject I put down earlier, and everybody was, well, not everybody, but there were certain people shouting me down and cursing me out and even outright making up lies. I'm glad I came back like 2 hours later and everybody's on it. Everybody's, and this is what I always said, they haven't really put thought in it. Because I listened for like 3 minutes when we came back in, and I seen like there was people talking about, there's the bankheads in Edo, and there's people in Asaba and Agbo and places like that. And these are the kind of conversations I've been saying people need to have, because these are the conversations that the politicians are going to have when it is time to, for example, start a referendum, for example, decide which lands belong to which, military strategists are going to be involved, historians are going to be involved, tacticians are going to be involved, economists are going to be involved, because if you have to start dividing Nigeria, you would have to accept the fact that you will potentially be dealing with adversarial countries. So like I said before I left, nobody is giving you, I don't think nobody's, they don't care because there's a group of Igbos in Edo or there's a group of Igbos in the Delta region. There are not, at least the Yorubas being.
Father, can we stop this Igbo thing? You know, we're talking about Nigeria.
First and foremost, it is Igbo, not Igbo.
This
is Igbo, not Igbo.
Okay.
It is Igbo, not Igbo.
Don't worry,
I think it's fair. The question was about moving on, not to.
So if you will have to decide at that point, also history will have to be involved. You would also have to look at cultural issues. You cannot take someone, for example, from the former Midwest and try to join him in across the river with people he has nothing in culture with and nothing traditional with. These are things.
Are we still on this topic, forefathers? Because you can't stop me from. You can't stop me from discussing it. We are still on this.
I speak the truth. Come on, we are talking about how we are going to move forward. You are going back to trigger.
Okay, my bad, forefathers. I thought because when I came in, this was what they was talking about.
So you didn't know. We are talking about how
So I turned it off. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we move on from the topic.
Okay. I'm sorry. No, not to you.
Not to you. Can we go backstage? That be the case.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't know. I thought we were still talking about how Nigeria could potentially.
Yeah, let's just give it about 30 minutes, then we can go backstage.
I'm sorry,
because this is not supposed to be very long, to be fair.
I'm sorry.
And my apologies to Kene and Odi, because it's only fair that, and you can see, I speak the truth, he's a gentleman, he's also apologized.
My apologies to Odi.
I speak the truth, is never a gentleman.
Odi has some common sense, so my apologies to Odi.
Oh my God, two of you are twins, man.
And you see, he does not even have a common sense to stop, to know what to say and what not to say.
What did you say the topic was?
The topic was about
how do we move Nigeria forward?
Moving Nigeria forward is not
high. It should be wrong. It should not be right on everybody else.
Moving Nigeria forward. Oh yeah, okay.
And
so moving Nigeria,
he hasn't had the chance to respond to the actual question.
Because he was one of the people insulting me. That's why they all bitter. It's a group. Don't worry about it. So moving Nigeria forward is not that hard. Like Local Peace said, what have you told your local politicians? Why haven't you? You see what is going on in Kenya, for example, which was actually how I started my position earlier. I said the youth, and of course, I mentioned the old people we have in power now, both here and in in Nigeria. The youth have to take a greater responsibility. It is a shame that in a place like Nigeria, with all the, I want to say intelligence, but I'll say supposed intelligence.
It's not intelligence at all.
Yeah, that's why I said supposed. I wanted to say supposed intelligence, but I know if you say something like that, they're not going to pick on you. But if I say something like that, of course, I'm not even going to say stupid. I'll say supposed intelligence. They're going to attack me. But so if you have supposed intelligent people that cannot see beyond their noses, beyond tribe, beyond religion, and beyond ethnicity or their greed, what we're still going to have is this same thing. I came on this panel with the intention that maybe I was going to talk to maybe not like-minded people, because I love divergent opinions, but at least people I could learn from. But what I see is the same thing day in, day out, disappointingly. And then if you say something contrary to what they believe, even if you are neutral, if you don't take a position, the pettiness is unbelievable. Nigeria can move forward, but can you imagine that there's 8 of us on here, and let's just say 8 of us, there's at least, what, 200 million Nigerians? Just imagine there's like 120 million Nigerians that just act out the same way. How do you think that country is ever going to move forward? You're deceiving yourself. So, like someone said earlier, there has to be mass reorientation, and people, I don't know, maybe the government has to figure out something and maybe ban religion or ban tribes or ethnicity. I don't know. But if it's this same way that they are going on, forget about it. They're going to choose somebody else in 2027 and 31 and 35 and 40 and 40, and it's going to be the same thing moving forward. So the people, I'm sorry to say, like I said earlier, and people got pissed, they do not think deeply enough about issues. Most of the way they think is a very shallow way of thinking, and this is why a lot of pettiness comes in when they have to be serious.
Bro, you're speaking English. What is your what is
Amy, please leave him now.
Leave him now. You see the kind of language he use? That is why it is not recommended to drink. You don't drink or smoke before you come on this platform. You don't drink alcohol or smoke ganja before you come.
This trouble you defend, eh? This trouble.
Some people drink and smoke before they come here.
I don't see what he said that was too annoying.
He's talking like a drunk person. He's talking like a drunk person.
We're all here.
No, I'm being honest. Some people drink and smoke before they come on this platform, and they know themselves.
This is the person now, guys.
I'm being honest. On backstage, you see them smoking.
I don't drink. I never drank. I never smoked. So you talk about your pops, but you're not talking about me.
Let's allow Odi to say his piece. Odi has been waiting to say his piece.
Wait. I have a question for you. What is the solution that he gave? What solution did he give now?
Leave him now. He said
no solution. He just insulted people. No solution. And forefather will back him.
No, I didn't back him.
I heard. Hold on, forefather.
Please, next person.
I heard we should look beyond
that. When we called him up, then he started talking. They allowed him, and he was ready.
He said we should move beyond tribe.
Yes, I can tell you.
He is the most tribalistic person on this platform. He is the most tribalistic person on this platform. I'm very, very sure. I'm very sure the video that he
has a solution to you.
He's the most tribalistic person.
Can answer you what
He's Igbo-phobic.
He doesn't hate them. I don't think he does. Okay.
So
see, this is why when people are having conversation, you take it like they hate this. Sometimes they may even love Igbo. Okay, let me put it this way: they may actually have a better insight into what's actually better for Igbo.
Are you talking to a dumb person? I know when you love me and when you don't love me.
No, hold on. You see, okay, let me give you an example.
Sometimes less is more. Don't say more.
You see this guy when he was interpreting, he didn't talk. He didn't tell him anything. No, whenever they try to talk to
where is this for 5 minutes?
I've been trying to
speak now. It's his turn to speak.
Yeah, it's only fair. Odi, please go ahead.
Well, so here's the look. Even our disorganization, there's nothing unique about this. I hear when many people say, "Oh, Nigerians, we can't agree." Look, this is humanity. This is what human beings do. No, that's true. Have you seen Democrats and Republicans having a discussion? It's just because we believe that something about our own is so bad.
There is debate and there's arguments.
Yes, they argue actually.
An argument. No.
Look.
Debate and superior argument. Not you this fighting banter. Like, no, come on. That's what we do here. Come on.
The problem is we tend to believe we do have a problem in Nigeria.
Most yes, of course.
We know. But I just try to go back to people trying to say like the 200 people. If we can't agree here, there's nothing wrong with us. this is how human beings behave. In America, even if you bring Democratic panelists and put them on CNN, once if you use forefather as their moderator, they will kill themselves. It's just what it is. Like depending on when you see Anderson Cooper or Wolf.
I take offense to that. How dare you? How dare you accuse me of trying to
I want us to discuss without bias, okay? Because
let me say my own point now.
We have a problem. We have a problem. I want to discuss without bias. Whatever you're talking about in America, those are politicians that talking for their own selfish interest because they want to win. I'm talking about we are all the same dipshits together, right? So we should speak without bias, not
let me finish
like them.
Point. Let me look, here's my thing. There are many ways that fumbling nations can get better. We've seen that sometimes it's by chance. I like someone said, I think it's Masca, I think time and chance happens to them all, right? Ecclesiastes. The idea for Nigeria is, for me, I think we need a benevolent dictator. That's one thing that we may help us. Because the way we are going, look, if you heard Wike, I think this week, speaking on channels or one of those news media, this, where's the hope? Another way that this can happen is we should all join. I hope everybody here has some party card, whether it's Labour Party, PDP, APC, doesn't matter. Have people, be involved in local politics, one way or the other, because I know that it sounds like
is APC. Is APC. I say you are APC now.
Oh, thank
you come on the platform, you not tell us, yo, I'm fighting for Nigeria.
No, but look, whatever you want to belong to, you have to have your say in the right places, and tell your people back home. We all went, most of us went to university. The people, I've gone to political party meeting. The people that come to those parties are the worst of us. Each time,
100%. Very true.
Look at the best politicians we have. Dino Melai. Are you joking? Are you serious? Look at Wike. The man would drink and come and wear denim and be dancing. Are we not ashamed of ourselves? And because many people are not there, that's why these people get projected. Look, I've gone to political party meetings. When you go there, they give you platform. Once they see you, everybody, they recognize you immediately. But many of us talk and don't talk where it matters. At least I know in my own local politics, I have a say. And if anything happens, I'm told, and like this one is happening. I may not be, because I don't live in Nigeria, have that much of influence or or have any interest actually. That's why many times people are frustrated with people like Peter Obi, who do not want to control Labour Party, and because if you don't control the party, you're not going to make any progress. Look at what's happening in PDP. I'm looking at the 2027 election. If you look at it objectively, APC has taken over Labour Party and PDP. What's the hope? Wike's man is the chairman of PDP. So APC's man is ruling, and the Labour Party man with Arabambi, and they're APC people.
They are working together now with the chairman of the Labour Party.
So the only person, look, Nigeria, we're gonna hope that one dictator, I don't like revolution many times, that's in that way, because revolution usually throws up evil people in the society, and they take over systems. Even the regionalization we want, remember, we had the regions. It was one man, Yakubu Gowon, that came and said, oh, now you have states. Trust me, if you get one dictator, we'll wake up the next day, he will declare how many regions that we're looking at. And he can even draw it to where Kene will like it. Whether it will look like Mickey Mouse, the map and anybody will get a say up. But these things will happen overnight. You have, whether it's 5 regions, you like 6, 4, but we need, if you look at one of the people I look at many times, how they evolve in their countries, MBS, Saudi Arabian Crown Prince. You know, you may like how he behaves, but you know, you can see the transformation he's making in his country. You know, because oil is going to be a thing of the past very quickly. But he's trying to strategize and place Saudi Arabia ready for the next big thing that is coming. So we need people like that. Nigeria, look at the guy in Rwanda. He's a dictator. But Rwanda is progressing. Maybe we need one person like that in Nigeria.
Thank you. So benevolent dictator is your solution. I think we Nigeria. I don't think we have scarcity of that in Nigeria. Wike is a dictator. So what did Wike say? I think
it's not benevolent. It's not a benevolent guy.
I don't know. I guess what did he say? That it looks like he said something controversial this week about Tinubu or something.
He said the senator is not going to return in 2027. The senator representing Abuja.
Ireti Kingibe.
He said it in a more incendiary way. He said, what you people did in 2023, you think you do it again? It's not possible.
Yeah.
You know, that, you know.
And the later, he now said, thank God I'm a senator, we are here. Let me see how you win. So let me see how you win.
And they've taken over the judiciary. If you look at the pronunciation of the appeal court regarding the Rivers issue, Nigeria is gone as a country. The judiciary, look at that old man that is our Chief Justice. That one, it looks like they put dollar in his belly that he's walking around. It's a joke. You know,
let's not assume that it's all lost. Because I think maybe it's a good thing. Let them think it's all lost. Because politics is a very vicious game. When the whole thing can just turn on a dime.
I'm sorry, just for information, I don't like what's going on in Kenya. I may not agree with, you know, the guy 100%, but that guy is one of the few shining lights in leadership in Africa.
It seems to be.
You know, the way I met with a Kenyan today in my office, you know, and we had the discussion. Many of them believe that Uhuru Kenyatta and some of the groups are sponsoring some of the
behind it. Some people are deciding they are trying to destabilize the country,
and they are trying to destabilize the country with because if you
Kenya is one of those countries that are beginning to emerge. They are trying to start cheap
and they are getting respect in Africa. This is what we want. How are the kids going to bomb down the country?
No, and the government. See, this is the one I agree with you on that point. Just as a side note, the government has already considered the original point that they made. And now they are fighting to try to remove the government. And that's the same thing happening in Nigeria too. The same thing happening in Nigeria with Lekki.
Did you watch the interview that the president granted, where he sounds so heartless and mindless over his people that were killed? He didn't even try to show emotion. So that was why they came back the second time and asked him to go. And I agree with
if they go, what will happen?
They've already granted. He's already granted what they wanted. It's not like
the
leader that will show empathy.
He was elected with the democratic system. If you give it the movie leaders like that, you're going to have a problem.
In life, there's a two in life. Look, when you push a people.
Do you know that what Tinubu is doing to Nigeria is what Ruto wants to do to Kenyan people? What Tinubu is doing to Nigeria is exactly what he wants to do to Kenyan people.
Since forefather would not give me my time to speak,
I know that.
And since Odi won't even give me the grace, I can't give the grace, you people are callous winchins and wizards.
I just thought I should
make I talk my own job.
Okay, welcome. Please. What do you think we should do to save this country? I know you.
See, my man is still continuing.
Okay.
Allow me my space, my people. I'm here listening.
Jacques, can you add the UK election inside this? Because you know, when you finish, just enlighten us, because I'm wondering how the Labour Party going in may benefit us, because these people are holding us by the neck.
My friend, I won't speak too much on that, but I'll grace you with a little piece at the end of what I'm witnessing here. The question, I think, began kind of positively in terms of what we feel Nigeria could do to emerge. And, people spoke as to what they thought about Nigeria, where we are now, where we possibly could go. And then negativity came out, just negativity as far as I could hear it. Couldn't hear anything really walking towards that positive note. And then, it came to a point where we're just looking at Africa. I'm just listening and trying to see if we're listening to ourselves, see if we're listening to the questions that are being asked, and just seeing if we are actually talking on these levels, or if we're just talking whatever we want to talk. Sometimes it just becomes confusing, even amongst just 8 individuals. I want to try and give us an aspect of Nigeria's emergence and why it should emerge as a great nation within itself and should look forward economically to holding a certain geographical space that is bigger than Nigeria. As I say, if I believe that we have to start from ourselves, our individual selves, as to what we might be doing positively and what we feel we might be able to do in terms of leadership at any level. Leadership doesn't have to be the prime minister or the president himself. Leadership comes in all aspects. As a father, you're a leader. You have to be showing your wife and your children the way forward. As a man, I think really largely, especially given the fact that we're all Nigerians, we should be knowing that we have no leadership. When I look around, I can't really see the leadership that we are asking to do all these things. I can't see it. Maybe you can, but me, I cannot. I can't see any leader right now that presents himself as a leader in Nigeria that's bringing us to any Nevada at all. So I always look at our generations and generations lost. If I could just go back, in the UK, before Nigerians went to America, now UK they didn't come. Now UK that's the first bridge. And for those children, I would say my generation who came out, we were so bludgeoned by our parenting largely that a lot of the power was not knocked out of us, but knocked down. The confidence that Nigerians showed growing up in the UK was minimal. And I can tell you that as minimal as it was, people like Shade, who came through as a musician, people like Seal, who came through, these are people that we grew up with here. We knew them, we knew who they are. And they came out. But our generation was full of talent. The amount of talent that was within our generation that I can remember, it was full. I'm talking about Nigerians specifically. So by the time now Nigerians begin to flash open in the States anyhow, they just rising to the top, be it politically, be it through business, be it through their profession. We're seeing them creating all kinds of fabulous things and being their fabulous selves. And somehow we're not paying attention to the fact that Nigeria works outside of Nigeria. We don't really pay attention to this. And what we as Nigerians who are outside of Nigeria need to do in this leadership thing, because as I say, it's not going to work without us. It's not. It's just not. So when we look at Nigeria and want to castigate Nigeria and cuss it anyhow, you Nigerians, it's like, my goodness, bro. Unless you include yourself, well, it doesn't really matter. Unless you actually include yourself into this Nigerian scape, it doesn't matter. You're not including really. You're discluding yourself. So I ask all of us to say, are we leaders? Are we doing anything about it? Are we just here pontificating and being egotistical, licking our own asses? Is that what we're here doing? Because if that's what we're here doing, bro, I'll cut out of this, man, for real. Cut out. We're talking about the emergence of our nations, and we almost see it as petty. We almost see it as though it can't happen, forget it. All those bastards over there, they can't make it work. I'm not getting real talk. I understand all that. All that is real. It's difficult to work in Nigeria. I've done it. And I failed in Nigeria many times. Failed. But I live to tell the tale. And I do understand what's around me when I go to Nigeria. I understand completely what's around me. I'm secure in that country. For within myself, I'm very secure. So I want us to really pay attention to, with all what comes out of our mouth that is bile, really. It's not positive. It doesn't hearten any situation. It doesn't raise any level of temperance or value. All it's doing is castigation. What's that for? Why am I eating that? I'm not eating that shit. But I've done all that for myself. I can castigate Nigeria all day long by myself. Don't need anyone's help in doing that. Where I do need help, however, is consciously thinking about what makes a country and a nation work. What are the things that are bringing us together to actually function in the nation that is moving forward? What is our Nevada? Why are we doing this? If we're not really asking these questions of ourselves, I don't know who we're expecting. Who Tinubu?
I'm beginning to think that what makes nation work
before you ask, I would like to continue. So sorry.
Okay. I'll have my say anyway.
Peter Obi, you know, in what I've listened to today, there must be a disappointment, really and truly, with Peter Obi not really holding the Labour Party as his own and leaving it to flounder into. I think that in itself will be one real, as I'm ending, one real objection that I have to him as a leader. I thank you.
I think that Peter Obi one was a strong one too, and I think your submissions are always quite good. To be fair, yeah, I hardly disagree with you on this stuff. So apart from when you're talking about the Yoruba people are, so that's where sometimes I disagree with you. Most of the time we are on the same side. See, what I begin to wonder that what makes a nation more to develop and make them actually do stuff together. A lot of things come into play in terms of how they operate. There are things that they can do together to engender, the ability to work together to develop. But I'm beginning to think now, I don't know, because based on evidence that I have so far, maybe because I need to study history a bit more. Historians will probably know better. I think what tends to forge nations is when they can differentiate themselves from others. Like you see how when we win football, because we defeated other people, we unite. We become Nigerians again. That's how it is. And I think it's a way of saying, okay, we are different from those people. And those people, we beat them. And that kind of stuff can galvanize the people to unite. It's really strange because you would think it should be a little bit more it should be an act of great integrity that leads to a people forming a strong entity. You would think it should be an act of kindness that makes people strong. Actually, most of the time in this world, what you find is they defeated another people, they've gone to a war with another people, they have fear of another people. All this kind of stuff is what galvanizes people to do stuff together. There are very few cases you see people doing good things to other people and it makes them stronger. Like, I don't know, if you look at some of the strongest groups, from gangs to Christianity, Islam, all of them, they are taking over something else. They are knocking something else out of the way, and hence they become stronger and they unite against that stuff. So maybe because we as a people don't understand that we have other people that we are our rivals. That's one. We don't understand that economically we have to challenge other people too. We don't understand that we are different. Like if you go online now, you see all these influencers, they criticize Nigerians. That's when you know Nigerians are united. They show a united front. You will see them come after that influencer. They don't care whether it's Igbo or Yoruba. They'll come after the influencer. an influencer will regret ever coming after Nigerians. They always regret it whenever they do that. So that tells you something that is how you see a nation. What forges a people together. It seems to be stronger than even tribalism, because UK, they are very tribal. The Americans are tribal. They are very hateful of people. They hate each other all the time. The Italians.
Why are they not putting that front?
I thought it's my turn to talk, right?
You've already spoken. Now it's my turn. You've already talked. You've suggested what is good for Nigeria. It's my turn to suggest.
You asked me a question that time. You asked me a question, and you said after that question we'll move to another topic. So we move to another topic now. So it's my turn now.
You've already given that topic. No,
I gave you the answer based on the question you asked me.
Let me talk.
I have
first.
my own.
The question was about what was good for Nigeria, how to move Nigeria forward, and I gave you. It wasn't even your turn. I gave you the first turn, and I timed you for it.
Exactly. It's not your turn now.
Forefathers, it's my turn to talk.
Easy, it's not your turn. Let me finish what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is very, very important, because I'm trying to study, because I like to go by evidence. I don't just want to talk. I like to go by evidence, and because I like to believe that it's holy hands is how nations really become strong and all that stuff. But so far, even when in our own empirical history, football is one of the most uniting aspects for Nigerians, and it's when we destroy other people, not when we lose. So it's when we destroy other people, and it always fascinates me how one nation is going to be in total despair for losing a match, and the other side is jubilating. It's quite fascinating how that works, and that tells you something about human beings. They form gangs, they form groups, they form tribes, and they form nations. And when they form that nation has to have a purpose against other nations. And this is the way of the world. If you don't start forming that, you are going to be asleep. And your people I think that increases what they call it, collective intelligence, increases unity among the people. Even if they have quarrels, like in the UK, they have quarrels all the time. In France, they have quarrels. In Turkey, they have quarrels. They fight each other all the time. But yet, these people went and governed the world. Does that not tell you something? That thing that we like to think is our biggest cause is not necessarily our biggest cause. Our biggest cause is what Lugard said. Because Lugard, the funny thing about Lugard is that he didn't talk about our tribalism. One of the things Lugard said was we lack foresight. He didn't say tribalism. He said we have courage, and you begin to wonder either that Lugard is not Lugard that wrote that thing, it's somebody that has actually diagnosed Nigerians today. Because that was a long time ago.
He's not the only one to have said that. There's so many writings from that day and before that largely the same. Lugard, be it what's his name?
So Lugard has become a good example, right?
Be it Bosa, Kenneth Bosa, be it Sylvanus. It's all these people have written, and when they write about us, they largely agree. But there are those who wrote from an even earlier age that say the exact opposite about who we are, how we set up, and the kind of people. They used to call us the most honest people on the globe. That's how we were known.
And that is true.
It just depends on how far back in history you go to collect this information. And then what it is do you mean for yourself? You see, the greatest battle, if I can just take this 1 second, the greatest battle, we all battle ourselves here, outside of ourselves. But the greatest battle is happening inside, within ourselves. It's a daily thing. If you're not waking up and looking to adjust your yesterday to today, then you're not living right. Every day when a man wakes up, a man is looking to conquer the more, and then to make himself that specimen of conquering. If you're not, I use conquering, not necessarily that term, any term you wish, but I'm saying on a day-to-day, you have to be checking yourself, and that checking yourself is a war. But before you check somebody else, looking for that war. As you say, continue, sir.
Yeah, because what you said, that some people said that we are quite honest people, and and Lugard never even disputed that. You see, that's what makes it weird. Because remember, he's not talking to talk us down. He's reporting back to his people. The book he's writing is not for us at that time. They didn't care about us. It was for their people. And this same idea comes from, like, when they talk about them discovering River Niger. It's not for us. They are telling their people that they discovered something. It was never for us to consume. And we have to start seeing it from their own point of view. And when he's describing that stuff, he's saying, these are these people are. He didn't say they were tribal. He didn't even care about tribalism. He didn't say they were tribal. He says that they are thriftless. They don't care about money. They don't have foresight. They don't. The time he used was they don't have apprehension of the future. They don't fear the future.
So, Paparas, I'm no longer allowed to contribute. Is that what you mean? Because everybody here has spoken, only me. I waited for everyone to speak. And I should be the last person to speak on the topic.
You are a honored guest here. You know you are a honored guest. You know. When you start speaking, when you start speaking, you know everybody's going to want to ask questions because
give Kene 1 minute. 1 minute.
Hey, why? God bless you.
Anyway,
God bless you.
You're not case, bro.
When Odi was making his submission, he said that Nigeria is gone. And I agree with him, Nigeria is gone. So why are we stressing ourselves to resurrect
we are here. We are still here. Maybe Nigeria is gone. We are still here. But Nigeria, the point is that the point I was making, let me finish this point. That maybe
my 1 minute pause.
What galvanizes the people together is when they define themselves against others to an extent. We have to have something we are competing against. We have to have like a mission, like we want to be better than China, Japan, technologically. We have to have something we are competing against, and we don't seem to have any direction. Our leader seems to be standing us down. And if it doesn't matter what area you look into, you can look into security and all the rest, but we have to have something we define ourselves against and say, you know what, that is our target. We have to get to it. And if we don't have
and that was why
you don't have a mission.
It's already there.
And that was why
because of that.
And that was why Loco said that we as Nigerians, we don't like ourselves. And I agree with Loco on that. We don't like ourselves. And because we don't like ourselves, that was why some people are now saying that for those that are calling for Biafra are actually selfish. And I don't know how calling for. No, I'm not going back there. I will not go back there. I will not go. Promise you. That are selfish, and I wonder why we are selfish for calling for referendum. I don't know why people think like that. You see, that's a statement that we don't like ourselves is still manifesting in that same person's submission. Maskas here stated that we, the people of Nigeria, we don't vote based on tribal affiliation or something like that. And I disagree with Maska because we know in this just concluded election, I don't even want to go as far back as Buhari's election, but this concluded one in 2023 or 2022. We heard when some people in Lagos State say that you either vote for Tinubu or you don't even come out to vote. The traditional leaders, the Oba of Benin, that confused man, was used to, he said all manner of rubbish against some people. And all of a sudden, their masquerade started running in the midst of election, and that was allowed, and that hindered that election, and some people were subjugated from voting. And we also, in the north...
You said the Oba of Benin was used?
Yes, no, I say Oba of Lagos, not Benin. Oba of Benin is a different man now. Oba of Lagos, that tout that made Oba in Lagos.
Well, let's not do
that's
that.
One I'm referring
let's
to.
not call people touts here.
So no, he is. He is. You know my position on that guy, right? So and up north, some people were told that you don't vote for them because they are Christians. So do you vote for them? You vote for Tinubu and Shetima because they are of the same faith. They are the same religion. Muslim religion. So I disagree with Maska on that one. So Nigeria, we vote based on tribal affiliation. AY said that if he is given $10,000, he will compromise his moral. You see, this type of people are the reason why Nigeria will never move forward.
What time I said
money
it?
can
Me,
change.
myself.
You said that if they give you $10,000, they will change. You sing their praises. You said it here, right? Please rewind. No, rewind. Okay, I heard it clearly.
Maybe 10 million, but not 10,000.
You said 10,000. I don't know, but you said 10,000, and I was like,
Kenny,
so this guy is that cheap. When you said 10,000, I was like, so this guy is that cheap. What do you say?
Can I say this to you, my brother?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Sometimes it seems that we are not listening to the same thing, you and I. Even though
no. On this one, Jagun,
let me land flag. Understand me.
Please.
I don't understand what I'm
hold on. Okay, let me carry on.
Understand what I'm going to put to you, my friend.
See,
you're not looking to understand. You're just looking to talk.
No, Jagun, can I
into what I'm
talking now?
You see, this is a shame.
It's my time. You're wasting my time.
Allow me to say something to you when you can reply.
You are wasting my time now. You are wasting my time.
You're not fair, bro.
And I know why you are doing this. You know, earlier I said
What did I say?
It is not good. No, I said it is not good to come on this platform drinking alcohol or smoking.
I'm not going to speak about that. You can have that for yourself. That's okay.
1 minute. Is this the 1 minute?
No. Let me come to forefather. Can you just allow me to speak to this
my time? You are stopping my time now. And before you know it, forefather will say, "Oh, your time is over." You are wasting my time. So on this platform, it's either we call for true one Nigeria or we forget about it. We cannot come here and be deceiving ourselves, trying to play holier than thou. And I'm making this statement for true Nigerians that are educated, that want to use their brain. Nigeria is gone. I am not saying this to educationally incapacitated persons. I don't know if they're on this platform. I'm saying this to educated Nigerians that want Nigeria to move forward. The only way to move this country forward is to have a regional system of government. Anything other than this, you are wasting your time. It is not going to work.
Can I ask you a question?
You don't even have the right.
Can I go first, please?
I'll try
my best. Forefather, do you know I was there first now?
Okay, I will ask everybody.
No, forefather, let me this guy now.
Say something. Forefather, give Jago something.
Okay.
We mustn't. We don't. Honestly, bro.
Shut me down again.
I think it is beneath us to have to fight to speak. And I know maybe I would interject, but I would ask your permission. I would also sit back and allow someone if they're not allowing me. But as I've been interjecting, allow me to say something, man. Don't let's fight over this thing. All I wanted to say, Kenneth, by your mumbled submission there, which was saying one thing here and saying another thing there in my ears, it seems to me that subtlety and being subtle is not of your nature. Your nature is to be blunt and blatant and brazen. And I don't mean that offensively. I'm just saying that what I've been listening to in terms of what people have been saying is not how you broke it down to me. Not at all. If you can understand subtlety, then you would imbibe your brother a bit better, as opposed to saying, "Oh no, you're a liar." It's not like that. Try to listen. Don't interject me, or I'm not going to allow you. I won't allow you.
You interjected me when I was talking.
I won't allow you, bro. No way, bro. You didn't allow me.
Now you can't allow me.
You didn't allow me, bro. You didn't. I wanted to interact with you on this, but you didn't want to interact. So I'm just going to make my submission, and my submission goes like,
I don't play politics. I don't sound.
Fair enough. All right.
Know that about me.
Bro, we've heard you. Forefather, we've heard him.
Let's allow AY respond to the accusation that he would take $10 to compromise his
Hold on.
$10 is all you want.
Let me say this, right?
No, not $10, $10,000.
$10,000.
Oh, I see.
It appears to me right now, it's either something is wrong with me or something is wrong with Ekene, and I'm pretty sure I never mentioned anything about money. I don't know if anybody heard me mention anything about money. $10,000.
Go to his speech and play it.
Hold on.
Please. Let's grant 10 minutes, 3 minutes. Go back to his speech and play it. Let's shame the devil here.
Yo, AY, just move on from that. He's just trying to get you because of the last time.
We didn't have any such discussion. I'm very exact about my information.
Which next time? Which last time?
Nothing like that. Emma, did you hear me mention money? Like, I don't understand. Me, I'm confused.
Forefathers, please. You tell me when you treated my own case the other day.
He has a tendency of he'll accuse
play
you.
It, everybody will hear it.
He'll make a false statement and then he'll say, And then he'll say rewind it.
He mentioned it, and I was like, 10,000? Are you kidding me?
No.
That's what was I talking about?
He may be talking about other
Because
people that sell their.
I know you to be a big boy. Why are you saying if they give you 10,000, you're going to dance there? This I was like, what? What is he saying? What is he talking about? And for remember that he saying about last time, whatever that we had, whatever discussion that we had there last time, AY and I went on backstage and we had in-depth discussion. So don't play that card here, my friend. Go and sit down. I don't have issue with AY.
Hey,
wow.
Let's talk about something more important.
I wanted to
Okay,
ask
let
a
your
question.
sinner forgive me. Go and sin
I
no
wanted
more.
to ask a question. You know, because a lot of people talk about regional system, and I find that really peculiar why they want to create regional system when they have states already that they can give the same autonomy. And but why? Okay, is it better to go regional or give people direct democracy? In other words, if people don't know what direct democracy means, is that the people themselves make the rules. They can decide what shape of state they have. They can pass laws, they can remove laws, they can do as they like. So why is it most Nigerians prefer regional system over the people having the power itself? I thought they were all supposed to be democrats and for the people.
Is that a question to everybody?
Yes, for everybody. And maybe
Talking about direct democracy in Nigeria.
So I don't
think you ask questions to everybody.
It's a turn to answer and goes
Go ahead. Me and you will not fight now. You're my brother. Go ahead.
2 minutes.
All right. You see, forefathers, the reason of regionalism is this. If you look at the states, some states are not capable. And sometimes division is better driven because we've had something like that. It's better driven when you have that collective. And even from what you opined earlier, you said sometimes for people to gel together, there's a need for that oneness. And in Nigeria, we are too big for that oneness. But if you look at the broken spaces, we can have that oneness you're talking about. The Yorubas can have it. We've had it in the past.
But why can't they have it in states?
Now,
individuals.
Now, because not every state require a certain amount of development. Look, in the Yoruba land, for example, let me tell you, we are not ashamed that the Ekiti should remain the countryside of a southwestern region. You get the point. We are not competing amongst ourselves like that.
Are you from Ekiti?
I'm giving you yes, I'm giving you this. We are not competing. An average person from Ekiti said we want to go to Lagos and lead there and let those things trickle down to the other side. But what is Ekiti good for? We want to use it there. What is Ondo State good for? We want to use it. What is Anogu State good for? We want to use it, not to begin to compete amongst ourselves. Now, if you look at a regional system, that's when you can think of, okay, can we drive an agriculture from an Oyo State down to Lagos, passes through an Oshu State via railway system? A single state cannot just use all those things. No. If you want a kind of development, this is a chunk of people that we have broken into states, but they are still one on their own. I don't see, of course, there are little skirmishes, there are little wars within ourselves. Yes, it is normal. But as a single entity, we can grow better than states' submissions. That is it. My time is up.
Thank you. I think I try to understand what you're trying to say, that if you have regions, you can be able to do bigger projects, that stuff. But you would think having a national system to do the same. But you even do bigger projects then, innit? Okay, and also the question arises that even if you do the stuff in regions, it still needs to go to the other regions because you are still in the country. It still needs to go around the country.
There will be a boundary of respect. We can respect ourselves and dialogue better. You respect the Southeasterner, you respect the Northerner, and that is what it has been. Look, during those times when we were even independent of ourselves, you see a Fulani man come and do business.
Okay. Now I take that. Okay, so now if you have this regional system now, based on the 6th geopolitical zone, why don't we go like that then? The 6th geopolitical zone we have now.
Why don't we what?
Why don't we go with the 6 geopolitical zones that we have as a regional system, since there are already 6 regions in the country?
If it works fine for
it's just a negotiation.
That is it. If it works fine for me as a Southwesterner, it works fine for me as a Southwesterner. I don't know if it works for a Middle Belt to remain like that, or they still want to divide more. That would now be their own discussion to have to now see how they want to live. But for me, I'm what I have.
And my concern with that is nations generally make changes incrementally. They tend to make changes incrementally. Because sudden swift, because we seem to be having swivels of stuff on and on. And the danger is that we've managed to have a system that has remained relatively stable, I wouldn't call it stable, but continuous for 24 years.
No, bro.
Just do a yo-yo and thinking that it's going to take us anywhere. The danger is that 10 years later down the line, or 20 years down the line, we go to another one again.
Can I tell you something? Do you know that you'll be surprised, even as in Southwest, with the 6 states or how many states we have now, do you know that they won't even fight amongst themselves who should lead or anything? It will flow naturally.
What?
The leadership will flow.
Have you ever heard of the Wild Wild West?
What do you mean Wild Wild West?
Haven't you heard of it?
That was then. Concentrated efforts were made by Awolowo.
That's what you're saying, forefathers.
Yeah.
See, I'm just trying to give you an idea that there is potential. What you have now has created what you are describing now. There was a time it wasn't like that. As a matter of fact, that was the time you had the regions. So you sometimes we have to try to be evidence-based on these things. I know it's good to think about the past as a good thing. In my mind, from the way I think about things, I never saw any solid foundation that we laid during that time. If anything, it led to.
But can this be said? Can this be said, though, forefather? For the years between 1960 and 1965, that's 5 years, there was governorship in Nigeria ruled on a regional basis, and there was relative peace. Yes, there were scufflings, and it's a new country. A lot of things were happening. But now, if we take from 1999, is it, to today, you're saying how many years? 28 years, are you?
24 years.
Okay, 24 years, great. Now, in that time, reasonably, I would say to you that people generally have felt bad about the conditions of living, as opposed to what they would have said within those 5 years. So these things, we're in a malaise. We are in a malaise. And I don't know if we just can see it as that, as apart from breaking this, your evidence-based. And we know that Nigeria basically hasn't worked from its beginning. So if we have an opportunity to change things, that is what our discussion should be. Because who wants another 24 years like the last one? I don't. Where Nigeria is concerned.
I think you have a point. If you want to change something, you want to change it in a way that don't just hark back to the past just for the sake of it. Like now,
yes.
That's why I asked the question. Why is it that we are not advocating? We are supposed to be Democrats that want individuals to have the say, control the state. Why would anybody not argue for that, but argue for regional system?
They
want governors, other people start controlling you again. You have to elect all these crazy people that will do crazy stuff.
You're always going to be governed. If you put it to the terms control, fair enough. But we're always going to be governed. The whole idea, I believe, of the regional system that has been purported is that, look, generally, we know as a whole country, we are not happy with the present system. Between now and 2027, let's see if we can negotiate a new system. And I think that is a good presentation and a good use of the time.
About being governed, the Swiss, would you say the Swiss are being governed, or they believe they are governing?
Bros, you give this Swiss example, and it's a good example, but it is what I think is a good example of what they have emerged as a system. They did it.
That's what I'm saying.
Wait. It wasn't given to them on a platter. They went into these negotiations and they came about what it was that was going to govern them, and it suited them. We have to do that negotiation.
That's
What
what I'm
comes out of it,
saying. That why are you
what
in
comes
support of
out of
that?
it, though, may not look like that. It should look like what. Right.
Yes, but okay, why would you not want it to look? Okay, let me put it. I don't say you don't want it, but would you prefer that that should be the minimum power the people should have versus just putting us back in our boxes where you have powerhouses everywhere, governors that
What I prefer is that we can come to an agreement, because what I prefer, forefather, is for you, if you believe that thing, what you're saying for real, then you start propagating that and see who follows you. That's the reality. That's the test. That's why I'm saying
what I'm
that.
asking, because I want people to think about it. So, because while you want to change something, you want to change it to the best form that because whenever people describe Nigeria, they talk about justice, they talk about the people's power, they talk about the people feel powerless. So if you have a system that gives you the power, maybe that is the direction you want to go, instead of advocating to put the into the hands of another set of politicians that may not do your bidding again. They will just go and start messing with you. And for me, I actually believe that system may be an antidote to these foreign interests, because when the people are the ones making decisions, it's hard to bribe all of them now. If you bribe all the people, then they will do your bidding, then everybody will be rich. You can only bribe only a few rich men. You will have to bribe all the people to vote for you. And that is, I feel like it's an antidote to the influence of foreigners in our country. And that's one of the strengths.
What are you
Whilst
talking about?
foreigners in our country is a problem. Whilst foreigners in our country is a problem, don't you think the country is already in problems? I mean, aren't we going to settle the problems that are before us? We need to settle those problems that are before us.
That's why the people can settle it now, because they have the power to settle it. They can carry out the vote and say, this is what we want. You want electricity, you want to have your state, your education to be like this. This is how it's going to be. They'll vote on it and they'll get it. And you see what I mean? And the states, let's say these things are happening within states or within regions, they will vote on it and they will decide on what happens there. And if they see their politician misbehaving, they will yank that politician out and sling that politician out of the way. And now you see the layers now. The layers I'm talking about is it gives the people power. It kind of inoculates us to the influence of all these entities all over the place.
You really think this fantasy government that you got going on that you suggest?
Because you asked a question.
You really think
you asked a question about
somebody's talking.
Somebody's
talking.
Government. I'm talking. And somebody talking, my friend.
Just let I speak the truth.
So and somebody talking.
So if you really think that if you have this fantasy mode of government, this Swiss government, first of all, like boy just said, their style of government, forefathers, while it sounds good, it'll be almost impossible to replicate in Nigeria, because there is a level of sophistication needed, and not only that, culturally we are different. The Swedes have what, 3 or 4 ethnic groups, and look at how many ethnic groups we have in Nigeria. So first of all, that's not going to work. The same way we do not have that same direct system of government is also the reason why, for example, we will probably never have, or at least not in the nearest future, have a jury system for court proceedings, okay? Because everything is still bound, like we've always gone back to, on tribe and religion. Now, to the first question that you asked, which I wanted to expound on, why are we moving from a federal system of government instead of probably strengthening the states, but now we're thinking of a regional system of government when it never worked for us in the past? Well, I'll tell you this. the politicians need a new system on how to steal money. The monies are, like you've always rightfully said, the monies is not really there. So at least those in the oil producing regions, and some have actually found gold and bauxite in the north, they need their hands on it. But if you think that they are going to go there and get those resources and think they're going to go get those resources and develop their regions as is being envisioned right now, I think Nigerians will be sorely disappointed. If it was me, I think, in as much as I think the regional form of government might be good if we had a more sophisticated citizenry, which unfortunately we don't have. I think right now what we have to do, if we are sincere or people with political will in the center, is to strengthen the states with limited federal oversights on certain things, except policing, for example, taxes, and and the justice system. So if we strengthen those as oversights and we let the states just go do what you got to do, I think that'd be better than the regionalism.
About the point you raised, Kenny, I'm coming to you just now. So sorry. About the point you raised that because we have multiple ethnic groups, as a matter of fact, because we have multiple ethnic groups is the reason why you have to give individuals the power, because otherwise every ethnic group will feel outdone one way or the other, they will feel oppressed. But if you give the people the power, they will be able to decide whatever they want to decide.
All right, so tell me, how would you, forefathers, since you are so immersed in this idea that it could be done, how would you give the Nigerian people, the ordinary people, that power that you keep talking about?
So, like now, you've got states already, haven't you? So, if you want to do anything in the state and you find that the government or let's say you want to build a bridge, what happens? They hire people to recommend what they need to do. Then the people can decide whether they want to go for that bridge or not. If they see that their politicians are not doing their bidding, the people themselves will gather together and say, you know what, that guy is not doing our bidding. We'll carry out a vote and we'll remove that person from office because they are not doing the wish of the people. This has nothing to do with tribe. The people themselves will decide what they want to do with their leaders. And then when you get to the center of power, instead of one person, one tribe ruling because some states have multiple tribes. If you have only one tribe running the state, no, instead of that, you have those people, the representative from each of these tribes being governors of that state at the same time, like the way the federal council works in in Switzerland. They have 7 governors at the same, and 7 presidents at the same time.
So if it's an ethnicity, or if it's an area that has 30 ethnic groups, you're going to have 30 governors.
No, you don't have 30 governors. It's within reason. You have to have a kind of because they have other. Let's make no mistake. They have other groups in Switzerland. They have Czechs. They have all kinds of different groups in Switzerland. You don't say you bring everybody. You have to meet a certain threshold to be considered as at a high level. You can say you have to have a population. When you look at the state, you have a population of about 250,000 or so before you raise the state. You can reach arrangements just the way they did too. Every system have their peculiarities. But my point is that if you give power ultimately to the people and you remove the power from the center, you are reducing corruption. One.
How do you do it? You still haven't said how you're going to do it.
The way you do, I just told you now. The way you do it is give people the power. If let's say you give a contract out, that they don't do the contract, the people will check them because the people will know we gave you this contract.
The populace is not sophisticated enough for that, and it will lead to time wasting, which we do not have enough of in terms of trying to develop the country as fast paced as possible.
Okay, good point you made just now. You see, when you say the populace are not sophisticated enough, but they are sophisticated enough to choose the right person, and if the right person messes about, they are sophisticated enough to take them out. That alone, they are good. Because when you build up such a system, you put the infrastructure in place for them to be able to decide on these things. You don't just do it the way it's like going through an eye of a needle to go and get a House of Congress member removed from office. You make it so that people can easily make this decision and say, you know what,
So
this MP, you're not doing the job we gave you to do. You are the project we gave you. You have not succeeded. We're going to remove you.
We're gonna. How, forefathers, are you gonna give the people?
Let me answer it. Let me quickly answer it.
You're not hearing me.
Let me give a
I told
short
you,
answer.
you create the infrastructure, you create the system to allow the people to carry out the business.
The easiest way to give power to the people.
Sorry, forgive me, Kenny.
The easiest way to give power to the people is to have an electoral system that is working. People are able to elect and remove if you are not performing. That's the best way to give power to the people. The people have the power. They know, the politician knows that after 4 years you are not performing. The people have the power to remove you.
And they can remove they can remove you even before your 4 years if you keep misbehaving.
Yeah,
if they
even
see
before,
that they will yank you
4
out.
years. Make it flexible. In Australia, for example, bro, Australia can have like 10 prime minister in 10 years.
Yeah,
They don't care.
You have to allow the people to be able to shake the system up.
Yes, let people shake the system. Then everybody will sit up. You will,
and it makes them immune to being influenced from the outside. It makes them also immune because it's easy now. If you elect somebody, they'll go and bribe the leaders, threaten the leaders, and the leaders do their bidding. But how are you going to threaten the people? People will not buy it. Nigerians will not buy it.
Anything the leader will want to do, he will think twice. He will be seeking the opinion of the people as a matter of fact.
Because he doesn't have a choice. He doesn't have a choice.
He does not have a choice.
Choke him out if he doesn't.
Hold on. Say, how would you give power to the people? How?
Thank you.
That's what I just explained.
We just said it.
Yeah,
we just said it now.
What are we not getting here?
Hold on.
This is that pauses me. I explained it. Keep asking again.
Over that, keep quiet. Listen. It's simple, right? You have
sorry. Loco, forgive me. Kene will take me to Amadioha today if I didn't. I don't need Amadioha today.
Loco, respect people's time, please. Forefathers, you were talking about Nigeria trying to practice direct democracy. And I wonder how that will be achieved, because we know that in Nigeria today, we're still, if you have your direct democracy, you're still going to have representative, right? You're still going to elect representatives. So that is not a direct democracy, that is representative democracy. Switzerland, for example, that claim that they practice direct democracy. Switzerland still have federal cantons and communes. These are level of government in Switzerland, and they still elect people that represent them. So I don't know how that will be equated to direct democracy. To me, that is not direct democracy. That is a kind of mixture of something that I don't understand. And we have Germany, on the other hand, that claim that, okay, maybe they have some element of direct democracy in their system. However, the same Germany still vote for representatives that represent these people. However, they have mandatory binding referendums in their system, and that is maybe what you equate to be direct democracy, where they have the people have the right to make referendum to adopt new constitution, or to a kind of a call for regional changes in the state. So, have referendum for regional changes in the state. So I don't really know if there is a country that actually practices this direct democracy. Now, going back to Nigeria, I think it will be very, very difficult to have that kind of system in Nigeria, because these elements that we have in the Aso Rock, National Assembly and all that, they would never allow that to happen. They will always want to be there. Somebody was saying, I think AY was saying that why some people were calling for Anioma is because they want to be governors and all that, you see. So they always want to be politicians elected and have office where they will sanfold money, start riding beautiful cars, wearing tight jeans like Dino Malay that will wear it and it look like something I don't know. So now to answer your question, you said, what are the benefit, or why do people call for regional system? I have written some things down here. The benefit of regional system of government that may come to Nigerians if they happen to have one. One, there will be an improved efficiency and effectiveness in the system regionally. where in these various regions they will be able to pool resources, talent, and all manner of innovations faster, because you have government close to the people. Unlike when you have the seat of power in Abuja and your senators, your representatives, all have houses in Abuja, to an extent that individual state will go to Abuja or Lagos and have state house. For example, when P2B was the governor of Anambra State, he closed Anambra House that was in Lagos. Closed it down completely. He said that it's a waste of time. And a lot of Anambra people agree with P2B. The current governor now, the so-called Professor Iberibe, now went to Lagos State and is now rebuilding that same Anambra house that P2B closed down. So I don't know why he was doing that, spending millions of dollars to renovate that house, wasting of the people's tax-paying money. Now, the second reason why you should have regional system of government is because it will bring a better problem solving in those regions. The problem solving could range from economic development, transportation issues. See, in Nigeria, it's only in Nigeria that we don't even have a regulation for air pollution. It's only in Nigeria where you see cars smoking like chimney flying on the road. Oh, chimney, does chimney smoke? Smoking like something I don't even know. Flying on the road, you have people burning things. See, the air is so polluted. So in Nigeria, you have polluted air and you're still paying taxes for air control. In Lagos State, the Lagos State government will force you to pay money for air control, and I don't even know what they are controlling. Now, when you have that better solving, problem solving in those regions, that will help you to comprehensively even be able to identify the problem and solve it comprehensively. But in Nigeria, what do we have? Is it not when people started making videos, like for example in Edo State, where you have dilapidated roads and the governor was just hell-bent on winning the election last time? It was when all these content creators started sharing videos of the nature of the road that the governor now came out and said, oh, no, this is not state road, this is federal road. Idiot. But the road is in your state. Even if it's federal road, are you forbidden from rebuilding federal roads? Other governors did it. They built federal roads and now went to federal to say, reimburse me for the money that I used to build this road. Now, the fourth reason why you should have the regional government is that will bring a stronger voice for those regions. Each and every region will have a stronger voice to advocate for their needs in the National Assembly or in the federal level or whatever they will have at the end of the day, where it will be a kind of competition. Every region wants to do better, and then they have voices that will speak for them, to attract investment or attract government presence in their regions. Now, the last one is that when you have all these things put together, that will enhance the quality of life of people. Any other thing that you do in Nigeria is highly populated, will never work. We are here, sitting here talking about China. China is very poor. The masses, these people in China, the citizens, ordinary citizens, are suffering. And that is why they are leaving China in drums. That is why they are leaving China in millions. China is highly populated. Same with India. India is highly populated. The level of hunger and starvation or poverty in India is just beyond something else. And you are now having Nigeria with this growing population. Then you still call for one Nigeria. Will end up like these other countries that I just mentioned, because the people will be hungry. The only difference now will be that China is very innovative when it comes to technology and science. They are advanced more than Nigeria. India as well is going far. But that doesn't rule out the fact that there is hunger in those countries. Even most Nigerians are living better than those people in those countries. The citizens in those countries. And now, on the flip side, Nigeria, where can you find Nigeria in terms of technology and advancement in science and technology? No. So, I don't know. It will be worse in Nigeria. The population is too much. Divide it. Make this government closer to the people so that it will be better managed.
I think when you talk about
the problem.
When you talk about India is a massive country. The population of India is 1.4 billion. The entire population of Africa is just about the same. And you have next door China. These are huge nations. and they've achieved a lot. They've been to the other side of the moon, and their prospects, their future prospects, is a lot brighter than ours. Because if you look at their ability to survive, they are well ahead of us. Because the idea, the way the world works is that you have to be advanced, you have to participate at the same level as your peers to be able to guess that you have a good future ahead. Because if you are in the same classroom and you are Olodo in the class and everybody else, you know how the other people that come first, they keep leaving you and you remain in the same classroom. Sooner or later, they will go on to progress and you'll be wiping their boots. So that's how it works. So I want to say something about the representative stuff you talked about. All systems have a representative element to it, because you have to have administrators to be able to carry out the will of the people. But the direct democratic system is still in place. As a matter of fact, it's mostly Switzerland that truly practices it. And they are one of the most successful countries in history for the last 500 years. So please go ahead.
Yeah, Profanas, like I told you, you don't judge the quality of life of a people based on the aesthetics, things you see, maybe on the TV, on the papers and all that, how advanced they are in technology, how their name is on the billboard and all that. These people, yes, they are doing well, better than Nigeria in terms of technology and all that. But you go there to see the standard of living of their people is very pathetic. So that you look good outwardly, but inside you are suffering doesn't make you having a quality of life. They don't have that in those countries that I'm mentioning now. It is only in China, for example. If you come to Nigeria, a foreigner comes to Nigeria, make his way, he can find a job in Nigeria, can find a comfortable job in Nigeria, but he can't find job in China. There is no job, nothing for you. Even if you find, how much are they going to pay you? You can't even sustain your meal. Same with India. There is hunger in these countries. I would never, make reference with these countries when I want to seek for prospect for Nigeria. I don't bring those countries in. I was talking with somebody the other day. He was saying that look at roads, look at roundabout in China, that is even better than US. I say yes, it's better than US in terms of technology. US is on the back bench. US will not even come close to China or Japan. However, in terms of standard of living of the people, US, surpass all these places. So the standard of living is what we are talking about, not
do you know what they are trying to tell you? Do you know what they are trying to tell you? These people transformed their nation from where they were within 60 years. In the US has been like that for hundreds of years, and the West have conquered the world for hundreds of years. The path they are traveling right now, nobody is going to stop them. Only they can stop themselves. They are in a position, they are in the driving way. Can we say we are in a position? See, if we're in a position where we are in the driving way like they were, believe me, I won't be on this panel. I won't be on this panel because that's my biggest fear. I worry that because we are not in a position where like a point of no return, we've not crossed that point of no return where we cannot be decolonized.
Going by what you're saying, if those countries are doing well, the citizens shouldn't be leaving those countries in their droves, just like Nigerians are living in their droves. It is not only Nigeria. Go to China, go to Canada. You see a lot of Indians. In short, the number of Indians we find in China is like in Canada is 10 times that of Nigeria. Same way they are jabbering, leaving their country.
But you and them are not the same. You have to understand. You and them are not the same. You see, I agree with you. All those things are true. You and them are not. Their level of achievement is still way higher. It's on a different level. And I wish we were there, but we are not there. If we catch up with them, then we can now start. I think if let's say we catch up with them, Nigeria will be doing better automatically because we have more prospect to do better.
Don't you think that we are kind of retrogressing, that we were there at some point, but now we are what the economists call diminishing of return, diminishing the return, all right? I think economists are here. So we were there before. I remember when Nigeria was, Lagos State was a tourist place for healthcare when it comes to all those Arab countries like Saudi and Qatar. They always come to Nigeria for medical help. right? So Nigeria was there at some point. But what happened now? Countries like Malaysia, got their pantry from Nigeria. And now they've advanced with this pantry. So what have we done with our own? We lost it. When we had Michael Opara was able to use this palm product to advance Imo State. But what happened now? We've retrogressed. In short, if we were to be women, we've reached menopause.
See, we retrogressed because we didn't do what they did. Do you know India has 432 million people in their middle class alone? That is almost the entire population of West Africa. Just one nation did that within 60 years. So you have the scale. That's why scale matters. You fail to see, like somebody who was comparing Seychelles to Nigeria. Nigeria creates people that is far richer than Seychelles. Like Seychelles is 100,000. Nigeria creates more millionaires than the entire population of Seychelles. So that's why scale matters. You have to look at what is happening within the population itself. And Indians can claim that because they are a nation. If you have one Bangladesh, this one, that one, and none of them were nuclear powers, yeah, you might have that high population.
How did Nigeria? How did they create more millionaires? They created more millionaires on people's head. To the detriment of the people. For example, a politician. Most of these politicians, you agree with me that they are millionaires, so they will fall into the class of the millionaires that you're talking about, right? What was their source of income, or what is their source of income?
I agree with you on that. I'm not disputing that.
Right?
I'm saying when you compare people, nations together, look at the scale you are comparing. They are not the same scale. But when I'm talking about what you talked about, we're already in agreement on that our standard of living will automatically be higher than most of these nations if Nigeria gets its act together. Because we are rich people, we have abundance, and I fear that is what did us in. We have this innocence. Why do you think we don't fear the future? Because we don't have any reason to fear the future. That's why when Oyibo came here, they felt like we don't have any fear of the future. We don't fear famine. Because if you have famine, if you experience serious famine twice, you will think about the future. But we don't have that in Nigeria. We always have abundance. It's almost like West Africa was Garden of Eden to an extent, apart from the mosquitoes and all the rest. We don't have any fear of need. We barely even have conflicts. That's why we were the way we were. It made us look like we were naive. But like I said, if we can figure out our way out of the mess we are in right now, we'll do better than many of these countries because we are not that populated compared to them. We are not that populated, and we have a lot of resources on our land. We have fresh land, fresh water,
getting more
rain,
and more populated steadily.
Pardon?
We are becoming more and more populated every day.
Yes.
So are we planning for any of this, or we just here fuck it?
We should just go to Central African Republic. That's an empty land. Central African Republic is empty. It's got about 5 million people. The land is almost as big as Nigeria, maybe even bigger than Nigeria. It's like how does such a big land with green grass and bushes and everything, there's barely anybody inside. It's only the Russians and the corrupt government officials that are in there right now. So we have prospects. If Nigeria just asserts itself a little bit more, like was it not somebody that said Tafawa Balewa was able to stop the French from using the Sahara to test their nuclear technology? That tells you the power Nigeria used to wield before. We used to have influence. Now we can't even get 3 countries to come back to ECOWAS. It will be please come, Mali, come back, please. No, they are saying no. They are just very silent right now. That is where we are right now. We have to get our act together. If we carry on like this, if all bets are off, I think why I like that direct democracy system is that one, it removes all this nonsense about powerhouses, chiefs here, pastor here, imams here. All that nonsense goes away, and it brings people into the DC. And most importantly, strategically, it will frustrate our enemies. It will strategically frustrate our enemies because it's going to be hard for them to corrupt our officials, because they know the moment they corrupt our officials, the people are going to come for them, remove them from office and replace them with some other person again. That's how it's supposed to be. It's a weapon, even. Direct democracy system right now, from my point of view, is almost like a weapon. against some of the forces that are acting against us. Maybe even a more advanced system that is better than what this thing Switzerland is doing. See, Kene,
but don't you think it's impossible to have the direct democracy in Nigeria?
It's very possible. It's very possible. Kene, Eme, AY, local, and I speak the truth. If you want to truly transform a system, like what the Bolsheviks did or what Napoleon did, you have to come up with something new. You can't just, if you really want to change the dynamics, and you have to come up with something that your enemies don't see coming. They will not see it coming, and it's going to inoculate you from their influence. That's what I'm thinking. If you go to a form of direct democracy, it might be unique to us. We can create our own, because even in Switzerland, from what I gather, they have a kind of regional system, and yet they still use that direct democracy system at that level. At all levels of society, they use it, and it works for them. They are multilingual, multicultural, multi-everything. What else? Nigeria don't trust their politicians. Why should you? And they don't trust their politicians. They don't trust their leaders. They might as well take charge. Give them power. Let them take charge of the system. It's going to reduce corruption. It's going to increase trust. It's going to increase trust.
I love your fantasy, but it is not happening anytime soon. You want the same politicians. You want the same politicians to hand the same politicians that are not willing to hand over power to themselves. You want them to hand over power to the people to stop basically ruling themselves. It is not happening. It is a nice fantasy.
Why do you get defeated from the get-go?
It is a beautiful fantasy. It is a good idea, but it is not happening anytime.
Okay. I speak it to you. What if you shoot for the sky and you get the moon? You have to have ambition. You have to have
What
vision.
if your freaking aunt had 3 tires on her legs and she was a tricycle? It's not happening. Okay, if Nigerian politicians are not giving you that power anytime soon, what you should be deciding on or trying to figure out is how you would fare if there was a regional government in place. Barring that, how do you make the states more federal, give more powers to the state, and reduce the power that is presently being controlled by the center? But all these other fantastical measures of trying to give direct democracy to a populace that don't, if you give them 10,
so you really think very little of the people then. You basically think very little of the people then.
No, it's not. I'm not thinking very little of them. I'm just stating it as it is.
But if we accept it as it is, then there is no point. We might as well dig a hole and cover ourselves and die.
You said it yourself that it is always good for change to come incrementally. Everybody knows this.
Yes.
And if you try to force people with a change and you hit them with it, the chances are that they will resist. They will refuse. So
I'm not saying you should do it overnight.
Okay. So what I'm saying is, eventually, this idea that you are presently proposing might be good. I'm saying in the future, where the people are more sophisticated, where the people are more educated.
How do you think they'll get more educated if you don't propose it?
Well, they will get more educated when conditions change.
You have to start proposing it. That's how you change the people. When the Bolsheviks came in, they told the people that you're going to have a 5-day week. They used to work almost every day. They told them you're going to get education. You have to start selling it.
You can start selling it. You can sell it. You can start selling it all you want, but are they going to buy it? And will the Nigerian people buy it? Well, it is a good idea. They might buy it. The ordinary
they might buy it more than you like to believe, actually. They might buy it more than you like to believe.
Well, the politicians, I'm not saying they won't. Everybody would want to have some sense of participation in government. Everybody would. Even a 2-year-old child would want to give their own input. Anybody would. But I'm saying, will these politicians that are presently in charge, will they permit it? And the answer we know is a categorical no. It is not happening.
You see, today as we speak, Nigel Farage is about to be elected into the House of Commons. This man has run for office. Guess how many times? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The 8th time is now that he's about to be elected into office.
Oh,
so
Farage is gonna win?
Yeah, he's gonna win.
Wow.
So that's after the 8th time. So what he believed in, he started it a long time ago. He campaigned for the people to leave the European Union. He started it almost almost in the 90s or so, and the UK left the European Union in the 2000s.
I think he has even won.
Yeah, he's won the election today. So you have to start sensitizing people about their future. And you see, what is good about it is that it gives people hope for a better future one, and it gives the politicians that are in office now reason to do better, because the worse they perform, the more that hope becomes more attractive. You see what I mean? If you are offering the people like a direct democratic system, and this current government are performing worse and worse, that system will become more and more and more popular. That's how the UK, look at the UK right now. This leader that is going to win the election in the UK today, most people in the left don't like him at all. He's unpopular. They don't like him. But yes, he's going to win one of the largest elections in history. That's against the conservative. Not because he's loved, but because the conservatives have performed so badly that, oh my God, they were like, no, enough is enough.
Well,
this is a party that won the election in 2019.
What I'm still saying, who is in this beautiful nirvana that you're envisioning, who is going to give the power to the people, the politicians?
Yes. You know, there is this concept that you can make the right people do the wrong, you can make the wrong people do the right thing because they too want to win. And remember, politicians are very, very slimy. They betray each other all the time. So maybe the ones that are in charge may not want it, but one other opportunist that thinks that, okay, this might be my chance, my only chance to rule, they will take the opportunity to side with the people that want this change. And see, the thing is, I'm not saying it's going to be easy. I'm not saying anybody's going to roll out the red carpet for you. I'm not even saying whether it's feasible, but I'm saying that if you don't start the fight, you're just going to make it so that the other politicians think that there's nobody challenging our ideas here. And if nobody challenges them, then maybe they will think they are doing the right thing. So you have to have an idea that supersedes whatever they are offering so that they will raise their stakes. Like when the Soviet Union existed, do you know that the West, they had to raise tax on their people? There was a time in the US, they were paying as much as, I think, 90% tax. The UK, the same thing. Why do you think they were taxing people up to 90% during that period? Because the Soviet Union system was so attractive even to their own citizens. It was so attractive because the system was putting pressure on the West that, okay, this system, they don't have money. They don't care about money. They don't care about owning property and all the rest. So the poorer citizens of those nations, capitalist nations, you know how they are poor. They were like, why should we follow this system? They don't offer us anything other than poverty. While the other system, there's nothing like poverty. Everybody's on the same level. So now they had to try to pretend as if they are bringing the rich down by taxing the rich heavily. Guess what happened after the Soviet Union fell? Nobody's challenging that system anymore. The rich is running riot with all the systems now, to the point whereby only two people in America own as much wealth as the bottom 150 million. That is what you have. In Nigeria, you have to have a competing idea. You have to have a competing proposal for the people so that the politicians that are in office will have a reason to do better. You will not give it. It's almost like opposition even.
Forefathers, you said a lot, and I'm saying, who is gonna end up giving the populace?
I told you already, though.
All these powers You think the politicians in power right now are going to give the populace the opportunity to rule themselves?
See, like I said, it's not impossible to make the wrong people do the right thing. And if they don't,
no, it's a very
chance.
simple question, for Father. I do not need the philosophy.
Okay, if you ask me the question.
I appreciate it, Carl Jung. I'm just saying. Who do you think today, as 2024, is going to give the people the opportunity to rule themselves? Not forgetting that this is a country that the people still complain that their votes don't count. But I understand you have these beautiful fantasies and it is good, beautiful ideas, but you think it can work in the present day. And I'm saying it's not working anytime soon. But you insist that it can in 2024. So I'm still asking, because I want to buy into the fantasy too. I think it's a beautiful idea. So tell us, how do you think, which politicians do you think today will say, we give up all our powers? Okay, everybody, come rule yourselves.
I'm beginning to even get concerned that there might be more politicians that will agree with this than you like to believe. You might like to think that maybe it's 0% or 1% or 2%, but I think maybe even as high as 10% may actually want a system where they believe the people have more say in what is happening in the economy, maybe even higher than 10%.
No politician on earth wants the people to have more say than they do in office.
Like I said, you can say that all you want, but you may not be right. And because even here where we are on this panel, I will use this panel as a guide. All the people I've met here, not everybody wants to, lord it over other people. Some people would rather have other people come together and decide.
I speak the truth.
Yeah? Yes, sir.
That's better. Good night.
Yeah.
Okay, night.
Yeah, good night. Yeah, so we're going to be closing now. So I would like to go through this idea because I think the people are going to be behind it. The people who support the fact that if you tell them that they're going to be, because when you tell them about local government, they're very, very happy about that too. So if they have the power, that's even below local government. That's even closer to them than even local government. So if you tell them that something that is even more powerful to them than the local government, because the local government, they can tell the local government, hey, pack my bush, clear my bush, clean the gutter. The local government will do what the people want. So if you let them know that this is going to empower them so closely, they will embrace it. And when things are popular, politicians tend to follow. They may not like it, but they tend to follow. And I agree with you. There will be the bigger ones, the ones with the law of power that want to suppress it. And I don't think maybe this stuff will happen overnight, except some other factors kick in, that you're just going to propose direct democracy system and the government will like, oh yeah, let's go ahead and do democracy. No, it's not going to happen like that.
Okay, so like in 200 years?
No, not 200 years. If you push it strongly and people buy into the idea, and what I like it is that it's also universal. It applies to whether north, south, it doesn't matter. If people buy into it, you can transform a system. And if you have a strong group of organization that is pushing the ideology, 20 years, you'll get it.
So you think within the next 20 years,
yes, one generation,
Nigeria could have a system of government where it is a direct participation from the ground level all the way to the sun.
Yes, you could get. There's no reason why not. You could, because except there was an interruption like a military coup and all that nonsense that often occurs. But if there's none, yes, because we are heading in that direction. We may not like it, but we are already heading in that direction. You are trying just to speed it up. Look at state is now able to generate power. Before they were not able to. They are talking about state police now. They're talking about regional system. We are already heading in that direction. It's not like you are doing anything that is not happening.
That could have been done more than 40 years ago.
That's 40 years ago now. We're talking about the last 24 years.
It should have been done between now and going back 40 years. This is not like new innovations. This is things that they should have been did long time ago. So I don't know. I'm just
you
thinking.
are right. You are right that it could have been done a long time ago, but then we just had this democratic dispensation in the last 24, 25 years. And given that the government itself, they seem to be looking to give powers to the state. They are hardly taking power from the states anymore. There are very rare cases I see the government taking power for themselves.
Because they're
most
all
of the
in
time they are giving it
cahoots.
out.
They're all in cahoots. So the state is doing what they're supposed to do, which is kiss the federal government's behind. And the federal government is like, all right, so come every month or every quarter, come for your security allocations in Abuja. And they're not giving the government any problems. If they give the federal government problems, the federal government will push back. They're not giving. They're all in cahoots. They're all doing.
I say this that yes, they are in cahoots. See, we can't say because you have some group of leaders that are not necessarily in agreement with your ideas for progress that you engage. That is, as a matter of fact, is essential. One of the stuff Jago said about one in his submission was about P2B, how he has not used labor to at least influence what is happening right now. That is true, because the higher the quality of opposition you have, the better the government actually governs the people. And the same thing goes for ideas. If you have quality ideas being debated and exchanged in the polity of the nation or within the people, you are more likely to get better performance, because while you are sharing that idea with them, they are asking their politicians those questions, because their politicians are their brothers, their sisters. They are coming home every day. They'll say, okay, if before the politicians are coming and they come with a bag of money, then they'll be like, maybe this thing that you people are carrying money, maybe that guy is right, that we should take the power from you people. Maybe that guy is right. Or the politicians watch their people get kidnapped and they are not doing anything. They will be thinking, maybe that guy is right. Those children got kidnapped and these people are not doing anything about it. Maybe if we had the power, we'll do something about it. You see, if they are performing badly, they will just be reminding the people about the ideas that have been shared with them that is better than what they are doing. Every single day, the politicians will be doing something to destroy that idea or confirming that idea's legitimacy. That is why it's important. And I bet you, the moment you start propagating that idea, they will look for a way to shut it down, because it's very dangerous to their governance.
Yeah, but it's a situation of who's going to build the cat. I just think a direct democracy is too sophisticated for Nigeria right now.
Oh, come on, man. Why do you do that to our people? It's not right.
No, I'm not saying anything wrong. I'm not saying, I don't know why certain words people take offense with it. I'm not shitting on them. I'm just saying the facts on the matter. I was going to make a statement. I said it is too sophisticated, just like a Jewish system will fail miserably in Nigeria. So it's just the truth. Like, the people are not that well, they really don't know their rights. This is a country, you're talking of a country where votes don't count, where people can be walking on the street and they will get smacked, kicked, and tossed around by the police, and nothing will happen. Like, they will set up roadblocks and start extorting them, not asking them for money, straight up extortion. So I understand the fantasy and the ideas, and it is not like I think it's not happening anytime soon. And I think even if it was to be proposed today, and I was on the panel to say, should they agree, yay or nay, I will be the first, probably be the first to push nay, because the people are just not ready for such, you know, maybe we need. I think
nobody's perfect. We all have our limitations, but I believe that I would rather have faith with the people than have faith on these thieving politicians. And that's my take.
Of course.
And I also, you also not factoring the second argument that I made. It also inoculates us to an extent to foreign influence. It also inoculates us to an extent to foreign influence because the people are now directly electing these leaders, and they now know that they are beholden to the people. If they screw up, they could get pulled back any moment. So their behavior, in short, they will not have any incentive to be in the center anymore because the people are watching everything. Transparency will increase. Nobody will want to vote for anything that they cannot check. People will be like, we are giving you these billions. We want to know exactly how you are spending it. You want to award that contract, we want to know exactly your relationship and how that thing works. If you're having a meeting with foreign leaders, we want to know. Don't tell us we don't know. We are in charge. Now you see how powerful it can get. And I really think that it's an idea that is worth pushing forward. Even if it's on a high level, as a matter of fact, I will try to even make it more exaggerated. Because the more exaggerated it is, the more you force other people to climb up the ladder. They have to raise their game. Because you can't keep having a situation whereby we can't get 4 refineries to work. Our girls, women, children keep getting kidnapped and killed. Terrorism is going on in the country. We all know all the problems. We can't keep having that and there is no response. Or the only response is now and again a protest. It has to be an ideology that every single time they fail.
What protest? What would you say for protest?
I say now and again you get protests happens.
Oh, okay.
Now and again, you have to have an ideology that is out there in the people's ears, and every day the government is failing, that idea is gaining legitimacy. The people are beginning to think, you know what, maybe. And that's to me, in a way, that's the biggest failure of Showore. He didn't create an ideology. He built his whole ideology around himself.
Yes, he did.
What was his ideology?
Well, his ideology, as far as I know, was he was trying to fashion a system, in essence, follow, I wanted to say Puritan, but no, he wanted to follow the United States system of government. So where the rule of law matters, the kind of economy, a capitalist economy, he was focused on justice, so he just basically was trying to emulate a United States system of government in Nigeria.
And it's just going to do it better than what these people are doing now, because in a way, that's what we are running now.
I don't know if he was going to do it better, but that was his ideology, and which I think he had a better understanding. Listening to him, he had a way better understanding than all the other candidates. Way better understanding, at least from the things that came out of his mouth.
What I get from Showore is anti-corruption. He was going to go after all these, interest classes, politicians. That is the strongest message that comes through whenever I hear about this Showore. And that is not an ideology. You are the first person to talk about ideology. And if that is an ideology, it's barely any. Because basically it's saying the presidential system we have is going to make it more presidential and he's going to run it better. That's basically his ideology.
I'm still here. You guys are not allowing me to talk.
No, you are free to talk now. You know now.
You know why Showore would have failed? Showore would have failed, right? The intent is clear, trying to save the country, whatever. So, but his approach would have caused more chaos, do more harm than good. You understand? Because you might end up trying to fix everything, you break everything, having chaos here and there with people. Your intent is trying to fix things. Yeah, I know.
Who is that?
No, Showore.
Okay.
But because the way you want to approach things in a more non-political way, and everybody around you prepare it to be done in a political way, so that like everybody will carry along, you might end up fighting with everybody. Why you will not seem as if how come I'm trying to do good and I seem not to be working along with anybody, you not be thinking as if everybody's against you, not mean as if not knowing that the approach you are using, which is unconventional approach, is what is causing chaos. You understand? Both parties are having, they want good intent, they want good things to happen, but your unconventional method of doing these things now will not cause more chaos. You understand? You end up arresting the whole country, end up beating everybody just because you want to have your way and do the right thing. And by so doing, you now have more enemies. Instead of allowing your own method to work, they will not be fighting against your own method, fighting against you, indirectly fighting against your own method. At the end of the day, you will not succeed. You understand? That is where he has to go back and school himself on leadership. You understand? Then when you have that leadership skill, then you can come and apply the leadership skill on your method so that people may be getting you upset, getting you angry or whatever, but your leadership skill will not come in place and learn how to manage them and carry them along. So your skill will not even make them even see your method. You understand? Even if they are blind to see your method, you understand? Because see, look, you see, human beings, right? Our brain is like empty video cassettes, empty CD plates or video cassette or audio cassettes. That sometimes the superior argument or superior ideology will just record on it on that cassette on its own, thereby agreeing to what you are saying. But sometimes it depends on your approach. That's leadership skill that you're lacking will just tarnish everything to watch. And then another thing I want to say, someone was saying like, yeah, by the time the leaders allow the people or what so let the people to rule or rule of the people, whatever. Look, you see Kenya, for instance, right? Anything that the president want to do next time, he will be scared of doing it because he will not want what happened initially to happen again. He will not think of, man, if you go do this guy and go give this guy wrong policy and the people will vote against, start burning down the country. He will not think twice. Now, the people right now, they've taken power from the government or share some power from the government. To like, hey, you don't just go out there and just wake up one tomorrow night and do any useless policy. You first of all make sure that the people are carried along properly first before you now pass the law instead. But in Nigerian case now, nobody will give us. We still have to take it or make the government know that look, you can't have your way. If at all we don't want to fight or riot because we feel that we smart pass or mature, we to get money, we can also say yes, okay, during time of election, look, there's no way you can force us to take power. Then we will die with oh, this is election now. We will fight you on election and make sure we are voting because this time
let me
it's election.
talk. Oh, no.
You see, also, it's election. So it's not like no, your policy is not good, we are fighting burning the whole country down. This is election. We want to vote. Anybody that comes and do the wrong thing, we will fight that person because it's there. There's camera, there's evidence to know that yes, so that's the only way we can take power back. Or
Will
else,
you guys let me talk or no?
there's no way. You keep looking white now. I talk yes, stop going to get
no, to be fair, AY hasn't said anything for a while.
You guys are marginalizing me in this
off my camera. Right, I wasn't talking. I decided to keep it. I was doing something.
You are speak the truth. Our forefather are gathering up against me.
I came online and just to have just AY just let him know no one needs to do what I drop. You know, so like I said, so that's basically all this is. So we just have to take it, do the necessary.
Yeah. So let me say this, right? We have to actually tell ourselves the truth. I see some people will speak more like, if anybody ever tell you like leadership is not difficult, the person is just economical with the truth. You have to know, when you understand the problem, you have to understand the difficulty of solving that problem. If you think you're gonna be president of Nigeria and just solve the problem overnight, you've not started. You are joking. It's a lot of work, right? Somebody like Showari, like Fofada rightly said, that's actually the biggest problem of Showari. Showari is a good guy. I don't believe he's corrupt, but he does not have ideology. It is a struggle. Actually, that is the major reason why you see people turn to the youth, turn to Peter Obi. So Peter Obi was speaking the mind of the people. Those are the issues. He was speaking on these issues. People want to listen. People want to hear. Even if he cannot get it done, but he was speaking to the people. Showore, sometimes I like Showore a lot, but he come as if he's like a student unionist leader, you know, like a union leader. You can't hold a country that way. Just like the other thing Fafada said now. Farage has been fighting for what he believes. Even in France, as a matter of fact, you know, the opposition now trying to take over power in France. Her father actually formed that party many over 30 years ago, and they stick to that. If you go to South Africa, Julius Malema, that is what he's fighting for. His ideology is clear. He's telling you this is what he's going to do. And one day he's going to be president. He's going to keep fighting. I believe, the chances of Julius Malema taking over South Africa are quite bright. Maybe in the next 10 years, he will be there. So he's really working on it, working to win some regions, you know. He's doing a lot of work, right, with the EFF team. So I think that is what we are lacking. Even Peter Obi, if you watch him, to be honest, he saw the people were, he was speaking the mind of people, the people were craving for him. He kind of took advantage because even himself, he was looking for shortcuts to tell the truth, right? Because he's not ready to build the party. He's not ready to build a structure using to win election. So he just join the existing platform. That is the struggle he's having today. Because when you tell people today, why is he not the leader? Why is he not taking over the Labour Party? The people will make excuse for him. That, to me, that is weakness of leadership. It's showing weakness. And that has always been my fear with Peter Obi. Peter Obi is afraid to fail. Yeah, he's a nice guy. So he don't want to hurt people. You can't do that. You don't want to be a people leader. You are not ready to take bullets. You got to be ready, man. You got to be ready. That is just the honest truth. That's what we are lacking. Because even the election, like when you say that people want to slaughter you, Labour Party chairman was here. I'm like, people are asking him, do you have the result? Oh, you know, blah, blah. How do you claim you won an election? You don't have result. You got to put people on the feet to collect all the data and have your own data. Tell people in Edo State, this is what we got. In Rivers, this is what we got. In Kano, this is what we got. This is the result. We won this election. And the only opposition I've really seen in Nigeria was APC pre-2015. They were really there, hammering on PDP. The opposition was really strong. And that was APC, the 2015 election, they had the result. They were just using Sahara Reporter published results. As they are finishing police station, they have the result, they have the number, they have strong room. You gotta be prepared for an election now. So on that, Labour Party, they were lucky, and now it's weaker, like somebody was saying today. Right now, Julius Abure, the other faction of Labour Party, they are now working together. And I fear those people are kind of working for APC. PDP is divided already, even till now. So a faction of PDP, 2027, you will see them supporting APC. So that is Tinubu for you. Tinubu, when I say Tinubu is a rugged politician, he knows how to bacanize this opposition. He knows how to get people closer. He's an expert in that. I think he want to wiki all the structure of PDP and Labour Party.
Is an expert meaning what? Financial inducement, bribing them?
Whatever you want to call it, right? It could,
my brother, you are feeling me. But you got somebody that is greedy, that is a thief, that he wants to go and join another thief. You say he's smart. I mean, come on. Are you telling me that are you telling me like if people like you are in opposition with the way you want Nigeria to grow, and Tinubu comes, like he can join you, he can weaken you, I can join him.
So
So they already said AY said he could sell everything for $10,000.
Oh God! AY, you walked into that one. Though. You walked into that one today.
No. That one shocked me. I never said anything like that. So the thing is, what I mean here, right? It's just like even a criminal, you have criminals that are intelligent, but what kind of intelligence are you defining? For you to be a successful criminal, you got to be intelligent. You got to be smart because even the police, everybody is after your life. So, criminally intelligent, you can define it that way.
It's not intelligent, anyway. It's not intelligent. Look,
what is it?
Hold on. Okay, now it's like you will tell me you are very strong man, powerful man, right? In terms of strength, sport wise, and you you already have your, how I put it now, weaker people as opposition playing against you. You already know you're stronger than them, or better still, they even want to be in your, they want to align with you by all means, but they're in opposition. They're just waiting for you to bring the incentive for them to join you. They don't want to just walk on as if they are hungry to come and meet you. No, because if they put their gas down, you might price them cheap. So they want to hold on to their cars and remain opposition, waiting for you to bring good money, big offer for them to cross and come and join you. You already know this is how they are. So it's not that you are smart to cajole them. You know that these people, they want to come. They just need me to give them big money. So to say he's smart, that he knows to play politics. This is not rocket science. Look, these actives.
We call it
dirty politics. What I just did is like, okay, since they cannot come, let me give them the money so that they will come. There's no rocket science there. You understand?
Yeah, I get your point. You are right. You are right. So the bottom line is, someone like Showore, to be honest, it needs to go back to the drawing board and create an ideology. I really come to speak with the people, like on security. This is my plan. This is what we're gonna do. This is how we're gonna achieve the result. On economy, this is my plan. This is where we stand. This is what we want to do.
Sorry, please, sorry. You should learn how to talk to people. They should learn to conversate
with that is what I'm saying, right?
The plan is not the problem. The plan, learn how to talk to me.
He cannot bring an American style attitude. Sorry, 1 second, please. I apologize.
No, talk to me.
He cannot bring an American style politics to Nigeria, meaning he cannot just be rigid. As much as me and you want, we know what our functioning society should be run. He knows it too, okay? But believe it or not, Nigerians, as much as Nigerians say they want change, I'm going to tell you right now, Nigerians are scared of change. Yeah. They say they want it, but they are scared. They really don't want it. They want it in piecemeal. Why? Nigerians, can you imagine telling a Nigerian there is a society where they do not have to bribe an official to get things done? They cannot envision it. It is unfathomable to a lot of them. So all these shortcuts, or what we call corruption, to a lot of them, it is their way of life. This is why a lot of things, you come in there and you want to be Fiorello LaGuardia to Nigerians, or like what's his name? Showore. They don't want it. They say they do, but trust me, they're scared. Nigerians are scared of change. And this is a fact that seasoned politicians, like the ones we've been mentioning now, they know that. They know, and they know that they're scared, and they just tell them what they want to hear, and they just go on with it. That's just the truth.
Yeah. So
okay, let's close out for today. Because we've gone longer than we have it. Oh my God, 10 hours. See, this AI of the future, you need to keep yourself in check.
End this life since you refuse to.
Yes. Thank you for joining us, AI. And speak the truth. Loco P. Looking good. It's good to have you back. Loco P. Loco P can be quite rude, When people are telling him, please, I'm not saying, shut up.
Yeah, you don't mind him.
You like to start fights with Loco P. You start a lot of fights. So I appreciate you for coming in today. Your pidgin is, I miss Loco P pidgin English more than anything else, I tell you. You remind me of how to speak pidgin English. Thank you for joining us. Let me say bye to the people on the chat. And a lot of people donated today for a day that is not Saturday or Sunday. That's quite a lot. Tope, I see you there. Christine, I see you there. Bidemi Oluyoku, I see you there. That name sounds cool. One Nigeria, I see you there too. I see you there. Hybrid 10, I see you there. Thank you for joining us. Hybrid 10. 2Y, okay. Thank you for joining us. Boom Boom Ray, I see you there. Who is that Boom Boom Ray? That's the spirit truth, isn't it? Boom Boom Ray. Queen TA, I see you there too. Thank you for joining us, Queen TA. And I've said Boom Boom Ray already. Stan Okoro, I see you there. Thank you for joining us. Chuk, I see you there. I didn't miss you. A for real, I see you there. You're also on the panel as AI. AI is here. The future is
change
AI.
That. AI for real.
The future is AI, exactly. Mwachuku, I see you there. Thank you for joining us, Mwachuku. And who else? Florence, I see you there perfectly. Tone was around. Thank you for joining us, Tone. Thank you for joining us. I see you there too. Chidi Michael 1 2 3 4. I see you there, Chidi Michael 1 2 3 4. I appreciate your time here. And another major like, share, and subscribe. Let people know about what we are talking about here. We talked about new topics here, like a direct democratic system. And we also found out that Kene wants to take some land off the Edo people. So to have his vision come to fruition, we have to be careful what we are asking for. That is why it's important to get an idea of what they are talking about. I'm sure Kene has heard me. He's probably thinking, you better not say anything else, otherwise I'll come on there. You better not say anything else. Kene, you might just relax. We are closing for today. Who else is there? Okay, I've said all the. Okay, Adesina John, I see you there. Let's go to the people that donated. One man went to Mo, number 1. Thank you for the donation. One man went to Mo. Oscar Blackbone is there again. Oscar Blackbone again. Donation to Queen Tope always a great supporter of the channel. We have to respect Tope She's really, really supportive of the channel. Oscar Blackbone again. And Tope representing. You can't make it up, man. Tope again. Yeah, she's really, really. And A for real. She's AI for real is also donating. Thank you for the donation. I really appreciate it. Tope again. Oh my God, she's really rampant here. Tope at this rate, you should be a shareholder. You should have a stake at this rate. Tope again, another Tope here. Thank you for the donation. And he says I'm a query. Tope again. Tope you are rampant too. Tope again. Another Tope out there. Look at that. And the one man went to Mo. She is the dominant character today, Tope She's the dominant character.
She has
and young one. Thank you for your donations too. Till next, I think it should be tomorrow or next. We should have this in common. Maybe Dr. Damage will be joining us on Saturday. It will be quite refreshing to have him back. People will be happy to see him, the professional, and then he will be doing interviews. We've not really done interviews of personalities lately. So Stan Okoro, I see you there. Quinty, I see you there. And till next time, I hope you all take care of yourselves and have a good day.
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You're laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you.
tó fẹ́ kú torí ẹ̀.
Ọwọ́ ẹni ló ti ṣàánú kọ́. Ayé la fi sílẹ̀ sí. Lọ́nà èyí yóò.
Oh, look, please here.
Hello, I thought it was ending. Yeah, we've not ended yet. Let's play it out again with this one.
When your mazolo bio